Yo legends, welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer, I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note, I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Black Dragon, Conqueror of the Heavens. Black Dragon, Conqueror of the Heavens. Black Dragon, Conqueror of the Heavens. Author WTR Scraper. Imprint and Ripples. The air solidified like a heavy piece of crystal, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. The sea breeze continued to blow, fluttering the flags on the Kuja pirate's ship with a snapping sound and brushing against the vibrant flower by the temple of the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, yet it could not disperse the heart-stopping silence on the deck. Jiang Yu could clearly hear the sound of his heart pounding against his ribs, thump, 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 like a beating drum. He forced himself to stand straight, meeting Hancock's suddenly deep and profound gaze without flinching. His previous words had undoubtedly dropped a bombshell, directly detonating the most taboo and unbearable memories hidden deep within the Empress's heart. He saw the slight tremor in Hancock's fingertips, the fleeting paleness on her beautiful face, and the fine, new cracks appearing on the armrest of her throne. The murderous intent radiating from Sandersonia and Marigold was almost palpable, like physical icicles piercing his skin with pain. But he did not retreat. The system's cold warning of erasure still rang in his ears. This incredibly proud empress before him was the first name on his mission list, and she was the first and most critical hurdle to his survival in this world and his progression to the next. Retreating meant death. Time seemed to stretch. Every second felt as excruciating as a century. Finally, Hancock slowly, extremely slowly, loosened her grip on the armrest. She raised her flawless hand and gave a light wave. "Stand down." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. These words were addressed to her two sisters, who were poised to strike, as well as to all the Kuja warriors on deck who were holding their breath in a tense standoff. "Elder sister," Sandersonia said urgently, her green eyes filled with worry and confusion. "Stand down," Hancock repeated. Her tone was flat, yet it carried even more majesty. Her gaze never left Jiang Yu. It was complex and difficult to read, probing, scrutinizing, cold and deep within. There seemed to be a dark, suppressed wave surging. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged a look. Though still highly vigilant, they followed her orders and stepped back a few paces, their hands never leaving their weapons. Under the silent command, the other Kuja warriors also slightly relaxed their bowstrings, but their eyes remained locked onto Jiang Yu, the uninvited guest. The pressure on the deck eased slightly, but the invisible tension gathered between Jiang Yu and Hancock grew even tighter. "You," Hancock spoke again. She slightly adjusted her seating position, maintaining her lazy and arrogant posture as a queen, but Jiang Yu could feel the highly concentrated vigilance and scrutiny beneath that laziness. "Follow the queen inside." She stood up, her red high-slit dress flowing like water with her movements, outlining breathtaking curves. She didn't look at Jiang Yu again, turning instead to walk toward the most magnificently decorated cabin at the top of the ship's superstructure. That was her private room. Jiang Yu swallowed hard. His soaked clothes clung to his body, bringing waves of chill. He knew the real test was only just beginning. He set off and followed her. Sandersonia and Marigold immediately flanked him on both sides, as if escorting a prisoner. Stepping into the Empress's cabin, Jiang Yu's first impression was of magnificence, extreme magnificence, yet it also possessed an oppressive beauty that matched Hancock's appearance. Expensive silk drapes and exquisite incense burners emitted a delicate fragrance, and every piece of furniture was priceless. But at this moment, Jiang Yu was in no mood to admire them. Hancock had already taken a seat in the largest chair in the room, which was another miniature version of a throne. She gestured for Jiang Yu to stand in the center of the room, while her two sisters stood guard at the door, blocking the only exit. The cabin door closed, cutting off most of the sea breeze and light from outside. The interior became dim, and the smoke from the incense burner curled upward, making Hancock's exquisite face appear somewhat blurred in the interplay of light and shadow, adding a touch of mystery and danger. Now there are no outsiders. Hancock's voice echoed in the relatively enclosed space, carrying a faint resonance. Tell the Queen, who are you? Where did you learn of those matters? What exactly do you mean by seen and heard? Her tone sounded very calm, but Jiang Yu could feel the surging undercurrents beneath the surface. If he didn't answer this question well, he might truly die in the next second. Jiang Yu's brain worked rapidly. He certainly couldn't say he had transmigrated from another world and was bound to some damn multiverse Conqueror system. He needed to fabricate a reasonable identity and reason that could at least temporarily gain her trust and pave the way for his future actions. My name is Jiang Yu. He first gave his real name. At a time like this, instinct told him that using his real name might better convey a certain level of frankness, even if it was feigned. As for my origin, it is difficult to explain clearly. You can understand it as me coming from a place that is isolated from the rest of the world, but possesses special information channels. We observe this world and record much of its hidden history. He deliberately spoke in mysterious terms, leaving room for imagination. An observer, a recorder. Such vague settings often led people, especially those in high positions who knew secrets, to draw their own conclusions. Special channels? Hancock's slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest of her chair, producing a rhythmic thudding sound. Observing the world government, observing Mary GOIs, or even observing the celestial dragons. When she spoke the words, celestial dragons, her voice turned noticeably cold, and the tapping on the armrest paused for a brief moment. Yes, Jiang Yu affirmed, he had to show sufficient knowledge. We pay attention to all forces and secrets that affect the balance of the world. Of course, that includes the experiences of certain individuals. His gaze, once again, meaningfully swept over Hancock's back shoulder, this time lingering for a fraction of a second longer. Hancock's pupils contracted slightly. This subtle movement did not escape Jiang Yu's eyes. She knew what he was referring to, the hoof of the soaring dragon brand, the source of her humiliation and pain. So, Hancock's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor, but it was quickly masked by an even deeper coldness. You saw that brand, and then, as if you'd found some interesting toy, you came before the Queen to flaunt your knowledge. Do you think you can blackmail the Queen with this? Her tone suddenly turned sharp, and a powerful pressure, a mixture of the rudimentary form of Conqueror's haki, quietly permeated the room. It wasn't a full release, but it was enough to make an ordinary person's legs go weak and their mind tremble. Jiang Yu felt his breath hitch, as if an invisible weight was pressing on his chest. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand firm, even lifting his head slightly to meet the pressure. No, Her Majesty Hancock. He shook his head, his tone sincere, or at least sounding so. I never thought of blackmail. I simply happened to fall into the sea and happened to be rescued by your ship. Please allow me to think of it that way. And in the face of your interrogation, this was the only explanation I could think of that might prove I am no ordinary victim of a shipwreck, and that I harbor no ill will toward you, or Amazon Lily. He deliberately emphasized rescued, and no ill will, attempting to soften the atmosphere and frame his appearance as an accident and a moment of honest communication. No ill will? Hancock sneered, though there was no hint of a smile on her peerlessly beautiful face. Someone who knows such a taboo secret inherently represents great malice and risk. Why should the Queen believe you? Based on the fact that I am standing here alone and unaided, in the heart of the Kuja pirates, before you, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Jiang Yu spread his hands to show he was unarmed. His soaking wet state indeed looked pathetic. If I had ill will or some conspiracy, wouldn't this approach be seeking my own death? I am merely a person who knows some past events and holds respect for the victims of those events. Respect? Hancock's gaze deepened as she scrutinized Jiang Yu, seemingly trying to find a flaw in every trace of expression on his face. Respect for whom? For the Queen, or for that past? Respect for the strong who do not submit to fate, who eventually break their shackles and reach the peak through their own strength. Jiang Yu chose his words carefully. He couldn't directly say he pitied their experience. That would only incite greater resentment and wariness from this proud empress. Emphasizing the strong, breaking shackles, and reaching the peak might better align with Hancock's current mindset and the image she projected to the world. Sure enough, Hancock's expression shifted slightly. That tense, murderous aura seemed to soften by an almost imperceptible margin. She leaned back against the chair, resuming her lazy posture, though the scrutiny in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. "A silver tongue," she remarked, her tone unreadable. "But words alone are no proof. Since you claim to be an observer and a recorder, what else do you know besides these old stories? What about the present? What about the future?" She was testing him, testing Jiang Yu's value and the truth of his words. Jiang Yu's mind raced. He knew he couldn't just keep answering passively. He had to throw out some information, or prophecies, significant enough that they couldn't be immediately verified, yet were deeply relevant to Hancock, to further stabilize the situation and perhaps even gain some initiative. The future? He certainly knew the future plot of the Pirate King world, but he couldn't be too detailed or explicit, as that would only invite greater suspicion. He needed to find a point related to Hancock that wasn't a core secret, yet was about to happen or likely to pique her interest. There it was. The future is shrouded in mist. Even an observer can only see fleeting glimpses, Jiang Yu began, setting the stage before pivoting. "However, I have indeed seen some ripples that may concern you." Hancock watched him silently, waiting for him to continue. Before long, events with far-reaching consequences will occur on these seas. The authority of the world government will face an unprecedented shock, and the Shichibukai system is not indestructible, Jiang Yu said slowly, observing Hancock's reaction. The Marineford War and the subsequent abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea system were major turning points. Planting a vague seed now might prove useful later. Hancock's eyebrows twitched slightly, though she didn't seem particularly surprised or concerned. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, she likely understood the true nature of the world government and the fragility of its systems better than most. Jiang Yu continued, "And amidst these waves, I see you crossing paths with a boy wearing a straw hat. That boy may bring about unexpected changes." "A straw hat boy?" Hancock repeated, a hint of clear confusion and interest entering her voice for the first time. Luffy shouldn't have broken into Amazon Lily yet, but had the reputation of Straw Hat already begun to circulate in certain levels of the New World? Or was it simply this specific trait that caught her attention? Jiang Yu stopped there, saying no more. Revealing Luffy's existence and their vague intersection was a prophecy of sufficient weight that couldn't be immediately disproven, and Luffy himself would have a decisive impact on Hancock's future. Planting this seed now would ensure the maximum effect when Luffy actually appeared. Silence fell over the cabin once more. The smoke from the incense burner curled gracefully. Hancock's finger unconsciously traced circles on the armrest as she pondered and weighed her options. The information Jiang Yu provided was hard to verify, but it touched upon her deepest secrets and offered some intriguing claims. Killing him would certainly keep him quiet forever, but what if there really was an observer force behind him? Or what if he held even more value? More importantly, he had mentioned a straw hat boy. For some reason, it made her feel inexplicably restless. After a long while, Hancock finally spoke again, her voice returning to its usual arrogance and indifference, as if that intense emotional fluctuation from before had never happened. "The Queen shall tentatively believe your claims, not out of kindness, but because you are still useful." She stood up, looking down at Jiang Yu from her height. "Until you prove your greater value, or until the Queen discovers you are lying, you may remain on this ship." She paused and added, "As a temporary servant. Sandersonia, take him to change into dry clothes and arrange some chores for him. Without the Queen's permission, he is not to leave the designated area or have excessive contact with the other warriors on the island. Marigold, pass the word. Information regarding this person is strictly forbidden from being leaked. Violators will be severely punished." "Yes, elder sister," the two at the door responded in unison. Jiang Yu breathed a secret sigh of relief. He had passed the first hurdle. Although he was now a temporary servant with restricted movement, he had at least survived and secured a chance to stay by Hancock's side, even if at the bottom of the ladder. This was the difficult first step of his conquest mission. "Thank you, Her Majesty Hancock." Jiang Yu bowed his head, maintaining a very humble posture. Now was not the time to show backbone. Hancock looked at him no longer and turned toward the inner chamber, leaving only an indifferent sentence echoing in the cabin. Remember your status, and remember the words you have spoken. The queen loathes deception. Sandersonia stepped forward and signaled for Jiang Yu to follow. Leaving the magnificent yet oppressive cabin and returning to the deck, bathed in sunlight and sea breeze, Jiang Yu finally felt the chill that had almost frozen his blood recede slightly. He glanced back at the tightly closed cabin door. Boa Hancock, favorability unknown, alertness extremely high, conquest difficulty, Heltier. On his system panel, the marker, currently in contact, behind the first name flickered slightly, but there were no other changes. The road was still very long. Sandersonia led him to a corner of the lower deck filled with miscellaneous goods and threw him a set of coarse but dry men's clothing, likely seized from other ships in the past. She said coldly, "Change into these. From now on, you're responsible for cleaning this level, moving cargo, and helping the kitchen with chores. Someone will bring you food every day. Without permission, you are not allowed on the upper deck, and you are certainly not to approach Elder Sister's quarters. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jiang Yu took the clothes. "HMPH, you'd better." Sandersonia snorted, the vigilance in her green eyes not fading in the least. "I don't know why Elder Sister is keeping you, but if you dare to make any suspicious moves, I'll be the first to deal with you." Watching Sandersonia's departing back, Jiang Yu leaned against the cold cabin wall and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He was safe for now, but only for now. He summoned the system interface that only he could see. A pale blue light screen expanded. Host, Jiang Yu. Current world, One Piece derivative plane. Main quest, world conquest in progress. Designated conquest targets, 1 Boa Hancock in contact, relationship, temporary servant under surveillance, 2 Nico Robin not contacted, 3 Shirahoshi not contacted. Mission progress, 0/3. Warning, failure to complete the mission will result in erasure. Scanning the long list of names, Jiang Yu felt his scalp go numb. He had only just made a dangerous start with Hancock, and there was still a whole long list behind her. And according to what the system had implied before, he had to complete 3 before he could move to the next world. He closed the interface and began changing clothes. The coarse fabric rubbed against his skin uncomfortably, but it was better than being soaked through. Since he was here, he had to make the best of it. No, he must succeed, or else he would die. With Hancock, he needed patience, opportunity, and a careful display of value and harmlessness, while waiting for the tailwinds that straw hat would bring. As for the other targets, Robin should still be with Baroque Works, or perhaps about to join the Straw Hat crew. Shirahoshi was inside the hardshell tower on Fishman Island. Perona was in the Florian Triangle. Was Nami in Kakasi village, or had she already set out to sea? Yamato was on Onigashima. Each was thousands of miles away, and each was in a complex situation. Multiverse Conqueror, Jiang Yu whispered, his lips curling into a bitter yet fierce arc. This start is truly not polite at all. He finished dressing and began to survey his temporary shelter. It was narrow, cluttered, and filled with the smell of dust and cargo. But this would be his starting point in this perilous and magnificent world. The first step was to survive, and then to gain a firm foothold on this Kuja ship. He picked up a worn-out broom from the corner and began to sweep silently, a faint light flickering in his downcast eyes. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock. How could he ever hope to touch this first star hanging high in the sky, so proud and yet so fragile? The ship rocked gently with the waves, carrying a crew of warriors and a king and servant with their own separate thoughts, breaking through the waves toward Amazon Lily. On this unknown course, new ripples had already quietly begun to spread. Ripples on Daughter Island. The Kuja pirates' massive ship, the Perfume Yuta, cut through the Azure Sea, sailing steadily into the depths of the calm belt. As the newly appointed temporary servant, Jiang Yu began his life at the bottom of the ship's hierarchy. The daily work was heavy and monotonous. He had to wake up before dawn to scrub the lower decks, wash the mountains of dishes in the kitchen. The Kuja warriors had staggering appetites, carry supplies, and handle waste. His range of activity was strictly limited to the lower cabins and the narrow area near the kitchen. Sandersonia or Marigold would pass by from time to time, their sharp eyes sweeping over him to ensure he stayed in his place. Initially, the Kuja warriors were filled with curiosity and rejection toward this suddenly appearing male. Having lived on Amazon Lily, a place with only women, since childhood, they naturally lacked understanding of the biological entity known as man. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's origins were unknown, and he seemed to have some inexplicable connection with the Empress, despite being a servant, making him the focus of private gossip, even if they didn't dare approach him easily. The gazes cast his way were mostly filled with vigilance and scrutiny, occasionally mixed with undisguised disgust. Jiang Yu was well aware of this. He kept a low profile, buried his head in work, remained silent, and responded quickly to any instruction, never making eye contact with any warrior. He knew he was walking on thin ice. Any extra movement or word could trigger unnecessary suspicion or even bring a death sentence. Hancock's words, "The Queen hates deception," were by no means an empty threat. After a few days, he had barely spoken except for necessary communication regarding instructions. This deliberate low profile and obedience seemed to make the Sandersonia sisters' surveillance relax slightly, just a tiny bit. During this period, he only saw Hancock once from a distance. It was after a navigation meeting. The Empress was inspecting the high upper deck. Her red silhouette was dazzling under the sunlight, and wherever she passed, the warriors bowed their heads respectfully. Jiang Yu was carrying a sack of grain in the lower section at the time. After a brief glimpse, he immediately lowered his head and continued working. He could feel a gaze linger on him for an extremely brief moment, cold and indifferent, before moving away. This was the extent of all his contact with mission, objective one so far. At night, in the corner where miscellaneous items were stored, Jiang Yu finally got a moment to breathe. He leaned against the cold cabin wall and, by the dim light of an old oil lamp that was nearly out of fuel, reviewed the details of the day and thought about his next move. The system panel remained cold, and Hancock's status showed no change. The other objectives were even further out of reach. I can't just wait passively like this, Jiang Yu thought silently, rubbing his aching arms. I must actively create an opportunity, even a tiny one, to change the status quo, at least. To improve my living conditions a bit or obtain some information. Opportunities are often hidden in the details. A few days later, an opportunity appeared in an unexpected way. That afternoon, Jiang Yu was washing a mountain of cookware by the sink outside the kitchen as usual. Fresh water was precious at sea, so filtered seawater was used for washing. Combined with coarse sand and a plant juice with cleaning properties, it was very laborious work. He was vigorously scrubbing a huge soup pot with a burnt bottom when he suddenly heard suppressed exclamations and sounds of frantic movement from inside the kitchen. Oh no, the jar of snake saliva jam Elder Nyan specifically told us to bring to Lord Gloriosa. I think I bumped the jar while moving things just now. Quick, see if it's leaking. That was made from the best vintage snake saliva fruit on the island, and there's only that one small jar. It looks like there's a bit of seepage here at the mouth of the jar. It's over, what do we do now? It's too late to reseal it, the flavor will definitely change. Two young Kuja warriors responsible for food management were pacing in a panic. This was a precious jam specialized to Amazon Lily. Its production was extremely low, and it was often used as an important gift or for ceremonial purposes. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. He stopped his work, hesitated for a moment, then wiped his hands and walked to the kitchen door. He didn't enter, but simply stood by the doorframe and said in a low, as calm as possible voice, If it's just a slight crack in the sealing clay at the mouth causing seepage, perhaps you could try resealing it with heated beeswax mixed with fine hemp. It can temporarily block the air and slow down spoilage. If you're worried about the flavor being affected, you can scrape off the slightly oxidized surface layer before eating. The voices in the kitchen stopped abruptly. The two female warriors snapped their heads around, looking in surprise at this male servant who had always worked in silence at the doorway. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and surprise. How do you know that? One of them asked hesitantly. In the place I came from, I've seen similar methods for handling perishable paste-like foods, Jiang Yu replied vaguely, then added, I'm just offering a possible method. It might not work. If you think it's inappropriate, just pretend I didn't say anything. After speaking, he lowered his head slightly, preparing to retreat to the sink. "Wait," the other, slightly older female warrior called out to him. She looked at the precious jar of jam, then at Jiang Yu, her brows furrowed. "Beeswax? I think there's some in the ship's storage room. We have fine hemp too. Can you really do it? You won't make it worse, will you?" They were clearly at their wits' end and unwilling to watch the gift be ruined. Jiang Yu's appearance gave them a choice where they had none. "I can try," Jiang Yu said, not overpromising. "I'll need a small piece of beeswax, a bit of the finest hemp thread, a small charcoal stove, and a clean small pot." The two warriors exchanged a glance and discussed in low voices. Ultimately, their concern over failing the mission outweighed their distrust of this strange man. "Fine, come in. Do it here, we'll be watching you," the older warrior said, her gaze full of warning. "Don't try any tricks." Jiang Yu was allowed to enter the kitchen, an area where he usually only did odd jobs on the periphery. He took the materials as instructed, carefully heated and melted the beeswax over water, soaked the fine hemp in it, and then, while it was still hot, carefully wrapped the beeswax-infused hemp thread around the cracked and leaking part of the jar mouth, loop by loop. His movements were steady and practiced. In his past life, he enjoyed doing handiwork and cooking himself, so he was no stranger to these little tricks. The two Kuja warriors watched his every move closely, and other busy people in the kitchen also cast curious glances from time to time. Soon, the seepage was stopped. Although the new seal didn't look as aesthetic as the original ceramic clay seal, it was airtight. "This should hold until we reach the island. After giving it to Elder Nyan, it's best to ask her to reseal it with new ceramic clay." Jiang Yu packed up the tools and stepped aside. The two female warriors inspected the jar, then looked at each other. The anxiety on their faces faded, replaced by a trace of relief and a faint sense of wonder. "You," the older warrior's tone softened slightly. "What is your name?" "Jiang Yu." She nodded and said no more, but the vigilance in her eyes seemed to fade a fraction. "Go back to work. Don't go around talking about today's matter." "Yes," Jiang Yu replied, calmly exiting the kitchen and returning to his pile of pots and pans. This matter was small, seemingly insignificant. But like a small pebble thrown into a calm lake, it created a small ripple in the relatively closed environment of the Kuja pirates. Over the next few days, Jiang Yu found that although the people in the kitchen still weren't exactly warm toward him, their tone was no longer so harsh when ordering him to do things beyond pure physical labor. Occasionally, the older female warrior, whom he later learned was named Felindra, the second in command of the kitchen, would even let him help handle ingredients that required a bit of skill, such as deboning fish or judging the soaking degree of certain dried seaweeds. Jiang Yu maintained his sense of propriety, only demonstrating necessary and practical life or cooking tips, never overstepping, and never proactively mentioning any sensitive topics. His silence and usefulness gradually earned him a very faint recognition in the small circle of the kitchen, based on his utility value. This bit of recognition, while far from enough to change his essential status as a temporary servant and one under surveillance, made his daily situation slightly better. At least, while the assigned tasks were still heavy, there was less deliberate harassment. In the food sent to him, he could occasionally see some fresh scraps rather than just hard bread and water. He knew that this slight change was likely reported to Sandersonia or Marigold and might even have reached Hancock's ears, but he couldn't be sure of the Empress's attitude toward it. She remained high above, unreachable. Until the day before the perfume Yuta approached Amazon Lily. In the evening, Jiang Yu finished his day's work and dragged his exhausted body back to his corner. Not long after he sat down, the cabin door was pushed open, and an unexpected person walked in. It was Boa Sandersonia. Her long green hair was tied back, and her expression was as serious as ever. She carried a wooden tray with a bowl of steaming stew, the aroma much richer than usual, and 2 pieces of what were clearly freshly baked bread. Jiang Yu immediately stood up. Sandersonia placed the wooden tray on an empty crate and looked at him scrutinizingly, her gaze sharp. "The people in the kitchen say you've been well-behaved these past few days and have been a bit of a help." Her tone was flat, revealing no emotion. "This is your reward. Finish eating and rest early. We arrive at Kuja City tomorrow morning, and you'll be busy." "Yes, thank you, Lady Sandersonia." Jiang Yu thanked her with his head lowered, but his heart stirred. This wasn't just a reward, it was more like a signal, a tacit approval of his recent performance, or rather, a preliminary affirmation of his usefulness. It also meant he had safely passed the initial, most dangerous probation period, at least in Sandersonia's eyes. HMPH, Sandersonia snorted coldly and turned to leave, but paused at the door. With her back to him, she said, "Once we're on the island, there are even more rules. Don't look at what you shouldn't see, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, and don't set foot in places you shouldn't go. Especially, stay far away from the palace and the royal baths. Otherwise, no one can protect you." With that, she left directly, and the cabin door closed again. Jiang Yu looked at the steaming bowl of stew, which had actual chunks of meat and vegetables, and the bread was soft and fragrant. He slowly sat down and picked up the wooden spoon. This was perhaps the best meal he'd had in days, and it seemed to signify that he had gained a very humble but temporarily stable foothold on the ship, and even on the Amazon lily they were about to reach. He ate the food in small bites. The taste was indeed good. In his mind, the system interface quietly emerged. Behind Boa Hancock's name, the in contact tag hadn't changed at all. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, this tiny bit of progress was still 100,000 miles away from conquering that haughty empress. Even passing Sandersonia's test was just the very beginning. But it was a small step forward nonetheless. Tomorrow was Amazon Lily. That was Hancock's absolute domain, a kingdom of only women. As a male, he would step into it as a temporary servant. What would the future hold? More surveillance, stricter rules, or, within that absolute isolation and taboo, could unexpected opportunities actually be born? Jiang Yu finished the last bite of bread and packed up the wooden tray. The glow of the oil lamp flickered on the cabin wall. The ship swayed slightly, as if he could feel that the legendary island was already close at hand. A new environment, new challenges, and his mission list was still despairingly long. He blew out the oil lamp, lay down in the darkness, and closed his eyes. The path must be taken one step at a time. First, survive on Amazon Lily, and then find a way to make himself more useful. Perhaps only by demonstrating a sufficiently irreplaceable value would it be possible for him to truly enter that empress's sight, not as an informant to be wary of or a lowly servant, but as an individual who could speak on equal terms or even form a bond. This thought flashed through the darkness and was immediately suppressed by more realistic considerations. Sleep first. Tomorrow there's a tough battle to fight. The perfume Yuta, in the night, slowly sailed toward the harbor of that mysterious island, Intruders in the Forbidden Land. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the massive perfume Yuta had already sailed into the naturally formed harbor of Amazon Lily. Steep cliffs surrounded the calm bay, with winding stone steps and traces of buildings visible on the cliff faces. Further away, dense primeval forests covered the island, filled with an aura of mystery and wildness. Jiang Yu, along with other servants responsible for unloading, who were essentially the lowest-ranking warriors of the Kuja pirates in charge of chores, moved the supplies from the ship to the pier. The air was thick with the smell of sea brine and the island's unique scent, a mixture of floral fragrance and the crispness of vegetation. A large number of islanders had already gathered at the pier. Almost all were women, ranging from valiant warriors to ordinary residents. They curiously sized up the returning pirate ship, their gazes quickly focusing on Jiang Yu, the only male. Surprise, curiosity, rejection, wariness, various emotions intertwined in those looks. Whispers swept past like the wind. "A man? How can there be a man on the ship? I heard elder sister found him stranded at sea. He looks quite delicate, but he's a man after all. Is it really okay for him to stay on the island?" Lady Sandersonia ordered that he is only a temporary servant. Once he finishes his work, he must stay in the restricted area and is not allowed to wander. Jiang Yu kept his head down, focusing on carrying wooden crates, seemingly oblivious to the gazes and discussions around him. He knew that in this extremely xenophobic nation of women, he was the ultimate outlier, and any unnecessary response could bring trouble. The unloading work lasted the entire morning. When it finished, Jiang Yu was taken to a row of low stone houses near the pier, which served as temporary residences for port laborers and the very few personnel handling outer island affairs. He was assigned a small but clean single room with nothing but a hard bed, a rough wooden table, and a chair. Your range of activity is limited to the port area, the West Forest storage path leading out of the city, and designated water collection points. Entering the interior of Kuja City is strictly forbidden, especially areas near the palace and the royal bath. Daily tasks will be assigned by a Felindra. She will come to notify you. The middle-aged female warrior in charge spoke with a stern face and an unquestionable tone. Remember, in Amazon Lily, men are an absolute taboo. Do not try to challenge the rules, for that will only bring you disaster. Yes, I understand, Jiang Yu replied respectfully. In the following days, Jiang Yu's life was regular and secluded. During the day, he performed various heavy physical tasks near the port area or the West Forest storage path, mending fishing nets, drying seafood, cleaning warehouses, and carrying timber and herbs collected from the forest. A Felindra seemed to accept the assessment that he was somewhat useful and well-behaved. Occasionally, she would let him help with tasks requiring care and skill, such as identifying the quality of herbs or organizing and mending tools. But she never let him touch anything related to combat, defense, or core supplies. At night, he would return to that small stone house, reflecting alone under the oil lamp or taking walks within his limited range, observing this peculiar island. Amazon Lily was far larger and more complex than he had imagined. It wasn't just warriors. There were also ordinary residents engaged in farming, weaving, and handicrafts. The island's ecology was extremely rich, with many plants and animals rarely seen in the outside world. The entire society centered on women, with an extreme pursuit of strength and beauty, while harboring a contradictory psychological state toward men, a mix of curiosity and rejection. Jiang Yu could feel that surveillance was always present, but as time passed, the people in the port area seemed to gradually get used to his presence, as if they had grown accustomed to a silent, working background prop. His distance from Hancock seemed even further than when they were on the ship. The Empress had returned to her palace, high above, handling state affairs and training her haki. She and he, a mere servant in the port area, seemed to exist in two different worlds. On the system panel, Hancock's name still only had the in contact tag, remaining completely stagnant. Jiang Yu was not impatient. He knew that with such an absolute gap in power and status, acting rashly would be suicide. He needed to wait, to accumulate, and more importantly, he needed a turning point. The turning point arrived in an unexpected way, on a sultry afternoon, just before a storm. That day, Jiang Yu was sent to a semi-open warehouse at the end of the West Forest storage path to inventory a new shipment of special ores used for tanning leather. This task required careful cross-referencing of accounts and physical items, which was quite time-consuming. A Felindra left after giving the instructions, leaving him alone. The sky was terrifyingly gloomy, with ink-colored clouds hanging low. The air was hot, humid, and stagnant, and thunder rolled faintly in the distant clouds. Jiang Yu quickened his pace, hoping to finish the work before the downpour. Just as he was checking the last few baskets of ore, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an extremely narrow, plant-covered crack on the rock wall beside the warehouse, partially hidden by dense vines. Normally, he wouldn't have cared. But at that moment, a draft carrying heavy moisture and a peculiar floral fragrance, different from the common flowers on the island, happened to blow from that direction, brushing past his face. That scent, cold, distant, and carrying an indescribable spiritual aura, was definitely not something ordinary plants could emit. Moreover, the wind was blowing out from inside the rock wall. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Jiang Yu put down his ledger and pushed aside the thick vines. Sure enough, there was a crack on the rock wall just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. It extended inward, dark and deep, leading to who knows where. And that strange, cold fragrance was drifting faintly from deep within the crack. Reason told him he should back away immediately. This was clearly not a place he should explore. But deep down, a strong intuition, or perhaps the invisible pressure brought by being a transmigrator and his system missions, drove him to want to investigate. Did this secret passage lead to some unknown place? Did it hide secrets related to this island, or even to Hancock? His hesitation lasted only a moment. Jiang Yu turned sideways and squeezed into the rock crack. The rock walls were damp and cold, grazing his shoulders. He felt his way through the darkness, cautiously walking inward for about 20 or 30 meters, until his vision suddenly opened up. The end of the crack actually connected to a natural cave hidden within the mountain. The cave wasn't large but was exceptionally exquisite. Light filtered through cracks at the top, illuminating a small hot spring pool in the center. The water was crystal clear, with white steam rising from it. Most strikingly, a small patch of peculiar plants grew by the pool. They had ice-blue translucent leaves with shimmering veins, and at their tips bloomed small flowers as white as jade. That cold, ethereal fragrance was emanating from these flowers. Jiang Yu had never seen this kind of plant anywhere else on Amazon Lily. They looked extraordinary, growing in such a hidden place. Perhaps they were some kind of rare medicinal herb, or even related to the Kuja heritage or secrets. He was observing closely when suddenly, an extremely faint but unmistakable sound of water came from the other side of the cave, from a corner hidden by a giant stalactite. There was another connected, smaller chamber there. Jiang Yu's heart jolted. He instinctively held his breath and quietly peered behind that stalactite. With just one glance, the blood in his entire body seemed to freeze instantly. In the corner where the hot spring pool extended, beneath the surface of the water, a graceful figure could be seen with her back to him. Her pitch-black hair, like a waterfall, clung wetly to her smooth back, with the ends floating on the water. Although most of her body was submerged, those breathtakingly beautiful lines of her shoulders and neck, that fair skin shimmering through the steam. More importantly, through the clear spring water and drifting hair, Jiang Yu's gaze inevitably fell below her left shoulder. There, a dark, twisted hoof of the soaring dragon brand, like a hideous scar, was etched into her perfect skin. Boa Hancock. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. How could he encounter Hancock here? Could this be the legendary royal bath? No, that's not right. The royal bath should be within the palace grounds, heavily guarded. This place seemed more like an extremely hidden natural hot spring inside the mountain, perhaps a place Hancock used privately to be alone, to relax, or to escape everyone's gaze and lick her wounds in solitude. He had intruded into an absolute forbidden zone, and moreover, stumbled upon this empress's most guarded secret, that brand symbolizing her most painful and humiliating past. In the instant Jiang Yu froze in horror, Hancock in the water seemed to sense something. She slowly turned around. The steam dispersed slightly, revealing that face capable of toppling nations. Her wet long hair clung to her cheeks, and water droplets slid down her exquisite chin. Her gaze initially held a trace of the emptiness and relaxation of being alone, but the moment she saw the stiff male figure standing by the stalactite, that emptiness was instantly replaced by extreme coldness and unbelievable rage. Time seemed to freeze once more. On Hancock's stunning face, a flash of shock appeared first, followed by boundless shame, the fury of being violated, and the terror of her secret being discovered. Though only a trace, Jiang Yu caught it, all erupting like a volcano. Her cheeks turned an unnatural crimson from the extreme emotion, and the pupils in her beautiful eyes contracted, shooting out a cold light capable of freezing the soul. You! She didn't scream, but that single word squeezed through her teeth carried overwhelming killing intent and a massive pressure of haki, sweeping through the entire cave like a tsunami. The pool water moved without wind, vibrating violently, and fine stone dust trickled down from the cave ceiling. Even the strange ice-blue plants trembled under the pressure. Jiang Yu felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest by an invisible giant hammer. A sweet taste rose in his throat, his vision darkened, and he nearly fell to his knees. He gritted his teeth hard to barely stay standing, but his entire body's muscles were shaking violently from that terrifying pressure, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. It's over. This was the only thought in Jiang Yu's mind. To stumble upon Hancock bathing and see that forbidden brand. This was a capital offense worthy of being torn to pieces, perhaps even 10,000 times worse than being petrified. Any explanation at this moment would be hollow and powerless. Hancock's figure suddenly rose from the water. Amidst the splashing water, she didn't even have time to fully grab the clothes on the shore. There seemed to be only a thin bathrobe there. She just grabbed it haphazardly to cover her front and stepped out of the water with bare feet onto the slippery rocks by the pool. Spring water flowed down her perfect body, but all she radiated now was a terrifying aura of total destruction. Her right hand was already raised, index finger extended, and a pink heart-shaped light rapidly condensed at her fingertip, dazzlingly bright. This time, it was definitely not just a deterrent. How dare you spy on Queen? How dare you, see that, die slave arrow. It was no longer Miro Mellow, but the direct use of a more aggressive petrification skill. Several pink arrow-shaped beams tore through the air, carrying Hancock's boundless shame and killing intent as they shot toward Jiang Yu. The range was so wide and the speed so fast that it was impossible to avoid. Death was inches away. Jiang Yu's heart nearly exploded. Under extreme fear, his survival instinct and the nerves that had been taught since his transmigration made him perform an almost insane reaction. He didn't try to run or block, that would be meaningless. Under Hancock's full-powered strike in her rage, he, a servant whose physical fitness was only slightly better than an average person's, had no chance of survival. In the final moment before that petrifying light was about to hit him, Jiang Yu used all his strength to face Hancock's flaming eyes and screamed out a sentence he would never have dared to say lightly, but which had now become his only possible life-saving straw. "I can help you completely cover it up, that brand." As he shouted, he closed his eyes, waiting for the outcome of being petrified or crushed by that terrifying haki. The pink light came to a dead stop less than half a foot from his body. Time stood still once again. In the cave, only the gurgling sound of the hot spring remained, along with Hancock's slightly rapid breathing due to her intense emotional fluctuations. Jiang Yu's heart pounded so hard it almost burst through his throat. He slowly opened his eyes. Hancock was still standing there, the light at her fingertip hadn't dissipated, still aimed at him. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her wet black hair clung to her pale cheeks, and her beautiful eyes were locked onto him, the emotions within them complex to the extreme. Rage had not subsided, killing intent was boiling, but deeper down was a trace of extreme shock, doubt, and a trace of faint swaying and hope sparked by those words, which even she was unwilling to admit. Cover up, the brand. This mark of shame that had woken her from nightmares countless times, which she had used pride and strength to disguise countless times, yet which always tormented her like a maggot in her bones. This proof of ownership, carved by the celestial dragons that even devil fruit powers couldn't eliminate. What did this man say? He can cover it up. Silence spread, every second feeling like a century. Finally, Hancock spoke, her voice hoarse and carrying a tremor suppressed to the limit. A mixture of anger, humiliation, and some intense internal struggle. "You say that again, under the brand." Hancock's voice was hoarse, like rough sandpaper grating against stone. Every syllable was imbued with icy killing intent and a subtle tremor she herself hadn't noticed. The pink glow on her fingertips flickered, mirroring the violent upheaval in her heart. Jiang Yu felt every bone in his body weaken from the shock of the terrifying Conqueror's haki, and a metallic, rusty sweetness lingered in his throat. He forced down the rush of blood and struggled to stand straight, though his legs still trembled uncontrollably. He knew he was standing on the edge of the most dangerous cliff. One wrong word meant eternal damnation. "I said," he tried to keep his voice steady, looking directly into Hancock's beautiful eyes, which seemed capable of freezing his soul. "Perhaps there is a way to completely conceal, or at least significantly fade that brand." He didn't say eliminate, as that was too unrealistic. The brand was deep in the flesh, possibly containing some special technology or curse from the world government or the celestial dragons. But conceal or fade offered much more room for maneuver. Hancock's pupils suddenly contracted. Conceal, fade. This thought had appeared in the deepest recesses of her heart before. But she had tried countless methods, using powerful haki to try and wash it away, searching for legendary magical herbs, even considering covering it with deeper scars. All had failed. The brand seemed to possess a stubborn presence. No physical or energetic intervention could truly erase its trace or the painful memories it brought her. Over time, she could only choose to hide it forever with her long hair and clothes, arming herself with extreme arrogance and strength, burying that dark past along with the brand in the deepest, most untouched corner of her heart. Now, this man who had trespassed into her most secret forbidden area and witnessed her greatest shame dared to boast that he had a way. Absurd, ridiculous, extremely suspicious. However, the faint possibility implied in his words was like the whisper of a devil, casting an unignorable stone into the lake of her heart, submerged by fury and shame, stirring up ripples that refused to settle. Do you think the queen would believe such an absurd lie? Hancock's voice grew colder. The light on her fingertips stabilized again, even becoming more solid. Prying into the queen's secret is already a capital offense. To now try and fool the queen with such an ethereal promise is an additional crime. The light of the slave arrow flickered erratically, clearly about to be fired again. Jiang Yu's heart leaped into his throat, but he knew he couldn't show fear now. He took a deep breath and spoke faster. "Your Majesty, I am not speaking carelessly. The place I come from may be different from this world in terms of medicine, pharmacy, and even certain special energy applications. I do know some potentially effective approaches." As he spoke, he quickly scanned the cave environment, his gaze finally settling on the patch of strange, ice-blue plants. The cool spiritual aura emanating from the plants made his heart stir. For example, he pointed at the plants. The sap of this cold jade spirit fungus contains extremely strong active energy and ice gold properties. If combined with specific neutralizing agents and guiding techniques, it might effectively inhibit abnormal pigmentation and scar proliferation in the branded area, and even, to some extent, interfere with the activity of the mark energy that the brand itself might contain. He casually invented a professional-sounding term. He coined cold jade spirit fungus based on the plant's characteristics, and deliberately made the principles sound arcane, involving energy and marks. This precisely touched upon Hancock's most hidden fear. She had always vaguely felt that the brand was more than just a physical scar. Sure enough, the light on Hancock's fingertips froze again. Her gaze followed Jiang Yu's finger and fell upon the patch of ice-blue plants. This plant was extremely rare even on Amazon lily, growing only near a few extremely cold spirit springs, secretly guarded by the royal family, with very few people knowing its existence and function. She occasionally came here to bathe because she knew the spring water and the nearby plants had a slight effect of calming the mind and nourishing the skin. This man had recognized it at a glance, given it a name she had never heard, and proposed an unprecedented usage. Coincidence, or did he truly know something? Do you think you can simply make up a name for the island's flora and spout nonsense to deceive the queen? Hancock's tone was still icy, but the resolute killing intent seemed to have subtly receded, replaced by deeper scrutiny and inquiry. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know after a test. Jiang Yu went all in, knowing he had to present something more convincing. I can first formulate a very small dose of test serum. Your Majesty can find an insignificant old scar or test it on an animal. If there is no effect, or if there are any adverse reactions, it won't be too late for your Majesty to execute me then. I will have no complaints. He paused, then added, but on the off chance, there is even the slightest effect, it might be an opportunity for your Majesty to escape certain shadows. And for me, it is merely a chance to continue living and serving you. He lowered his stance significantly, returning the choice to Hancock, while emphasizing service to diminish the threat posed by his knowledge of her secret. Silence fell upon the cave once more. Steam from the hot spring rose, blurring Hancock's stunningly beautiful yet icy face. She stood there, wet hair dripping, wrapped loosely in a thin bathrobe, her bare feet on the rock, yet still radiating the inviolable majesty of a queen. The internal struggle made her breathing irregular. Kill him and it would be over. The secret would be buried with him. But the faint hope of concealing the brand would also be extinguished. This hope was so slim, so suspicious, yet so tempting. It was like an extremely weak, uncertain glimmer of light suddenly penetrating a cage of endless darkness. Moreover, he mentioned the cold jade spirit fungus. Just how many secrets of Amazon lily did he know? After a long while, the pink light on Hancock's fingertips slowly extinguished. But the dangerous aura radiating from her did not diminish. She slowly lowered her hand and walked toward Jiangyu, one step at a time. The sound of her bare feet on the slick rock was faint, yet it struck Jiangyu's heart like a heavy hammer. She stopped one step away from Jiangyu. At such close range, Jiangyu could more clearly feel the pressure emanating from her, as well as the breathtaking curves faintly visible beneath the bathrobe and the moist scent of her recent bath. He immediately lowered his gaze, daring not to look again. Hancock extended a finger, and the cool, strong fingertip gently lifted Jiangyu's chin, forcing him to raise his head and meet her gaze once more. The touch of her fingertip made Jiangyu's body stiffen. Hancock's beautiful eyes were inches away, swirling with complex emotions: icy scrutiny, lingering shame and anger, deep-seated pain, and a trace of inquiry and struggle so faint she wouldn't admit it herself. "Jiangyu," she spoke his name, her voice low, "you had better not be deceiving the queen." Her fingertip pressed slightly harder, and Jiangyu felt a sharp pain in his chin. If there is the slightest flaw in your so-called method, or if the queen discovers you have ulterior motives, Hancock's tone was terrifyingly calm, the queen will not let you die easily. You will experience torture millions of times, more painful than petrification or death. Having said that, she released her finger and casually rinsed it in the spring water, as if she had touched something filthy. "I give you 3 days." Hancock turned her back to him, her voice returning to its usual indifference and arrogance, but her slightly tense shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. "Prepare the test serum you spoke of. You may request materials, but every item must be inspected by Sandersonia. The preparation process must take place in a designated, monitored location." As for this place, she turned her face slightly, her peripheral vision sweeping over the hot spring cave, her eyes cold. "If you dare reveal a single word of what happened today, no matter where you run, the queen will execute you and anyone who might have heard." "Yes, your majesty. Nothing that happened today will ever leave my lips," Jiangyu immediately promised, feeling a slight release of tension in his heart. At least, he had survived for now and gained an opportunity, even if that opportunity came with immense risk and surveillance. "Get out." Hancock stopped looking at him and walked toward the edge of the hot spring pool, adjusting her thin bathrobe. "Use the path you entered through. Remember, this is the last time you will step into a place you shouldn't be." Jiangyu didn't dare to linger, immediately turning around and practically stumbling as he squeezed through the rock fissure he had entered through. Only when he returned to the humid, stuffy forest air did he feel the oppressive sensation that had nearly crushed his heart slightly dissipate. He leaned against the rock wall, gasping for air, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He survived, for now. But the greater challenge had just begun. He had boasted that he could formulate a serum capable of concealing the celestial dragon's brand. This was utterly fantastical. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. How could he know advanced pharmacy? His so-called approach was entirely based on vague memories of the original work. He recalled Trafalgar Law, seemingly being able to treat scars with his O-Pope know-me ability. But the principle was completely different. Combined with an intuitive guess about the spiritual aura of the cold jade spirit fungus, it was all fabricated. He had 3 days to produce something that genuinely had a result, even if it was just a slight placebo effect or surface improvement. Otherwise, he dared not think further. Dragging his still slightly weak body, Jiangyu slowly walked back along the forest path. His mind frantically began recalling everything he knew from his previous life about scar repair and pigmentation, mostly from advertisements and scattered popular science. Combining it with his superficial understanding of this world's herbs and energy, mainly derived from his observations on Amazon lily over the past few days, and a Felindra's occasional mentions, trying to piece together a possible solution. The cold jade spirit fungus was certainly the core ingredient, but its extremely cold nature required neutralization. Amazon lily produced several mild, nourishing, and healing herbs. Perhaps they could be combined. Also, haki existed in this world, especially the Heishoku and armament haki possessed by Hancock, if he could simulate or guide a concept of energy coverage or interference within the serum. The plan gradually took shape, but every step was like walking on thin ice. Returning to the stone house by the port, dusk was approaching, and the heavy rain finally poured down. Jiang Yu sat at the rudimentary wooden table, using the oil lamp, and began writing the list of required materials on a rough papyrus sheet. His handwriting was shaky from exhaustion and lingering fear. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer just an insignificant temporary servant. He had become, in the eyes of Empress Hancock, a special existence, one who carried a secret, possessed questionable value, and required strict control and verification. Had he moved closer, or had he sunk into a deeper quagmire? Thunder rumbled outside the window, and raindrops beat against the roof of the stone house. Jiang Yu looked at the first material name he had written, cold jade spirit fungus, sap, 3 drops, and a bitter smile touched his lips. The system panel silently appeared. The contacting mark next to Boa Hancock's name finally showed an extremely faint, almost imperceptible change, seemingly acquiring a hint of an indescribable entanglement. Favorability? No, far from it. It was more like a complex mixture of high attention, mostly negative, suspicion, scrutiny, and a trace of faint hope. The hell difficulty strategy had entered a new phase in this thrilling, yet awkward manner. And he, within these 3 days, had to create a miracle, or at least, something that looked like one. Cold jade and glimmer. The rain beat against the stone roof, pitter-pattering until it finally tapered off in the latter half of the night. Jiang Yu barely slept, using the dim oil lamp to repeatedly scrutinize and revise his crude list of materials, simulating the possible concoction steps in his mind. He had to make this conceptual plan, which he had pulled out of thin air, appear at least theoretically feasible and professional. As dawn broke, there was a knock on the door of the stone house. Standing outside was Boa Sandersonia, her green eyes filled with scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of suppressed sternness. Jiang Yu, elder sister, sent me to collect the list of materials you need. Her tone was stiff, clearly filled with doubt and dissatisfaction over what had happened the previous night. She likely only knew that Jiang Yu had been summoned or reprimanded by the Empress alone and might not know the full details. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. Any suspicious materials will not be approved. Jiang Yu handed over the densely written papyrus with a respectful attitude. Lord Sandersonia, this is the list. Most are common mild herbs found on the island, mainly used for nourishing, soothing, and promoting healing. The core is 3 drops of cold jade spirit fungus juice and a small piece of its associated cold spring stone for grinding and blending. He deliberately spoke the name cold jade spirit fungus with certainty, as if that was exactly what it should be called. Sandersonia took the list and scanned it quickly, her brow furrowed. She recognized most of the herb names on the list, but the combination was somewhat peculiar. As for the cold jade spirit fungus and cold spring stone, she gave Jiang Yu a deep look. I will go prepare and check these materials. Once they are ready, I will inform you of the location to begin the concoction. She didn't ask further and turned to leave, her stride carrying its usual sense of power. Jiang Yu knew the real test had begun. Sandersonia's hurdle was harder to bluff through than he had anticipated. The wait was agonizingly long. Jiang Yu was restricted in his movements, allowed only to walk near the stone house, and even his daily chores were suspended. He could feel that the surveillance in the shadows was tighter than ever. The atmosphere in the port area had also changed subtly. The Kuja warriors who would occasionally nod to him now avoided him from a distance, their eyes filled with more vigilance and detachment. In the afternoon, Sandersonia returned, bringing a sealed wicker chest and 2 expressionless Kuja warriors. The materials are ready. Follow me, she said briefly, leading Jiang Yu away from the port area. For the first time, they headed toward Kuja City, but instead of entering the city, they bypassed it to a secluded stone hut on the western outskirts. This seemed to be a former workshop for some pharmacist or craftsman, long abandoned, but the basic tools were still quite complete and easy to monitor. The hut had only 1 door, no windows, and the 2 warriors stood guard outside. You will concoct it here. You may use the tools, but do not damage them. We will be listening outside during the process. If there is any abnormal noise or if it exceeds the estimated time, we will enter immediately. Sandersonia placed the small chest on the only stone table in the room and said coldly, "Don't waste time." With that, she retreated, and the heavy wooden door was closed. The room was instantly plunged into semi-darkness, with only a little daylight filtering through the door crack and a small air vent high up. Jiang Yu steadied himself and opened the wicker chest. Inside were over a dozen types of processed herbs categorized and placed on clean leaves or small dishes. In the very center was a small, sealed jade bottle, cold to the touch, containing 3 drops of liquid that looked like concentrated icy blue starlight, emitting a cool, spiritual aura. It was indeed the cold jade spirit fungus juice. Beside it was a fist-sized, grayish-white stone covered in tiny holes, also emitting a chill. It was the cold spring stone. The materials were complete, and their quality was even better than what he had requested on his list. Clearly, although Hancock was angry and suspicious, she did not make things difficult for him regarding the materials when faced with a possibility. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and began to work. He first carefully inspected all the herbs, recalling the medicinal properties he had learned from the snippets of conversation with Ephelindra and others, and combined them with the vague common sense from his previous life to reconfirm the steps in his mind. Then, he lit the small charcoal stove in the room, set up a small copper cauldron, and poured in clean spring water. The first step was to process the mild auxiliary medicines. He placed several roots and leaves with soothing, blood-circulating, and nourishing effects into the copper cauldron in a specific order and proportion, simmering them over a low fire to extract the essence. This process required patience and precise control over the heat. The slightest error could change the medicinal properties or even create toxicity. Jiang Yu was fully focused, and fine sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. It was silent outside the door, but Jiang Yu could feel that concentrated attention penetrating the door planks and landing on his back. The auxiliary medicine juice simmered into a pale amber color, emitting a faint herbal fragrance. Jiang Yu filtered it, obtaining a small bowl of clear medicinal liquid. Next came the most critical and dangerous step, processing the cold jade spirit fungus juice and the cold spring stone. The cold jade spirit fungus was extremely cold and contained special energy. Using it directly would likely damage the skin or even deeper tissues. The cold spring stone was mild in nature and could neutralize the chill, serving as a special carrier and amplifier. Jiang Yu used a specially made jade pestle, included in the wicker chest, to carefully grind a small piece of cold spring stone into an extremely fine powder. This process had to be gentle to avoid losing stone dust and to prevent the temperature from rising due to friction, which would affect its properties. The powder was as fine as dust, exhibiting a faint pearly luster. Then, holding his breath, he opened the sealed jade bottle. The moment the bottle opened, a stronger, cool fragrance filled the room, and the temperature in the hut seemed to drop several degrees. He used a long, thin silver needle, also provided in the chest, to gently dip the tip into the bottle, touching an imperceptible bit of the icy blue liquid, not even a tenth of a drop. He dripped this minute amount of juice into the cold spring stone powder. A strange scene occurred. The moment the icy blue liquid touched the stone powder, it did not spread, but was instead uniformly absorbed and enveloped by the powder like a living thing. A very faint, flowing icy blue fluorescence appeared on the surface of the stone powder, but most of that bone-chilling cold was restrained. Jiang Yu did not dare to stop and immediately poured the cold spring stone powder, mixed with the cold jade spirit fungus juice, into the bowl of warm auxiliary medicine juice. At the same time, he used another clean jade spoon to stir at a constant speed in one direction, his mind highly concentrated, trying to use his will to guide that weak, icy blue energy to fuse with the medicinal liquid rather than just roughly mixing them. This was the most metaphysical step in his entire plan. He didn't understand the application of energy in this world at all. The so-called guidance was more of a psychological suggestion and as fine an operation as possible. But he had to do it to make the whole process look consistent with the energy harmonization concept he had described earlier. He stirred for about 100 rotations until the color of the medicinal liquid turned into a more translucent pale green with a faint blue glow, and the fragrance became a complex scent mixed with herbal sweetness and a hint of cold spiritual aura. Only then did Jiang Yu stop. The final step was to add a small amount of Amazon Lily's specialty Kuja honey, which had excellent moisturizing and repairing effects, as a binder and soothing agent to make the medicinal liquid thicker and easier to adhere. When a small jar of pale green, translucent gel-like ointment finally appeared in the ceramic dish on the stone table, 2 full hours had passed. Jiang Yu was nearly exhausted, not just from physical fatigue, but from the relaxation following high mental tension. He carefully sealed the ceramic dish, organized the tools, and then walked to the door, knocking gently. The door opened, and Sandersonia and the 2 warriors stood outside. Their eyes immediately went to the ceramic dish on the stone table, then landed on Jiang Yu's pale face. "Is it finished?" Sandersonia asked, her voice unreadable. "The first stage of the test potion is complete," Jiang Yu said, his voice a bit raspy. "As agreed, this is a very small dose, theoretically only suitable for testing on a very small area. The medicinal properties are mainly for nourishing, soothing, and providing a slight energy coverage and interference. It needs at least 12 hours of observation for a reaction." Sandersonia stepped forward, carefully inspecting the ointment in the ceramic dish, then looked at the cleaned countertop and tools. Her nostrils flared slightly, as if she were also trying to identify that strange scent. She remained silent for a moment before picking up the ceramic dish. "Wait here." She left behind those words and hurried away with the ointment and the 2 warriors, heading in the direction of the Kuja City Palace. Jiang Yu was once again locked in the small room, continuing his wait. This time, the waiting was even more agonizing than before. The ointment had been sent to Hancock. How would she test it? Find an old scar? Or use an animal? Would she try it herself? How effective would it be? Even if it was just a tiny bit of placebo effect making the skin feel smoother and more delicate. Time passed second by second, and the light in the small room gradually dimmed as dusk fell. Just as Jiang Yu thought there would be no results today, the wooden door was pushed open again. This time, only Sandersonia entered. The expression on her face was extremely complex, a mixture of disbelief, deep suspicion, and a hint of irrepressible shock. She held the ceramic dish in her hand, and a small amount of the ointment inside seemed to have been used. "Elder sister," Sandersonia spoke, her voice somewhat dry, "wants you to come back at this time tomorrow. Same place." She didn't mention the test results, but judging by her demeanor and Hancock's command to meet again, the ointment seemed to have worked. At the very least, it hadn't produced any negative effects and might even have had a positive reaction. A heavy stone slightly lifted from Jiang Yu's heart, but it was immediately replaced by another. Having an effect, even a negligible one, meant that Hancock's expectations and desire for control over him would further increase. Whether the next meeting would be a blessing or a curse was even harder to predict. "Yes, Lady Sandersonia." Jiang Yu lowered his head, concealing the emotions in his eyes. Sandersonia gave him a long, deep look, as if trying to see through him inside and out. "Jiang Yu, I don't know what methods you used, nor do I know where you learned the name and usage of cold jade spirit fungus. But I must warn you, elder sister is not someone you can toy with. Any mistake, and you won't be able to bear the consequences." "I understand. I only wish to survive and contribute my meager strength to Her Majesty." Jiang Yu repeated his previous rhetoric. Sandersonia said no more and signaled that he could leave. By the time he returned to the harbor stone house, night had fallen. Jiang Yu lay on the hard board bed, exhaustion washing over him like a tide, yet his mind remained unusually clear. The first step was a success, but it was only the first step. The brand on Hancock's shoulder was far more complex and deep than the old scars or animal skin used for testing. The dosage required next, the fine-tuning of the formula, and perhaps even the need for other means, such as Hancock's own haki, were all unknowns. Moreover, as he demonstrated his value, the degree to which he was being drawn into the core secrets of Amazon Lily was deepening. To complete the conquest, his current status as a useful tool was far from enough. He had to find a way to slowly transition from being exploited to becoming a partner, or even a flash of the panic and deep-seated pain he'd seen in Hancock's eyes when she turned in the hot spring crossed his mind. That brand was not just a scar, but the manifestation of her spiritual shackles. If he really could help her in this regard, even just a little bit, Could he pry open a crack in her fortress-like heart? The thought made his heart race slightly, but he quickly calmed down. He was thinking too far ahead. For now, he had to deal with tomorrow's meeting first. The next day, same time, same place. Jiang Yu was again led to that secluded stone house. This time, Sandersonia did not follow him inside, but simply stood guard outside. Inside the room, someone was already waiting for him. Boa Hancock. She wasn't wearing her iconic long red dress today, but rather a dark, form-fitting outfit suitable for movement. Her long hair still flowed loosely, but her expression was much calmer than the last time at the hot spring, regaining that lofty majesty of the Empress. However, when those beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Yu, the scrutiny and inquiry within them were deeper and sharper, as if she wanted to dissect his every subtle expression. On the stone platform sat the ceramic dish, and beside it was an even smaller, sealed jade box. "Your ointment," Hancock began, her voice flat and emotionless. This queen used it on an old, long-standing injury. She paused for a moment, seemingly observing Jiang Yu's reaction. Jiang Yu simply stood respectfully with his head bowed, not interrupting. After 12 double hours, the color of the scar seems to have faded a sliver. The tightness of the skin has also eased slightly, Hancock said slowly, her tone unreadable. Though the effect is minuscule, it is indeed present, and there were no adverse reactions. Jiang Yu's heart settled. It worked. Even if it was just an extremely weak improvement, nearly a psychological one, it was enough. This proved that his direction, or perhaps his blind luck, might have been partially correct. "This is only a preliminary test, Your Majesty," Jiang Yu replied cautiously. "The medicinal properties are mild and require long-term, repeated use to potentially see cumulative effects. Furthermore, different scars have different causes and depths. The formula and dosage will need to be adjusted accordingly." Hancock gave a non-committal response. She walked to the stone platform and opened the smaller jade box. Inside was more cold jade spirit fungus sap, about a dozen drops, and a larger cold spring stone. "These materials are enough for you to take the next step." Hancock turned around, her gaze fixed piercingly on Jiang Yu. "This queen wants you to formulate a more potent ointment specifically for a certain and more stubborn scar. The time limit is 5 days. Her tone brooked no argument. Jiang Yu knew exactly what those certain and stubborn scars referred to. The true test was only just beginning. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best," Jiang Yu responded, his mind racing. Increasing the potency meant adjusting the formula proportions, possibly adding other supplementary materials, and even attempting to introduce more concepts of energy channeling. The risks were also increasing exponentially. Furthermore, Hancock took a step closer, that invisible pressure once again enveloping Jiang Yu. "During the formulation process, you must explain to this queen in detail the principles of every step, the medicinal properties of the materials used, and exactly what you mean by energy harmonization. This queen needs to fully understand the process." She wanted to monitor and, more importantly, learn, or rather, verify if Jiang Yu truly possessed some unique system of knowledge, rather than relying entirely on luck and mystification. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. This meant he could no longer be vague. He had to present a more systematic and self-consistent theory, even if much of it was a patchwork of common sense from his previous life and observations of this world. "I shall obey Your Majesty's command." He lowered his head, knowing there was no way back. Hancock looked at him for a moment. In those beautiful eyes that seemed to see through one's soul, beneath the coldness, there seemed to flicker an extremely faint, indescribable emotion. Was it expectation, doubt, or perhaps a sliver of nearly hopeless longing for the possibility of unbinding her own shackles? She said no more, turned, and left the stone house, leaving Jiang Yu alone with those precious and dangerous materials on the stone platform. The door closed, and the small room returned to dimness. Jiang Yu slowly exhaled, his gaze gradually becoming firm. 5 days, more potent medicinal effects, a complete theoretical explanation. This wasn't just a technical task, it was a game of psychology and wit. He walked to the stone platform and lightly touched the jade bottle containing the ice blue liquid. It felt cold to the touch. The system's light screen flickered slightly in his consciousness, and the complex entanglement mark behind Boa Hancock's name seemed to have deepened by another fraction. A glimmer of light had appeared, but the road ahead was even more rugged. He had to proceed step by step, under the gaze of this deep-thinking and powerful empress, to carve out a path to survival, and perhaps a thorny path leading to the depths of her heart. 5-day limit. Silence returned to the stone house, broken only by the occasional slight crackle of the charcoal stove. The cold spiritual aura of the cold jade spirit fungus lingered in the air, along with the faint fragrance and invisible pressure left by Hancock upon her departure. Jiang Yu stood alone before the stone platform, his gaze sweeping over the jade bottles, cold spring stones, and various herbs. The 5-day limit hung over his head like a sword of Damocles. His previous success had been a fluke. This time, Hancock wanted a potent formula specifically for stubborn, specific scars, and she expected him to explain the principles behind it. This meant he couldn't rely on vague intuition and crude imitation. He had to construct a theoretical system that was at least logically self-consistent, even if it was filled with localized adaptations and conjectures based on this world. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting his heart rate, which had accelerated due to the Empress's presence, calm down. His mind began to rapidly integrate information. The common knowledge of herbs he had encountered on Amazon Lily, his rudimentary observations of Haki energy, especially the heart-palpitating pressure released by Hancock, his scientific knowledge of skin repair, scar formation, and pigment metabolism from his past life, though it might not be entirely applicable in this fantasy world, and that most important and mysterious concept of energy. Energy, Jiang Yu muttered to himself. In this world, devil fruits, haki, and even many peculiar creatures and substances contained extraordinary energy. Since Hancock's brand was left by the celestial dragons, it might also be tainted with some kind of special energy residue that was marking or cursed in nature, making it difficult to eliminate through conventional means. His thoughts gradually became clear. The goal of the new ointment was not just physical nourishment and repair, but also an attempt to interfere with or overwrite that potentially existing branded energy. The ice-attributed energy of the cold jade spirit fungus might be the key, but it required more precise guidance and stronger penetrative power. He re-examined the materials. The juice of the cold jade spirit fungus was the core, but its nature was too cold and fierce, requiring a more effective neutralizer and carrier. The cold spring stone was an excellent neutralizer and stabilizer. Perhaps it could also serve as an energy amplifier. He needed to find other medicinal herbs that could assist in penetration, strengthen repair, and synergize with the ice-attributed energy. Information from the corners of his memory surfaced. There was a plant on Amazon Lily called bone-piercing vine, whose extract was said to slightly enhance the permeability of objects into living tissue, often used in external dressings for deep wounds. There was also moonlight sand, a fine sand collected from specific beaches on the island under the moonlight, which contained a faint, gentle energy often used for soothing and stabilization. He added these new names to his list and adjusted the proportions of the original auxiliary medicines. He increased components that promoted blood circulation and cellular activity, while adding a trace of dreamleaf herb, which had a slight anesthetic and analgesic effect, to reduce any possible discomfort, considering the sensitivity of the branded area. More importantly was the theory of energy harmonization. He needed to concoct a story that sounded reasonable. Perhaps he could draw on the simple philosophies of yin-yang harmony and energy's mutual generation and restriction, combined with this world's understanding of haki, armament, haki hardening, and flow, to propose a hypothesis. Using gentle nourishing energy as the base and ice gold spiritual aura as the edge to gradually saturate, soothe, and even isolate the abnormal mark's energy. He even planned to try some simple hand gestures or meditative cues during the preparation process, for the benefit of anyone who might be watching, to make the whole process look more like a unique alchemical refinement technique. With the plan set, Jiang Yu no longer hesitated. He lit the charcoal stove and began processing the auxiliary herbs, this time with even greater precision, repeatedly weighing the portions and boiling times. Sandersonia delivered food and water at scheduled times, lingering briefly each time to sweep her sharp gaze over the stone platform and Jiang Yu's condition, but she did not interrupt his work. On the second day, when Jiang Yu began processing the bone-piercing vine and moonlight sand, Sandersonia finally couldn't help but speak, her tone full of suspicion. The medicinal properties of the bone-piercing vine are overbearing, and while the energy of moonlight sand is gentle, it is difficult to control. Are you sure you want to add these? Elder sister's skin. Please rest assured, Lady Sandersonia, Jiang Yu said as he carefully filtered the extract of the bone-piercing vine, which was a pale amber liquid. The bone-piercing vine is used only in minute quantities and undergoes special treatment so that it only enhances the penetration of the medicinal power rather than acting directly on the skin. The moonlight sand is calcined and ground to extract only its most stable energy base, used to balance the fierce nature of the cold jade spirit fungus and enhance the overall stability of the ointment. I have repeatedly calculated the specific proportions and steps. He answered methodically, using the explanation he had prepared in advance. Sandersonia stared at him for a few seconds before finally saying nothing more, though the doubt in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. On the third day came the core step, processing the increased dose of cold jade spirit fungus juice. Jiang Yu became even more cautious, dripping the juice in multiple, extremely slow stages into the pre-treated cold spring stone essence mixed with various neutralizing auxiliaries. Meanwhile, he held his hands over the container, eyes closed in concentration, posing as if he were guiding the flow of energy. In reality, he felt absolutely nothing and was relying entirely on his acting skills. While whispering a harmonization mantra he had composed that sounded profound but was actually hollow. This process lasted an entire morning. When he finally finished and opened his slightly sore eyes, he saw that the mixture had taken on a deeper, more translucent ice blue emerald color than before. Within it, tiny specks of light seemed to flow slowly, and the fragrance it emitted was even more crisp and distant, with a hint less coldness and a bit more harmony. Even he was a bit surprised. Its appearance seemed better than expected. When Sandersonia delivered lunch and saw this semi-finished product, she was clearly stunned, a flash of shock crossing her eyes. She said nothing, put down the food, and left in a hurry, presumably to report. On the fourth day, the final fusion and shaping took place. He integrated all the processed ingredients into the base liquid in a strict order and manner, stirring constantly while observing changes in color, scent, and viscosity. Jiang Yu was fully focused, as if performing a precise ritual. When the last drop of Kujin nectar was blended in, the entire jar of ointment finally presented itself as a lustrous, pale green paste with an ice blue shimmer. Its texture was as delicate as the finest silk, and its fragrance was complex yet harmonious, possessing the vitality of plants, the clarity of an ice spring, and a faint, inexplicable sense of tranquility. It was done. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing. These 4.5 days of high-intensity mental and physical labor had drained his mind more than any previous work. He sealed the ointment, cleaned the workbench, and then slumped onto a nearby stone stool, waiting for the final inspection and defense. At dusk, the door of the stone house was pushed open once again. This time, it was still Hancock herself who came. She seemed quite concerned about the progress, or rather, she held an inexpressible expectation for the result. She first walked to the stone platform, her gaze falling on the jade jar containing the new ointment. Even with her experience and composure, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes when she saw the strange luster of the paste and sensed its unique fragrance. She extended a slender finger, took a microscopic amount with her fingertip, rubbed it gently to feel its texture, and then brought it to her nose to sniff. Throughout the process, Jiang Yu held his breath in concentration. "Tell me about it." Hancock lowered her hand and turned to Jiang Yu, sitting on the only stone chair in the room that looked somewhat clean. Her posture remained elegant, but with less deliberate languor and more of a serious, listening attitude. "How is this new ointment different from the previous one? How exactly does your so-called energy harmonization work?" Finally, it was here. Jiang Yu pulled himself together, knowing that this was the real, critical examination. He stood up, walked to the stone platform, pointed at the ointment, and began to explain according to his prepared theory. Your Majesty, the previous test agent focused on gentle nourishment and preliminary energy contact. This one, however, aims to penetrate and soothe deeper abnormalities. I used the weak penetrative properties of the bone-piercing vine essence as a guide, not to provide direct stimulation, but to open a deeper channel for the subsequent medicinal power. The stable energy base of the calcined moonlight sand acts like gentle soil, supporting and balancing the ice edge of the cold jade spirit fungus. He focused on describing the process of handling the cold jade spirit fungus. Your Majesty, I introduced the juice of the cold jade spirit fungus in stages, supplemented by specific mental guidance. He briefly demonstrated the gestures and recited 2 lines of the mantra. The aim is to turn the ice-attributed energy within it from disordered to ordered, and from sharp to saturating, allowing it to act on the target area more gently and persistently rather than through crude impact. Combined with other auxiliary herbs that promote vitality and soothe the nerves, the final medicine aims to achieve 3 effects. First, to nourish damaged flesh with gentle medicinal power and promote natural repair. Second, to gradually saturate with ordered ice spiritual energy to attempt to soothe, or even isolate, any potential residual abnormal energy fluctuations of a specific marked nature. And third, to ensure the overall medicinal properties are harmonious and stable, minimizing irritation and discomfort during use. He tried his best to use terms this world might understand, blending concepts of energy, medicinal properties, and guidance together to create something that had both the mystery of ancient heritage and a certain internal logic. Hancock listened quietly, her beautiful face showing little expression. Only her deep eyes remained locked on Jiang Yu, not missing any subtle change in his expression or tone. She was judging, analyzing, and weighing how much of his words were true and how much was fiction. Mental guidance? Hancock caught a key point. You know how to use mental power, or rather, observation hacky. It is not true observation hacky, Your Majesty, Jiang Yu replied with a bitter smile, having prepared for this. It is merely a crude, clumsy method of focusing one's own intent to communicate with the materials, more like a ritual of concentration. It is worlds apart from the true application of hacky. I can sense the nature of the materials and attempt to make them more harmonious, nothing more. He positioned himself as a pharmacist with special perceptions and skills rather than a warrior, which better suited the image he had presented and reduced his perceived threat. Hancock remained noncommittal, her gaze falling back onto the ointment. How do you estimate the efficacy? She asked. Theoretically, it should be several times more potent than the test agent and more targeted. However, the stubbornness of the abnormal mark is unknown. It may require multiple long-term applications before significant improvement is seen. For the first use, I suggest testing it on a small area and observing for at least 24 hours, Jiang Yu answered cautiously. Hancock was silent for a moment. Only the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire was heard in the stone house. You have done well. Suddenly, Hancock spoke. Her voice was still flat, but Jiang Yu keenly sensed that a tiny, extremely faint trace of recognition had mixed into her cold scrutiny. This ointment, Queen will personally test it. Hancock stood up and picked up the jade jar. As for you. She walked up to Jiang Yu and looked down at him. At such close range, Jiang Yu could once again feel her suffocating beauty and majesty. You have proven your value, at least for now, Hancock said slowly. From this day forward, you are no longer a temporary servant. You are granted relatively free movement within the Harbor District and the West Forest storage area, and your necessary living supplies will be provided as needed. However, without permission, you are still forbidden from entering the core areas of Kuja City, having excessive contact with the islanders, and, above all, leaving the island. She paused, her tone turning cold. Your residence will be moved to a quieter place closer to the storage area with slightly better conditions. Queen will appoint a dedicated person to assist with your life and work. You will continue to be responsible for the research and preparation related to the ointment. If there is any progress or need, report directly to Sandersonia. As for the theory you mentioned, Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Queen needs time to verify it. During this period, You had best ensure that every word you have spoken is true." "Yes, your majesty." Jiang Yu understands. Jiang Yu replied with his head bowed, his heart in turmoil. His treatment had improved and his freedom had increased, but it also meant he was being more strictly penned in and monitored. He had gone from a disposable servant to a special asset with a specific purpose who required long-term observation. "Take care of yourself." Hancock gave him one last look, her gaze complex and hard to read, before turning and leaving the stone house with the jar of ointment that represented 5 days of Jiang Yu's hard work. The door closed, and Jiang Yu slowly sat back on the stone stool, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion and a strange relaxation. The first stage could be considered a success. He had won some space to survive and even a faint bit of importance. But he knew this was only the beginning. Hancock would personally test the ointment, and the result would directly determine his future fate. If it was effective, his status would be more secure, but more might be demanded of him if it was ineffective or had adverse effects. The consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, dedicated assistance was nothing more than a disguised form of close-up surveillance. He walked to the window, the high-up air vent, and looked out at the slowly descending twilight. The silhouette of Amazon Lily appeared quiet and mysterious in the afterglow of the setting sun. The system interface surfaced in his consciousness. Behind Boa Hancock's name, that complex mark seemed to have undergone another slight change. Within the tangled lines, there seemed to be an extra, extremely thin thread representing attention and preliminary recognition of value, although it was still wrapped in a large amount of suspicion, scrutiny, and wariness. The path seemed to have widened a little, but the mist ahead seemed even thicker. He not only had to continue playing the role of this mysterious pharmacist well, but also had to figure out how to truly advance that ethereal conquest mission under strict surveillance. Hancock's mental defenses were even more stubborn than that brand. Prying open a crack would take time, opportunity, and him demonstrating a value that transcended being a mere tool. Jiang Yu rubbed his throbbing temples. The 5-day limit had passed, and a new cycle had begun. In this kingdom of only women, how would he, the only male, find his own path through this web woven of suspicion, expectation, and strict monitoring? Nightfall completely enveloped the small house, rumors and ripples. The new residence was a standalone stone house near the Western Forest storage area, significantly more spacious than the one in the Harbor District, even partitioned with small living and working areas. Outside the house was a small patch of open ground enclosed by a fence, which could be used for drying herbs or simple outdoor processing. The improvement in conditions was obvious, but Jiang Yu also clearly saw that not far from the stone house, an inconspicuous new sentry post had been built, manned day and night. Sandersonia had assigned a young female warrior named Fura as his life assistant, though in reality, she was a round-the-clock monitor. Fura spoke little, always wore a stern face, executed orders meticulously, and her gaze followed him like a shadow. Jiang Yu's range of activity had indeed expanded. He could move freely between his new residence, the storage area paths, and several designated herb collection points, but he was still isolated from the life of Kuja City by an invisible wall. The islanders' attitudes toward him were also more complex. Curiosity remained, but it was now tinged with a degree of distance and faint exclusion due to his special treatment. Occasionally, he could hear snippets of conversation floating by about the mysterious man the Empress brought back from the sea, how he seemed to know some strange medicinal arts, and was specially settled, among other rumors. Jiang Yu was indifferent to this, even welcoming it. Rumors meant attention, and attention might isolate him from some unnecessary disturbances, while also providing a layer of vague background for his abrupt presence. He focused on his new duty, continuing his research on the ointment. After Hancock took the potent ointment, there was no word for several days. Jiang Yu did not dare to ask proactively and could only wait patiently, while taking advantage of the relatively relaxed conditions to gain a deeper understanding of Amazon Lily's resources. Under Fura's accompaniment, he identified more varieties of herbs, observed their growth environments and characteristics, and also learned about some of the island's legends and ancient medicinal processing methods from a Felindra. under the guise of asking about the edible or medicinal properties of certain herbs. This knowledge was silently absorbed by him, constantly enriching and correcting his half-true, half-false pharmacology theory. He also began to consciously exercise his body. This world was full of dangers, and without strength, it would be difficult to move even a step. He did not dare to openly practice combat techniques, which would immediately trigger the highest level of vigilance, so he could only take advantage of early mornings or evenings to perform basic physical training on the open ground outside. Running, push-ups, squats, and trying to recall a bit of the rudimentary breathing technique he had learned in his previous life, attempting to perceive and guide the chi that might exist within his body. Progress was desperately slow, but he persisted. At least, heavy physical labor no longer made him tire so easily. The peaceful, or rather, superficially peaceful, life was broken on the 7th day after the ointment was taken. That afternoon, Jiang Yu was sorting a batch of newly collected nightbreath grass with calming effects on the open ground in front of the house. Fura sat as usual on a stone stool not far away, her gaze like a hawk's. Suddenly, a burst of hurried and slightly flustered footsteps came from the forest path. The newcomer was Boa Marigold. She wore glasses, and her expression was even more serious than usual, even carrying a hint of imperceptible anxiety. She walked straight up to Jiang Yu, ignoring Fura, who immediately stood up to salute. "Jiang Yu, come with me. Elder sister wants to see you." Marigold spoke quickly and turned to leave as soon as she finished, seemingly unwilling to delay for a moment. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was finally here. Had the ointment worked? Or had something gone wrong? Looking at Marigold's expression, it didn't seem like simple good news. He didn't dare ask more, immediately put down the herbs in his hands, patted the dust off, gave Fura a slight nod, and followed Marigold's pace. This time, they did not go to that secluded stone house workshop, but headed directly toward Kuja City. As they crossed the invisible boundary between the harbor district and the city's outskirts, Jiang Yu could feel countless gazes shooting from all directions: astonishment, curiosity, vigilance. He kept his eyes forward and followed Marigold closely. The further in they went, the more exquisite the buildings became, and the patrolling warriors were more elite. The air was permeated with a solemn and powerful aura. This was the heart of Amazon Lily, the imperial city of the Kuja. They did not enter the grand palace in the center, but circled around to a quiet garden area on its side. Here, ancient trees reached for the sky, dotted with exotic flowers and rare plants, and a clear stream gurgled past. The environment was serene and elegant, a sharp contrast to the stern atmosphere outside. Deep within the garden, a small and exquisite pavilion was hidden from view. Marigold stopped outside the pavilion, turned to Jiang Yu, and whispered, "Elder sister is inside. Once you enter, watch your words and actions." Her gaze carried a deep warning. Jiang Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the pavilion. The light inside the pavilion was soft, and the decor was simple yet elegant. Hancock was standing with her back to the door in front of a carved wooden window, looking at the stream outside. Today, she wore an elegant moon-white gown, her long hair loosely pinned up, lacking some of her usual sharp dominance and gaining a bit of serenity, but that straight back still radiated an inviolable loftiness. Hearing the footsteps, she slowly turned around. Jiang Yu immediately lowered his head. "Your Majesty." "Raise your head." Hancock's voice betrayed no emotion. Jiang Yu raised his head as told, his gaze quickly scanning Hancock's face. He couldn't see much on her exquisite features, only that her deep eyes appeared exceptionally profound at this moment, as if containing 10,000 thoughts, quietly watching him. "Your ointment," Hancock spoke, her tone flat. "Queen used it." Jiang Yu's heart rose into his throat, waiting for what came next. "How does it feel?" Hancock didn't directly mention the effect, but instead asked about his expectations. "To answer your Majesty, according to the theory, after the first use, one might feel a slight cool penetration in the branded area, and the original burning or tightness should be somewhat relieved. There might be an extremely faint moisturizing sensation on the skin's surface, but significant changes require time to accumulate," Jiang Yu answered cautiously. Hancock fell silent for a moment, as if recalling the sensation. Then, she gently raised her left hand and brushed aside some strands of hair hanging over the back of her left shoulder. Her movement was very slow, carrying an imperceptible hesitation. Jiang Yu's breath hitched slightly. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse and Hancock quickly let her hair fall back, he still saw it. The dark hoof of the soaring dragon brand seemed to have really faded a tiny bit. No, perhaps it wasn't the color fading, but rather that hideous presence, which felt as if it were constantly burning, seemed to be slightly covered and neutralized by an extremely faint, ice blue, shimmering luster. It was as if a layer of thin frost had been applied over a red-hot iron. Though it failed to extinguish its core, it temporarily suppressed the searing pain. More importantly, there was no expression of discomfort or anger on Hancock's face. This meant the ointment at least hadn't caused a negative reaction. The cooling sensation, indeed it exists. Hancock lowered her hand and looked at Jiang Yu again, her gaze sharp. The feeling of tightness has also lessened slightly. She paused. The energy soothing you spoke of seems not to be entirely a lie. A weight lifted from Jiang Yu's heart. At least he was safe for now. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is only the preliminary effect. The ointment needs to be used continuously and fine-tuned based on the reaction. The brand is extraordinary and may require a long time or even be combined with other methods." "Queen knows." Hancock interrupted him, her tone still calm, but Jiang Yu heard something extremely faint and different from before. It was a kind of confirmation, a more solid perception of possibility, even a trace of relief that was almost impossible to detect. She turned back to look at the stream outside the window, her profile appearing beautiful and hazy in the light. "Jiang Yu," she suddenly called out, her voice a bit softer, "besides masking the brand, in your knowledge, are there other methods to relieve certain old ailments or hidden pains?" Old ailments? Hidden pains? Jiang Yu immediately associated this with the possibility that, besides the psychological trauma of the brand itself, Hancock and her sisters might have leftover indelible damage or aftereffects in their bodies from their time as slaves. Or perhaps it was the burden brought by long-term haki cultivation and the use of devil fruit abilities. This was a new signal. Hancock was starting to proactively present her needs to him, which meant his value had been further recognized. Their relationship was beginning to tilt from a one-sided extraction verification toward a faint demand-supply dynamic. "To answer your Majesty," Jiang Yu's brain worked rapidly, "the knowledge system from where I come indeed includes some ideas for nourishing the body, regulating energy, and relieving chronic illnesses. However, I need to understand the specific symptoms and causes to judge if there are applicable methods. Furthermore, the interior of the human body is far more complex than the skin. Any regulation must be handled with greater caution." He both showcased the possibility and emphasized the difficulties and risks, leaving himself plenty of room to maneuver. Hancock did not respond immediately, and the pavilion fell into silence once more. Only the gurgling of the stream outside reached their ears. After a long while, she slowly said, "This matter shall be discussed later. For now, continue to focus on improving the ointment. Everything you need will still be provided through Sandersonia." "Yes, Your Majesty." Additionally, Hancock turned around, her gaze becoming clear and majestic again. "Starting today, you may enter the outer area of the Royal Library to consult some basic texts on herbalism and mineralogy. Fura will take you. However, it is limited to the outer area. You must not touch any scrolls related to history, martial arts, or national secrets." The Royal Library? Jiang Yu was shaken. This was undoubtedly a huge step forward. Although it was only the outer area, it was part of Amazon Lily's accumulation of knowledge over hundreds or even thousands of years, holding inestimable value for him to perfect his theory and understand this world, at least the medical-related parts. This was also Hancock's further confirmation of his status as a researcher and a shift of resources toward him. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Jiang Yu's thanks this time carried a hint of genuine excitement. Hancock nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with his reaction. "Go now. Prepare a new batch of the ointment every 7 days and have it sent here. If you have any new ideas or needs, you may report them through Sandersonia at any time." "As you command." Jiang Yu bowed respectfully and exited the pavilion. Marigold was still waiting outside. Seeing him come out, she signaled for him to follow, and the two returned the way they came. On the way back, Jiang Yu's mood was entirely different from when he arrived. Although he was still monitored and his activities were restricted, he clearly felt that his positioning on Amazon Lily had undergone a subtle yet substantial change. From a suspicious castaway to a somewhat useful servant, then to a possibly effective pharmacist. And now, he seemed to be transitioning toward a special talent recognized and utilized to a limited extent. Though Hancock's attitude remained high and mighty, full of wariness and control, that pure killing intent and disgust seemed to have been replaced by a more complex emotion mixed with evaluation, utilization, and a faint trace of expectation. More importantly, she had proactively mentioned old ailments and hidden pains and opened library access. This meant that besides the most direct bond of the brand, other more everyday and deep points of connection might arise between them. Returning to his stone house, Fura was still following him like a shadow, but Jiang Yu felt that the walls of this prison had somehow become more transparent. He walked into the house, closed the door Fura would be guarding outside, leaned against the door panel, and slowly let out a breath. The system's light screen automatically emerged. Behind Boa Hancock's name, that complex entanglement mark now clearly showed an extra light blue thread representing preliminary recognition and limited trust. Though still thin and entwined among the dark lines representing wariness and suspicion, it was a clear and positive signal. Host's bond level with the designated target, Boa Hancock, has slightly increased. Current status: high attention, preliminary value recognition, limited resource access, deep vigilance remains. Tip: increasing bond level helps in task completion, but the host is advised to act cautiously to avoid triggering the target's resistance or alarm. Bond level: although the system didn't provide a specific numerical value, this description was undoubtedly a breakthrough progress. Jiang Yu clenched his fist, a light flashing in his eyes. Good, the direction was correct. Although the road ahead was still long and treacherous, at least he saw tangible footprints moving forward. Next, he had to make good use of the opportunity at the Royal Library to enrich his knowledge base while continuing to play the role of a focused, low-profile, and useful pharmacist. The old ailments Hancock mentioned might be a new breakthrough point. The sky outside gradually darkened, and night fell once again on Amazon Lily. This island was still strange and dangerous to him, but at this moment, a surge of unprecedented fighting spirit and a faint trace of expectation rose in Jiang Yu's heart. Rumors were still spreading on the island, but to him, those whispers were no longer mere noise. He was the mysterious man the Empress brought back, the outsider who knew ancient medicinal arts, and a special existence that might, in the future, stir up more ripples in this land of female supremacy. And all of this began on that afternoon before the rainstorm, in that hidden hot spring cave, and with that shameful brand deeply engraved on perfect skin. The night wind blew through the treetops, bringing the faint sound of bells from Kuja City in the distance. A new cycle, a new challenge, had already begun. Pages and Ripples. The Royal Library is located on the outskirts of the Kuja City Palace complex, a relatively independent, 3-story tower built of hard bluestone. The tower's exterior is ancient and heavy, covered in vines of time, and guarded at the entrance by 2 steady, older female warriors. Fura led Jiang Yu here and presented the Hancock command token, a small serpentine jade talisman, to the guards. After careful inspection, the guards' eyes lingered on Jiang Yu for a moment, scrutinizing him, before they finally stepped aside and opened the heavy, copper-clad wooden door. You are only allowed on the first floor, in the 3 rows of bookshelves on the west side. You must not go up to the second floor, and access to the basement level is strictly forbidden. Each entry must not exceed 2 hours, and I must accompany you. You must not damage, write on, or smuggle out any scrolls. You must submit to inspection upon leaving. Fura repeated the rules expressionlessly, her voice echoing in the vast library hall. Jiang Yu nodded in acceptance, his gaze already captured by the sight before him. The interior of the library was taller and darker than he had imagined, the air thick with a mixture of old paper, ink, and pest repellent herbs. Massive solid wood bookshelves stretched to the ceiling, neatly lined with countless scrolls, leather books, bamboo slips, and a few bound paper books. Sunlight streamed through the narrow windows high above, forming silent pillars of light in which dust motes slowly floated. This place contained the knowledge accumulated by Amazon Lily, or rather, the Amazon Lily tribe, over hundreds of years. Although this was merely the outer perimeter, it was a treasure trove for Jiang Yu. He walked toward the 3 rows of bookshelves he was permitted to access. The shelves mostly contained records about island products, herbal identification, mineral properties, basic medical arts, astronomical calendars, and even some ancient legends and geographical records. The script was the universal language of the pirate world, interspersed with some archaic symbols unique to Amazon Lily, making reading somewhat strenuous but not impossible to understand. Jiang Yu devoured the contents eagerly. He first searched for records related to the cold jade spirit fungus. Sure enough, in a leather book titled the Kuja Compendium of Herbs, secret scroll incomplete, he found a brief description, referring to it as the ice soul ghost orchid, growing beside extremely cold spirit springs. It was described as extremely cold in nature, containing pure ice spirit energy, capable of calming the mind and spirit. When used externally, it had a weak effect of nourishing the skin and relieving spasms and pain, but internal use or excessive external use could easily damage the meridians. The book also mentioned the cold spring stone as its common accompanying growth, capable of neutralizing cold energy and stabilizing medicinal properties. Although the records were brief, they essentially confirmed Jiang Yu's previous judgment and gave him a more precise understanding of the characteristics of these 2 materials. He continued to search for records concerning scars, brands, and energy healing. Information in this area was much scarcer and vaguer. In a fragmented scroll seemingly left by an ancient physician, the concepts of heart scars and body scars were mentioned. It suggested that certain deep-seated traumas or strong emotions leave marks that are difficult to eliminate on the body, requiring a combination of heart medicine and body medicine, and even special qi or will to guide them away. This gave Jiang Yu some inspiration. Perhaps dealing with the celestial dragons, Brand truly required a dual approach, physiological and psychological. Could Hancock's own willpower and haki be part of the treatment? He also found scattered records about Amazon Lily's unique cultivation methods. Although they did not involve the core application of haki or snake princess martial arts, they mentioned some basic breathing techniques and body tempering methods aimed at strengthening the physique and sensing natural energy. Jiang Yu silently noted them down. These might help him improve his own pitiful physical fitness. The 2 hours allocated for each visit to the library flew by quickly. Jiang Yu greedily absorbed the knowledge, combining useful information with his previously fabricated theories, constantly correcting and refining them in his mind. He even found some blank papyrus and charcoal pencils, after application and inspection, within the permitted area to record key points and new formula ideas. The preparation of the ointment did not stop. Every 7 days, based on the new knowledge gained from the library and inferences drawn from the extremely brief feedback Fura routinely provided on the previous batch, he slightly adjusted the formula. Sometimes, he increased the proportion of a certain herb to enhance moisturizing, and sometimes he adjusted the processing method of the cold jade spirit fungus juice to change the speed of energy release. He always prioritized gentleness, gradual progress, and safety. Hancock still summoned him every so often, no longer strictly every 7 days. Sometimes 10 days, sometimes half a month, sometimes in the garden pavilion, and sometimes in a quiet side hall of the palace. The content of the summons, besides listening to his reports on ointment improvements, occasionally involved other questions, such as how to process a rare herb or ideas for conditioning a certain feeling of bodily fatigue. Jiang Yu always answered cautiously, elaborating based on what he learned in the library and his own theories, never giving a definite promise, but always leaving room for discussion and experimentation. He noticed that when Hancock asked these other questions, although she still maintained the Empress's dignity and distance, her beautiful eyes, besides scrutiny, showed a more obvious focus and contemplation. She seemed genuinely trying to understand the logic in his words and evaluate their value. A peculiar, highly unequal mode of exchange gradually formed between the two. Jiang Yu was the provider of knowledge, at least on the surface, and the executor of the plan, while Hancock was the evaluator, decision-maker, and the sole beneficiary experimenter. Their topics revolved around ointment, herbs, and physical conditioning, occasionally touching upon concepts of energy application, but never involving personal feelings, past experiences, or any sensitive political issues. That invisible wall remained solid. However, Jiang Yu could sense some subtle changes. For example, the frequency of Hancock unconsciously tapping the armrest while listening to his report decreased. For example, she would occasionally nod slightly when he mentioned an anecdote recorded in the library, indicating she knew or approved of the statement. And for another example, once when Jiang Yu was explaining a massage technique to relieve muscle soreness, combining knowledge from his previous life and library records. Although Hancock remained noncommittal during the next summons, Sandersonia privately, still with a cold face, requested more detailed instructions on the steps. These details were insignificant, yet like dripping water wearing away stone, they left extremely faint traces of moisture on Hancock's closed inner world. Jiang Yu's own life continued. Physical training persisted tirelessly. Although mastering Haki was still far off, his physical fitness was indeed slowly improving. At least moving heavy objects and standing for long periods to prepare medicine were no longer so strenuous. His interactions with Fura remained stiff, and his contact with others in the port area and storage area was limited to necessary work communication. But the pure hostility seemed to have lessened, replaced mostly by habitual distance and curiosity. The rumors gradually settled, and he became a special yet vague background presence on Amazon Lily, the Empress's exclusive, somewhat capable foreign pharmacist. The peaceful days passed one by one until a certain evening. Jiang Yu had just returned to the stone house from the library and was organizing his notes for the day when Fura's deliberately raised voice, tinged with nervousness, came from outside. "Greetings, Lady Sandersonia." Sandersonia, her arrival at this hour was unexpected. Jiang Yu got up and opened the door. Sandersonia stood outside. The night was deepening, and her face showed clear fatigue, her brows tightly furrowed, and anxiety flickering in her green eyes. "Jiang Yu, come with me immediately. Bring all the medicine or materials you have on hand that might be used for pain relief, calming the nerves, or stabilizing the mind, quickly." Her tone was urgent and brooked no argument. Jiang Yu's heart sank. What happened? Why would they need these things? Did something happen to Hancock? Was there a problem with the ointment? Or something else? He dared not ask further. He immediately turned back into the room and quickly packed some finished ointments for soothing and pain relief. A simplified version he prepared himself. Several related concentrated herbal extracts and a simple set of grinding tools into a small wicker basket. "I'm ready." He came out carrying the box. Sandersonia glanced at it, nodded, and immediately turned to leave, her pace quick and hurried. Jiang Yu and Fura quickly followed. This time, they did not go to the garden pavilion or the palace side hall, but directly entered the core area of Kuja City, passing through layers of guards, finally arriving before a particularly heavily guarded independent palace hall. The hall was brightly lit, and faint sounds of suppressed groans and hurried footsteps could be heard from inside. Marigold was waiting anxiously at the entrance. Seeing them, she immediately rushed over. "Second elder sister, Jiang Yu, hurry inside. Elder sister she." "We'll talk inside." Sandersonia interrupted her and pushed open the hall door. The interior of the hall was magnificent and solemn, the outer chamber of Hancock's sleeping quarters. At this moment, the air was filled with a strong smell of medicine and a faint trace of blood. The inner curtain was tightly drawn, but painful moans continuously emanated from within. The sound was suppressed and broken, completely devoid of her usual dignity and composure, carrying a sense of deep, bone-piercing torment. Jiang Yu's heart plummeted. It was indeed Hancock. "What happened?" Sandersonia urgently asked an older female medical officer guarding the inner door. The female medical officer looked pale and whispered. Her Majesty's old ailment suddenly flared up, more violently than ever before. Excruciating chest pain, chaotic circulation of qi and blood, and Haki disturbance. Our usual soothing agents are having minimal effect. Old ailment, the hidden pain from an old ailment, Hancock had vaguely mentioned before. Was it this severe? "Let me see what you brought back." Sandersonia turned to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately opened the wicker basket and quickly explained. This is calming paste, based primarily on night rest grass, supplemented with a small amount of dream leaf grass. Applied externally to the temples or chest, it helps calm the mind and relieve nervous pain. This is blood amber powder extract. It can gently guide qi and blood, but must be dissolved in warm water and taken internally in minute amounts. Do not overdose. And this is the ice soul ghost orchid. The diluted essence of the cold jade spirit fungus. An extremely minuscule amount might help stabilize the chaotic sense of energy. He handed over the paste and powder, emphasizing the usage and dosage. At a time like this, any mistake could be fatal. Sandersonia and Marigold took the items and quickly consulted with the female medical officer. The female medical officer examined the medication provided by Jiang Yu, especially sniffing the diluted cold jade spirit fungus essence, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she did not object. Quick, take them inside and try, Sandersonia urged. The female medical officer hurried into the inner room with the medicine. The curtain fell, blocking the view, but Hancock's painful moans could still be faintly heard from inside, wrenching the hearts of those listening. Standing in the outer hall, Jiang Yu could feel the extreme anxiety and worry radiating from Sandersonia and Marigold. They paced back and forth, fists clenched, their eyes constantly glancing anxiously toward the inner curtain. Time passed minute by minute, each second feeling like a century. Finally, the moaning from the inner room gradually subsided, becoming intermittent and faint, before finally settling into a weary silence. After a little while longer, the female medical officer drew back the curtain and emerged, sweat on her forehead, but her expression somewhat relieved. How is she? Sandersonia and Marigold immediately rushed over. Her Majesty's severe pain has temporarily eased, and her breathing has stabilized somewhat, the female medical officer whispered. The calming paste, provided by Mr. Jiang Yu, seemed to work quickly when applied externally, helping Her Majesty stabilize her mind. We only used a pinhead-sized amount of the diluted ice soul ghost orchid essence, mixing it into the soothing agent for ingestion, and it seemed to have some effect on calming the chaotic power within Her Majesty. The blood amber powder has not yet been used. She looked at Jiang Yu, her gaze filled with complex scrutiny. Her Majesty has fallen asleep, but this flare-up was too fierce. Since the root cause is not removed, I fear. Hearing this, the slight relief on Sandersonia and Marigold's faces hardened into solemnity again. The sisters exchanged glances, seeing the pain and lingering fear in each other's eyes. Sandersonia turned to Jiang Yu, silent for a moment before speaking. You did well this time. Her voice was dry, but the affirmation was genuine. I merely did my best. Jiang Yu lowered his head. His heart was also turbulent. Hancock's old ailment was so dangerous, and it seemed related to haki or some internal energy disturbance. This was undoubtedly an extremely important piece of information, and it meant he had a more direct and urgent place to be useful. You will stay in the outer hall tonight, Marigold said, her tone unquestionable. In case Her Majesty's condition relapses, we need you to provide advice or medicine at any time. This was soft confinement in disguise, but also a further test of trust or dependence. Yes, Jiang Yu replied. He was arranged to rest in a side room off the outer hall of the sleeping quarters, and Fura was also transferred to stand guard in the outer hall. Hancock's inner chamber remained curtained and silent. Lying on the couch in the side room, Jiang Yu was wide awake. The events of the night were like a giant stone thrown into a seemingly calm lake, stirring up massive ripples. Hancock's vulnerable side was presented to him in such a direct and fierce manner. She was no longer the high and mighty, impeccable empress, but a real individual tormented by old pain. His ointment might be slowly affecting the external brand. And tonight, the medicine he provided seemed to have offered some relief for her internal, old ailment. These two things, one external and one internal, both touched upon Hancock's most core pain and secrecy. His presence and necessity in her life seemed to be quietly increasing. The moonlight outside, the window streamed through the lattice, cold and clear. Jiang Yu looked at the moonlight, and the system interface silently unfolded in his mind. Behind Boa Hancock's name, the lines representing attention, recognition, and vigilance seemed to be silently flowing and intertwining, becoming more complex and profound. After tonight, certain things had quietly changed. He slowly closed his eyes. Tomorrow, when Hancock woke up, what would her attitude be toward this man who had once again provided help, even if only auxiliary, in her moment of crisis? And how should he himself seize this turning point, which brought both danger and opportunity? The long night stretched on, and in the depths of the Amazon Lily Palace, no one slept. Night talks and morning light. The night was deep, and the outer hall of the palace was silent. Only the distant palace lanterns cast a dim, yellow glow through the window paper, accompanied by the occasional faint friction of armor as Fura, standing guard outside, adjusted her posture. Jiang Yu lay on the hard couch in the side room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hancock's weak but steady breathing was faintly audible through the door curtain from the inner room. Those heart-wrenching groans of pain had finally ceased, yet the silence only felt heavier for it. Hancock's chronic condition was more troublesome than he had imagined. It seemed to be more than just physical internal injuries. It was deeply connected to her emotions, her haki, and perhaps even her unbearable past as a slave. When the acute pain flared up, the violent and chaotic energy fluctuations within her body created a suffocating sense of pressure that even Jiang Yu in the outer hall could faintly feel. That his rudimentary medicine, based on a superficial understanding of medicinal properties and energy, actually provided some relief was certainly a good thing, but it also meant that Hancock's level of need for him had escalated again. With that would inevitably come closer scrutiny and higher expectations. He gently turned over, his gaze falling on the simple ceiling of the side room. He had been on Amazon Lily for several months now, progressing from a shipwreck survivor nearly turned to stone, to a trembling temporary servant, and now to this special existence, half imprisoned in the palace, holding some of the Empress's health secrets. Every step had been like walking on thin ice. The system's tasks remained out of reach, and while a tiny crack seemed to have been pried into Hancock's mental defenses, their thickness and strength remained despair-inducing. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, a very slight rustle of fabric came from the inner room, followed by a suppressed, weary cough. Jiang Yu immediately held his breath. "Who is outside?" Hancock's voice rang out, much deeper and raspier than usual, carrying the weakness of someone newly recovered from a major illness, yet retaining its inherent sense of majesty. Fura, guarding the outer hall, responded immediately in a low voice. "Your Majesty, it is your subordinate Fura. Also, Mr. Jiang Yu is waiting in the side room of the outer hall, just in case." There was a moment of silence from the inner room. Jiang Yu could imagine Hancock frowning at this moment. "Let him come in." Hancock's voice came again, carrying the weight of an unquestionable command. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was so late, and Hancock had just woken up after falling into a deep sleep from intense pain, yet she wanted to see him. He dared not delay. He rose immediately, straightened his somewhat wrinkled clothes, he had been sleeping in them, gently pushed open the side room door, and walked into the outer hall. Fura had already lifted a corner of the inner room's curtain and gestured to him. Jiang Yu steadied his nerves and walked inside with a bow. The interior of Hancock's bedchamber was simpler and grander than he had imagined, lacking excessive luxury. There was only necessary furniture and a few ornaments that exuded an ancient aura. The air was filled with a faint scent of medicine and Hancock's unique fragrance. The massive bed was half obscured by heavy curtains, and Hancock was leaning against the headboard, covered by a brocade quilt. Under the lamplight, her face was so pale it was almost transparent. Her usual dazzling brilliance had dimmed considerably. Her long lashes were lowered, casting faint shadows under her eyelids, and her lips had lost their usual rosy hue. Her jet-black hair was loose, making her face look even paler. She wore only a plain white silk nightgown, the collar slightly open to reveal her exquisite collarbones and a small patch of equally fair skin. At this moment, stripped of her Empress's aura and armor, she revealed a rare, genuine vulnerability. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it also stirred a sense of pity. Of course, Jiang Yu did not dare show the slightest hint of it. "Your Majesty." Jiang Yu stopped several paces away from the bed and lowered his head. Hancock raised her eyes to look at him. Those beautiful eyes lacked their usual sharpness and coldness, replaced by a deep exhaustion, a lingering trace of pain, and a few hints of complex scrutiny. The medicine you, provided she began, her voice still raspy, has some effect. It is Jiang Yu's honor to be able to ease your majesty's pain slightly. Jiang Yu replied cautiously. Hancock did not respond. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment, as if trying to read something from his expression. Jiang Yu maintained a submissive posture, keeping his eyes downcast and his mind focused. You seem to have anticipated Queen's chronic condition? Hancock suddenly asked. Her tone was flat, yet it carried an invisible pressure. Jiang Yu's heart tightened, knowing he had to handle this question carefully. To answer your majesty, Jiang Yu did not previously know the specific details of your majesty's condition. It was only because your majesty once asked for a way to relieve hidden pain that Jiang Yu speculated your majesty might need some regulation. The medicine provided this time was mostly based on general principles of calming the nerves, relieving pain, and guiding the blood and qi. It was not specifically targeted. He kept his words vague, both demonstrating his ability to speculate based on her inquiry, and emphasizing the generality of the medicine to avoid appearing as though he knew too much. Hancock closed her eyes slightly, as if gathering strength or weighing the credibility of Jiang Yu's words. The bedchamber fell into a temporary silence, broken only by the occasional faint crackle of the lamp wick. After a long while, she reopened her eyes and looked toward the bed curtains. Her voice was somewhat distant. This intense pain has plagued Queen for many years. Every time it strikes, it feels as if my soul is being torn apart. Ordinary medicines have very little effect. She had actually taken the initiative to mention her own pain. Though her tone remained calm, the agony and helplessness contained within were genuinely conveyed. This was undoubtedly an extremely rare signal of her lowering part of her guard. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. He chose his words carefully. Your Majesty, intense pain is often rooted in deep-seated imbalances or old wounds. Simply stopping the pain only treats the symptoms. To alleviate or even cure it, one might need to find the root cause and treat it both internally and externally. The root, Hancock murmured, her lips curling into a faint, almost self-mocking arc. Some roots cannot be severed. She was clearly alluding to something, the physical and mental trauma left by her time as a slave. Jiang Yu remained silent. This topic was too sensitive, he didn't dare respond lightly. Hancock didn't seem to expect an answer either. She turned her gaze back to Jiang Yu, her eyes regaining a bit of clarity. You said before that your knowledge system includes ideas for nourishing the body and regulating energy. For Queen's situation, besides medicine, are there other auxiliary methods? She was actively seeking more help. This meant that the effectiveness of the medicine tonight, combined with her current weakened state, had caused her to develop a more substantial reliance and expectation of Jiang Yu's abilities. Jiang Yu's mind raced. Medicine was merely an external aid. To truly affect a powerhouse of Hancock's level, especially when it involved haki, emotions, and other deep factors, he might need to combine it with other methods. To answer your Majesty, he said slowly, besides medicinal regulation, perhaps some auxiliary means can be attempted. For example, coordinating specific breathing techniques with meditation to calm the mind and guide the natural flow of energy within the body. Or, supplementing this with gentle massage techniques to relax muscles and meridians that have been tightened by long-term pain, improving the circulation of blood and qi. However, these methods require your Majesty's cooperation and must be done progressively, without haste. Furthermore, they must be conducted when your Majesty's body allows and with a reliable person nearby to supervise. He threw out the concepts of breathing technique, meditation, and massage. These were relatively gentle, non-invasive methods that sounded plausible. At the same time, he emphasized cooperation and supervision, handing the initiative and safety responsibility back to Hancock's side, thereby reducing his own risk. Hancock listened quietly. Her pale face showed little expression, but her gaze was exceptionally focused. She seemed to be seriously considering Jiang Yu's words. Breathing technique, meditation, she whispered. Do they share commonalities with the cultivation of haki? There may be common principles, but the purposes differ, Jiang Yu explained. Haki cultivation aims to condense, enhance, and utilize power. The breathing and meditation I speak of focus more on inner peace, guidance, and harmony. They aim to return the body and mind to a state of natural balance, which might indirectly stabilize Haki and alleviate the pain caused by energy disorder. He skillfully linked his methods to Haki, increasing his persuasiveness. Hancock was lost in thought. She struggled, seemingly wanting to sit up straighter, but she aggravated something. Her brow furrowed, and she let out a barely audible grunt of pain. Jiang Yu instinctively took half a step forward but stopped immediately. Bowing his head, he said, "Your Majesty, please do not force yourself. What you need most right now is quiet rest." Hancock glanced at him and didn't try to get up again, merely adjusting her leaning position. "The things you mentioned? Once Queen feels better, we can give them a try." She gave a non-committal consent, but at least she hadn't refused. She was silent for another moment before suddenly asking, "Why are you helping Queen?" The question came somewhat abruptly. Jiang Yu's heart jumped, knowing this was another critical test. Jiang Yu's life was spared by Your Majesty, and being able to find a place on Amazon Lily is also Your Majesty's grace. He chose the safest and most truthful reason. Sharing Your Majesty's burdens is both a way to repay you and my duty. Moreover, studying medicine and solving difficult problems is my personal interest. Seeing my knowledge applied, and perhaps even helping others, is for me a kind of realization of value. He combined gratitude, duty, personal interest, and a sense of value. It sounded reasonable, neither overly flattering nor hypocritical. Hancock did not immediately evaluate his answer after he finished. Her gaze scanned Jiang Yu's face as if trying to pierce through his skin and look directly into the depths of his soul. That gaze was no longer purely a cold scrutiny like at the beginning. It was a mixture of exhaustion, inquiry, and a very faint, complex emotion that even she hadn't fully clarified. After a long time, she withdrew her gaze and looked back at the top of the bed. Her tone returned to its usual flatness, though the weakness was still evident. "You may withdraw. Tonight's matters are not to be spread outside." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jiang Yu takes his leave. Jiang Yu bowed and slowly backed out of the bedchamber. Returning to the side room of the outer hall and closing the door, Jiang Yu finally felt a thin layer of sweat on his back. The conversation just now had seemed calm, but it was actually fraught with hidden dangers. Every one of Hancock's questions could have hidden a trap. But the gains were also immense. He had seen Hancock's vulnerable, true side and received her preliminary permission for auxiliary therapy. More importantly, their conversation was no longer limited to pure business reporting and had begun to touch on more personal levels, though still very cautiously. He lay back on the couch, his mind unable to settle for a long time. Hancock's final question, "Why are you helping Queen?" might not have just been a test of his loyalty and motives. Could it have also vaguely touched upon a long-lost, extremely tiny sense of uncertainty within her regarding goodwill or pure help? Outside the window, the sky had unknowingly turned a faint grayish-white. The long night was about to pass. When the first ray of morning light struggled through the clouds and fell upon Amazon Lily, a slight and orderly movement came from outside Hancock's bedchamber. The female medical officer, Sandersonia, and Marigold walked in, talking in low voices, to begin their routine examination and care. Jiang Yu was also permitted to leave the outer hall and return to his stone house to rest, but he was told to remain on standby. He walked through the cool morning air, looking at the silhouette of Kuja City gradually becoming clear in the morning light, his mind clear. Last night's crisis and conversation were like a key. Although they hadn't opened that tightly shut heart, they had undoubtedly left a fresh scratch on the lock that could be explored. And what he had to do in the coming days was to carefully, bit by bit, try to turn this key. The morning light shone on him, casting a long shadow. A new day had begun, and with it, new challenges and opportunities had quietly arrived, shadows and traces. Hancock's sudden relapse of her old illness was like a brief yet violent storm. Though it passed, it left deep marks on the leadership of Amazon Lily and on Jiang Yu's life. After the storm, the surface seemed to return to its usual order. Jiang Yu went back to his stone house and resumed his regular life, preparing weekly ointments, heading to the outskirts of the Royal Library to study under Fura's supervision, performing basic physical training, and occasionally being summoned to the palace to report on the ointment's progress or answer miscellaneous medical inquiries. Hancock did not summon him late at night again, nor did she take the initiative to mention that night's conversation regarding auxiliary therapy, as if it were merely an interlude blurred by pain. But Jiang Yu could clearly feel that some things had indeed changed. First was his relationship with Sandersonia and Marigold. While these two sisters of the Empress still couldn't be said to trust him, their deep-rooted wariness and hostility seemed to be replaced by a more complex emotion. There was more scrutiny in their gaze as they evaluated him, and a very faint loosening of their stance, born from the fact that he might be useful, which even they themselves might not admit. Sandersonia remained cold in her speech, but her tone lacked the deliberate difficulty of before when assigning tasks. Marigold would occasionally ask for more details on matters involving medicinal herbs or physical conditioning, showing a more pragmatic concern. Secondly, there was his presence among the commoners of Amazon Lily. The news that he had been urgently summoned to the palace that night and hadn't returned until morning, even though he only stayed in a side room of the outer hall, followed by the news of the Empress's improving health, had quietly spread. Although the details were strictly suppressed, vague rumors that the man who knows medicine seems to have performed a great service began to circulate. When people in the port area and storage areas saw him again, the curiosity and distance in their eyes remained, but it seemed to be joined by something, an indescribable mix of awe and apprehension. Afelandra even went so far as to whisper to him once while handing over a batch of newly collected herbs. The Empress's well-being is a blessing for the island. Behind these veiled words was undoubtedly an indirect recognition of his contribution that night. The greatest change, however, came from Hancock herself. She didn't mention her old illness again, but the time she received the new ointments Jiang Yu sent every week became very punctual. Furthermore, the feedback Sandersonia or Marigold brought back, though still brief, was more specific. The cooling sensation lasts longer, the tension seems to be softening, no discomfort felt. This meant Hancock was using it consistently and seriously, carefully feeling the effects of the medicine. More importantly, during several routine audiences, Hancock began to more frequently ask questions that seemed to have no direct connection to the ointment, but were related to recuperation, energy, and state of mind. If one's mind is restless for a long time and they cannot sleep at night, is there any way to channel it besides medicine? Once, in a garden pavilion, she asked seemingly at random while watching the fish swimming in the pond. Besides the breathing and meditation mentioned before, Jiang Yu answered cautiously, one could try to channel pent-up frustration and guide the mind back to peace through a regular routine, moderate activity. Not intense combat, closeness to nature, such as the flowers and plants Your Majesty enjoys, or even through music and writing. He packaged some conventional psychological adjustment methods as recuperation arts of this world. Hancock heard this, but gave no indication of agreement or disagreement, only letting her fingertips lightly brush over a blooming, night-blooming Sirius by the pavilion railing. On another day, in a warm, window-side room of the palace, she was reviewing reports when she suddenly asked, without looking up, if one seeks ferocity and speed in hacky cultivation, it inevitably damages one's foundation. Is there a method to gain progress while also nourishing the body? This question went deeper, touching upon the core contradiction of her own power system. Jiang Yu knew he had to be even more careful. Your Majesty, Jiang Yu's knowledge of haki is shallow. I dare not speak recklessly on cultivation methods. He first distanced himself, but reasoning from common principles, ferocity and nourishment are perhaps like the two poles of yin and yang, requiring a dynamic balance. Perhaps, alongside full-force cultivation, one could deliberately set aside time for complete, quiet recuperation, allowing the body and haki to naturally provide feedback and repair. Or, one could try to perceive the nodes and circuits of energy flow during cultivation to avoid blindly pushing with brute force and instead seek a more harmonious way of exerting power. Of course, this is merely speculation. The specifics would require Your Majesty's own realization. He introduced concepts like balance, quiet recuperation, and harmony, which were consistent with general principles without touching upon specific cultivation secrets, leaving plenty of leeway. Hancock stopped her pen and looked up at the distant mountains outside the window. After a long silence, she said faintly, "Balance, easier said than done." There was a barely audible trace of fatigue and self-deprecation in her tone. These scattered conversations were like a stream seeping into parched earth. Seemingly insignificant, they bit by bit changed the invisible wall between the two of them. Jiang Yu was no longer just a tool who provided ointment. He was gradually becoming someone Hancock could exchange ideas with, albeit limitedly, in the vague field of recuperating the body and mind, and finding the balance between power and pain, even though his knowledge was mostly built on speculation, packaging, and reinterpretation of the common sense of this world. Jiang Yu also keenly exploited this change. In the library, he began to consciously look for fragments related to mental cultivation, energy harmony, and ancient body tempering, even if they were just legends or conjectures, so they could provide more basis for his next response to Hancock's questions. He even tried adding a tiny, trace amount of a spice recorded in the scrolls to have a mind-calming effect to the weekly ointment, specifically explaining when presenting it. "This spice is in a trace amount and may assist in soothing the nerves. Please use it at your discretion, Your Majesty." He left the choice to Hancock. Hancock accepted it without comment, but in the feedback for the next ointment, the phrase "the fragrance is crisp and can temporarily relieve frustration" was added. These bit-by-bit interactions slowly and steadily wove a web composed of demand, response, verification, and fine-tuning, connecting Jiang Yu and Hancock more closely, though the chasm of status and layers of mental defenses still remained. Of course, beneath the calm, the undercurrents never ceased. Surveillance near Jiang Yu's residence remained tight. Fura never left his side, and it was unknown how many eyes were in the shadows. His extremely subtle attempts to probe the current situation of other mission targets, such as Robin, Nami, and the others, all sank like stones in the ocean or drew Fura's wary gaze. Amazon Lily's isolation from the outside world made it almost a perfect island. He also tried to use his improved physical condition and the rudimentary breathing techniques he learned from the library to more actively perceive and guide the energy that might exist in his body, but with little success. Without a systematic cultivation method or guidance from a master, his personal power grew at a frustratingly slow pace in this world, where the strong were revered. He was more like a pseudo think tank and pharmacist who existed by clinging to Hancock's needs. His own independence and sense of security remained incredibly fragile. Days passed amidst surface-level dullness and bottom-level undercurrents. The weather on Amazon Lily gradually turned cooler, and the leaves in the forest were tinged with gold. One day, Jiang Yu was as usual checking a fragmented scroll about legends of ancient harmony alchemists in the library. It was filled with myths and metaphors, but perhaps some ancient wisdom regarding energy harmony could be extracted, with Fura guarding the door. Suddenly, an unusual commotion came from outside the library. It seemed many people were running quickly, and shouts like "pirate ship," "unfamiliar flag," and "approaching" could be heard faintly. Jiang Yu's heart stirred, and he closed the scroll. An outside ship was approaching Amazon Lily. This was extremely rare deep within the comm belt. Could it be a merchant ship that had lost its way? Or a certain figure wearing a straw hat flashed through his mind. What's happening outside? Fura also heard the commotion and warily gripped the hilt of the blade at her waist, asking the guard at the door. A guard hurriedly glanced inside and said in a low voice, "The patrol boat discovered an unfamiliar small pirate ship approaching the outer waters of the island. The flag has never been seen before. Lady Sandersonia has already taken people to investigate." It wasn't the iconic sheep-headed ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. Jiang Yu felt a bit disappointed, but then he perked up again. Any intrusion by outsiders could break the existing balance of Amazon Lily and bring about variables. Before long, the commotion gradually subsided, and it seemed the ship had been intercepted or dealt with. Jiang Yu and Fura were ordered to stay in the library and not go out. It wasn't until evening that Jiang Yu was allowed to return to his residence. On the way, he heard some scattered discussions. It seemed the pirate ship came from an obscure small pirate group that had accidentally entered the calm belt. The ship was damaged, and the personnel seemed to have been detained, though the specifics were unknown. This was just a small interlude, quickly swallowed by the daily rhythm of Amazon Lily. But Jiang Yu vaguely felt that this might be a signal. Amazon Lily was not completely cut off from the world, and the waves of the outside would eventually reach here. Late at night, Jiang Yu was organizing today's library notes under an oil lamp, considering whether to try adding a newly discovered stone milk moss extract, which was said to enhance skin elasticity and metabolism, to the next ointment. Knock, knock. An extremely faint tapping sound, almost like an illusion, came from the back window of the stone house. Jiang Yu's movements paused, and he slowly raised his head. The back window of his stone house faced a steep mountain wall and dense bushes. Usually, there was no sign of human activity. Fura was guarding the front door, and the hidden sentries' lines of sight were mainly focused on the front and flanks. Who was it? He held his breath and gently blew out the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. He moved noiselessly to the window and listened intently. Outside, there was only the rustling of the night wind blowing through the bushes. Just as he thought he had misheard, the tapping sound rang out again, this time clearer and with a certain rhythm. Immediately after, an extremely low, whisper-like unfamiliar female voice came from outside the window crack. "Mr. Jiang Yu, I know you, can hear me, don't make a sound, just listen to me." Jiang Yu's heart leaped. He had never heard this voice before. It wasn't anyone he knew on Amazon Lily. Was it someone from that pirate ship that intruded today? How did she know his name? And how did she find this place? "I mean no harm, at least not for now," the whisper continued, speaking quickly with a strange cadence. "Listen, I'm very interested in your medical arts and your relationship with that empress. I want to make a deal with you, a deal regarding freedom and the truth." Freedom, truth. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted in the darkness. What exactly did this mysterious intruder know, and what did she want to do? Tomorrow afternoon, in the Western Forest Storage Area, at the entrance of the deepest abandoned mine. If you also want to leave this island, or want to know more about the system and missions, come alone. Remember, alone. The voice faded, and there was no more sound outside the window, as if everything just now had been a hallucination. Jiang Yu stood frozen in the darkness, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. System, missions. These two terms exploded in his mind like thunder. This mysterious woman not only knew his name, his research into medical arts, and his connection with Hancock. She actually knew about the system and missions, too. Who was she? Another transmigrator, or a native of this world who knew of the system's existence? Was she friend or foe? Were the freedom and truth she mentioned a trap or an opportunity? Countless questions surged wildly, making him almost unable to breathe. The night wind outside still wailed, but now it sounded as if it carried endless mystery and danger. The peaceful days were completely shattered. The shadow had arrived, and the scars ran deeper. The road ahead was suddenly filled with a thicker and more unpredictable fog, shadows in the mine. Inside the dark stone house, only Jiang Yu's heavy breathing echoed. The wind outside the window whimpered, sounding exactly like the lingering whisper left by that mysterious woman, wrapping around his ears, refusing to dissipate. System, mission? These two words were like red-hot brands, searing deep into his consciousness. This was his biggest secret, the root cause of why he was forced to remain in this world and carry out this absurd strategy. No one should know about it, except for the cold, ruthless system itself. How did this sudden, unidentified woman find out? What were the freedom and truth she spoke of? After the fear, astonishment, and a hint of panic from having his secret exposed, a strong thirst for knowledge and the instinct to escape his current predicament ignited in his heart like wildfire. His situation seemed much improved compared to the beginning, but in reality, he was still a trapped beast in a cage, entirely dependent on Hancock's unpredictable temperament and her chronic ailment that could relapse at any moment. He needed strength, information, and a chance to break the deadlock. This mysterious woman, no matter who she was or what her intentions were, might be the only variable right now. but the danger was also evident. This could very well be a trap, designed to use his secret to lure and capture him, possibly even jeopardizing his precarious status and life on Amazon Lily. Her demand to come alone was clearly intended to avoid surveillance by Fura and the hidden guards. But if this was a setup, going alone would be walking straight into a snare. To go or not to go? Jiang Yu stood in the darkness for a long time until his legs went numb, and the cold night wind pouring through the window crack made him shiver. He slowly sat back down on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough sheet. Go, he must go. Not because he was gullible, but because he had no other choice. He couldn't miss any opportunity to learn the truth about the system and gain clues about freedom. Furthermore, the fact that the person could silently infiltrate the heavily guarded vicinity of Amazon Lily's core area, find his residence, and accurately state his secret, itself meant that she, or the power behind her, possessed unimaginable abilities or an information network. Hiding, he feared, was not an option. But he couldn't go unprepared either. He forced himself to calm down and began to analyze. The abandoned mine cave deep within the West Forest storage area, he knew that place. It was a relic left over from mining some kind of associated ore long ago. The entrance was hidden behind waist-high thorny bushes, and the interior was winding, deep, and long abandoned, usually completely deserted. It was indeed an ideal location for a secret meeting. He needed to find a way to avoid Fura and the hidden guards. Fura was practically glued to his side, especially when he left the stone house. He had a rough idea of the hidden guards' locations, but it might not be comprehensive. Tomorrow afternoon. Could he use the interval after lunch when Fura routinely takes a short break or changes shifts? Or could he use the excuse of going deep into the storage area to look for samples of some rare medicinal herb? This required a plausible reason that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And his own safety. He was utterly defenseless against possible danger. Perhaps he could bring something for self-defense, for example, some highly irritating medicinal powder left over from mixing ointments, or secretly hide a small knife used for processing herbs, one that wasn't sharp but sturdy enough. Countless thoughts clashed and simulated in his mind. That night, Jiang Yu barely closed his eyes. The next day, the weather was gloomy, with leaden gray clouds hanging low, as if rain might fall at any moment. The air was filled with a sense of oppression. Jiang Yu acted as he usually did. He woke up early for simple physical training, ate the breakfast Fura brought, and then began organizing the previous day's notes and preparing a batch of dried herbs that needed processing today. His movements were steady, his gaze focused. He showed no sign of abnormality. Fura remained silently guarding his side, her gaze occasionally sweeping over him. As noon approached, Jiang Yu spoke casually. Fura, I want to go check out the West Forest storage area this afternoon. I saw a record in the library last time about something called stone milk moss, which is said to have miraculous effects on skin repair and might grow near damp caves. I want to look around the abandoned mine cave. Perhaps I can find some. The reason was sound. He had indeed been studying relevant records recently and had often shown enthusiasm for finding new medicinal materials. Furthermore, stone milk moss was one of the alternative ingredients he had considered adding to the new ointment last night. Fura frowned slightly, glancing at the gloomy weather outside the window. It's going to rain, and the path there is difficult. The mine cave has been abandoned for many years. It might be dangerous. I'll be careful. I'll just look around the periphery. I won't go deep inside, Jiang Yu said calmly. If I find it, it might help with the next improvement of Her Majesty's ointment. Besides, staying cooped up inside all the time is boring. The last half-sentence carried a perfectly measured trace of the helplessness of a captive. Fura fell silent for a moment. Her orders were to monitor Jiang Yu and restrict his scope of activity, but they didn't completely forbid him from conducting research-related activities within designated areas. Moreover, Jiang Yu had been very compliant lately, and Her Majesty the Empress seemed to value his work. I must accompany you, Fura finally said, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Of course, Jiang Yu nodded. This was exactly what he expected. What he needed was Fura's accompaniment, not her prevention. Once they arrived, there would be a chance. After lunch, the rain indeed began to fall lightly. Jiang Yu donned a waterproof cloak, standard island equipment, put on a bamboo hat, and slung a rattan basket used for gathering herbs over his back, containing a small trowel, cloth bags, and a bottle of water. He secretly slipped a small packet of medicinal powder, wrapped in oil paper and mixed with various irritating plant powders, into his sleeve pocket, and tucked the bone knife used for processing herbs into a hidden spot on his waist. Fura also put on her rain gear, wearing her sword, and followed one step behind him. The two walked into the west forest one after the other. The rain hitting the leaves and cloaks made a dense rustling sound. The light in the forest was dim, mist began to spread, and visibility was greatly reduced. This weather, however, provided natural cover for a secret operation. Following the familiar path deeper, the area became increasingly remote. The rain made the road muddy and slippery. Jiang Yu walked very carefully, and Fura also heightened her vigilance, constantly scanning the misty forest around them. Finally, they reached the edge of the storage area. Further ahead was a more primal and dense woodland, and the abandoned mine cave was located not far away, beneath the mountain wall. "It's just up ahead," Jiang Yu said, pointing to the vaguely visible outline of the mountain wall covered in dense, thorny vines. Fura nodded, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, signaling Jiang Yu to walk ahead. Approaching the mountain wall, the sound of the rain lessened, blocked by the rock. The entrance to the mine cave was indeed extremely hidden. It would be difficult to find without prior knowledge. Thick vines and thorny bushes almost completely sealed the entrance, leaving only a gap large enough for one person to bend down and pass through. Inside, it was pitch black and bottomless, emitting the smell of damp earth and rotting wood. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Fura looked at the deep, dark opening, her brow furrowing even tighter. This kind of place was clearly unsuitable for lingering and made it harder to guard against accidents. "I'll just look around near the entrance. I won't go inside. I heard that stone milk moss likes to grow in semi-shady, semi-damp spots like cave entrances," Jiang Yu said, putting down his rattan basket and pretending to carefully examine the rocks and ground near the entrance, using the small trowel in his hand to poke here and turn over there. Fura stood a few steps behind him, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The rain mist and dense vegetation severely limited visibility. While pretending to search, Jiang Yu kept an eye on Fura and the cave entrance with his peripheral vision. Time passed minute by minute, and his heart rate gradually accelerated. Had that mysterious woman arrived already, or was this just a prank or a trap? Just when he was about to give up and collect some random moss to make do. Snap! An extremely faint sound, like a dry branch being snapped, came from deep inside the mine cave. Jiang Yu and Fura both tensed instantly. "Who's there?" Fura yelled sharply, instantly drawing her blade. She lunged forward, blocking the space between Jiang Yu and the cave entrance, her sharp gaze fixed on the depths of the dark cavern. Jiang Yu nervously gripped the packet of medicinal powder hidden in his sleeve. Inside the cave, there was dead silence, broken only by the sound of raindrops dripping down the vines. But the sound just now was definitely not a hallucination. Fura's expression was solemn. She slightly lowered her body into a defensive stance and shouted toward the entrance again, "Come out, or I'm coming in." Still, there was no response. Fura quickly glanced back at Jiang Yu, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Her duty was to protect Monitor Jiang Yu, and she shouldn't rashly enter such an unknown, dangerous cave. But that sound just now, just as she was weighing her options. Whoosh! A subtle sound of something cutting through the air suddenly shot out from inside the cave. Its target was Fura. Fura reacted instantly, swinging her blade to block. With a crisp clink, a small object, seemingly a pebble, was knocked away. But immediately after, several more whistling sounds shot out from different angles. They were incredibly fast and cunningly angled. "Watch out," Fura growled. Her blade flashed, striking down all the incoming projectiles, but she was forced to move 2 steps to the side, away from the direct front of the cave entrance. At that very instant, a dark shadow shot out from the cave like a phantom. Its speed was so great that it left a faint afterimage in the rain and mist. Its target was not Fura, but Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's vision blurred as a great force suddenly seized his arm, violently dragging him into the cave. He instinctively wanted to cry out, but his mouth was firmly covered by a cold, powerful hand, while the other hand tightly clasped his waist, rendering him immobile. MMPH, Jiang Yu struggled, but the strength of his captor was far beyond his ability to resist. Fura, his muffled cry was trapped in his throat. Fura had just struck down the last projectile. Seeing this, her eyes widened in fury. "Let him go," she roared, rushing toward the shadow with her blade raised. But the shadow, holding Jiang Yu hostage, moved with incredible agility, slipping backward like a swimming fish and vanishing into the darkness of the mine tunnel. At the same time, it flung several more whistling projectiles at Fura, forcing her to dodge and block once again. Jiang Yu, Fura urgently pursued him into the cave, but the interior was pitch black and the terrain unknown. Fearing she might accidentally injure Jiang Yu, she was momentarily outpaced by the shadow, hearing only the sound of rapid footsteps and rustling clothes quickly receding into the depths of the cavern. Damn it, Fura gritted her teeth and chased inside without hesitation. Simultaneously, she pulled a signal flare from her pouch and vigorously set it off. Whoosh boom. A sharp whistle, followed by a burst of striking red light, pierced through the rain and mist, exploding under the gloomy sky. This was the emergency distress signal of the Kuja warriors. Deep inside the mine tunnel, the shadow holding Jiang Yu seemed to pause for a moment, but its speed did not decrease. Instead, it accelerated into the winding depths of the cave. Jiang Yu, his mouth covered, struggled. His lungs burned from lack of oxygen and terror. He could feel that his captor was slender but possessed astonishing strength, moving swiftly and silently through the dark, rugged mine tunnel as if on level ground. Was it that woman? The darkness, narrowness, jarring movements, unknown fear, and the suffocating feeling of being held hostage intertwined, nearly causing him to faint. The packet of medicinal powder in his sleeve had long since been dropped somewhere during the struggle, and the small knife at his waist could not be drawn due to the tight grip around him. After traveling through the darkness for an unknown length of time and turning several corners, the sounds of the pursuers, Fura, and any potential reinforcements seemed to have been temporarily shaken off by the winding tunnels and the distance. The captor finally stopped in a relatively spacious side tunnel, which seemed to have been a former miner's rest area. She violently pressed Jiang Yu against the cold rock wall, slightly loosening the hand covering his mouth, but her other arm remained clamped around his waist like an iron band. "Don't make a sound unless you want to die here immediately." The low female voice, carrying a strange rhythm, sounded right next to Jiang Yu's ear, so close that her breath brushed his earlobe. Jiang Yu gasped rapidly. In the absolute darkness, he could barely make out a blurry silhouette and a pair of eyes that seemed to faintly glow even in the dark. "Who are you?" he asked hoarsely, his voice trembling from the recent suffocation. Now is not the time for introductions. The woman's voice was cold and hurried. "Listen, I don't have time to waste talking to you. I know your secret, the Conqueror of the Heavens system, right? And your damned capture mission." Jiang Yu's heart pounded, just as he thought. "What do you want?" He forced himself to remain calm. "Cooperation or a trade?" The woman spoke rapidly. "I can give you intelligence about the system, and perhaps even a way to break free from some of its forced restraints. In exchange, you must help me do one thing." "What is it?" "Soon, a pirate wearing a straw hat named Monkey D. Luffy will arrive at Amazon Lily. I need you to do everything in your power to help him leave safely, and ensure that when he meets Hancock, he is not turned to stone. It would be best if you could also establish some kind of good relationship between them." Luffy, it truly was related to Luffy. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Did this woman know the plot? Did she also want to facilitate the meeting between Luffy and Hancock? What was her goal? "Why should I trust you, and how do you know I can accomplish this?" Jiang Yu countered. In the darkness, the woman seemed to let out a small laugh, one laced with mockery and a hint of imperceptible exhaustion. "Because you are currently the only man near Hancock who can speak a few words to her, because your half-true, half-false medical arts actually have some effect on her, and because you have no choice. As for how I know, you don't need to know. You only need to answer. Deal, yes or no." Her words struck Jiang Yu's weak spot. He truly had no choice. Regardless of who this woman was, her proposal was the only opportunity that might bring about a turning point. Helping Luffy? This itself aligned with the plot development he remembered and might even help him complete his mission to capture Hancock, since Luffy was the key to Hancock's affection. But the risk was immense. If Hancock discovered, he was secretly helping an outsider, especially a male pirate. How can I be sure the intelligence and methods you provide are real? Jiang Yu asked finally. After the deed is done, I will naturally contact you and give you the first part of the intelligence as a deposit. As for the rest, it depends on your performance. The woman seemed impatient. I don't have time. Decide quickly. The Kuja pursuers will soon search the entire mine area. In the distance, the noisy sounds of people and footsteps could already be faintly heard echoing through the cave, and the light of torches flickered intermittently in the winding passage. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree, but you cannot harm anyone on the island, including Fura. Don't worry, that was just a little trick to get away. The woman released the hand gripping his waist but remained vigilant. Remember your promise. If you dare to play tricks or reveal a single word to Hancock. Her voice suddenly turned cold. I found you once, and I can find you again. If that happens, you will bear the consequences. Having said that, she suddenly shoved Jiang Yu aside. Jiang Yu stumbled and hit the rock wall. Before he could regain his footing, he felt the woman retreat rapidly like a phantom, quickly disappearing into a narrower, darker side path nearby. Almost simultaneously, the sound of chaotic footsteps and the light of torches rapidly approached from the main passage. Jiang Yu, where are you? It was Fura's anxious shout, mixed with the stern commands of Sandersonia. Jiang Yu leaned against the cold rock wall, breathing heavily, his heart still pounding uncontrollably. Everything that had just happened felt like a terrifying dream. The deal was struck, but ahead lay even more unpredictable fog and danger. He composed himself, and facing the direction of the torchlight, he shouted with all his strength. I'm here. The sudden rain has just stopped. The light of the torches dispersed the thick darkness in the mine's fork, illuminating Jiang Yu's pale face and his somewhat disheveled figure. Fura was the first to rush before him, her face a mix of lingering alarm and relieved urgency. She grabbed his arm with such force that Jiang Yu hissed in a breath of cold air. How are you? Are you injured? Where is the attacker? Fura asked in a rapid-fire succession, her sharp gaze scanning his entire body while she looked warily at the dark forks around them. Immediately after, Sandersonia arrived with a squad of fully armed Kuja warriors. The torchlight danced on their resolute and cold faces, casting flickering shadows against the cave walls. The fury in Sandersonia's green eyes was almost palpable. She first shot a fierce glare at Fura, clearly dissatisfied that Jiang Yu had been abducted right under her nose, before turning her cold, scrutinizing gaze toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, what happened? Who was the attacker? How many were there? Which direction did they run? Sandersonia's voice was like a blade tempered in ice, every word carrying a suppressed pressure. The cave fell silent instantly, leaving only the crackling of the burning torches and the suppressed breathing of the warriors. All eyes were focused on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart was still racing, but his mind was exceptionally clear. He knew his answer was crucial and had to be flawless. The mysterious woman had demanded secrecy, but he had to provide a logical explanation for why he was taken and how he escaped unharmed without exposing her existence or their deal. A look of lingering fear appeared on his face. This was genuine and required no acting. He took a few breaths before saying in a voice tinged with dread, Lady Sandersonia, I don't know exactly what happened. Fura and I had just reached the entrance to look for medicinal herbs when we heard a sound inside. After Lady Fura gave the warning, hidden weapons were fired. Then, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out. They were incredibly strong, covered my mouth, and dragged me into the cave. It was too dark inside. I couldn't see their face at all. I only know, it seemed to be a woman and her movements were unnaturally fast. He described the process truthfully, omitting the dialogue, emphasizing the traits of great strength, high speed, and being a woman. These features were both real, the woman was indeed like that, and didn't point to a specific target. Amazon Lily was entirely female, so the description was almost meaningless. Why did she grab you? And why did she let you go? Sandersonia stared intently into his eyes, not missing a single flicker of emotion. I don't know why she grabbed me. Jiang Yu shook his head, his face showing confusion and lingering fear. She dragged me here and seemed to want to ask me something, but I was too scared to hear clearly. Then she seemed to hear the sound of you chasing us. She got very flustered, pushed me away, and ran into that narrow passage over there. He pointed toward the dark fork where the mysterious woman had disappeared, his expression earnest. I really don't know anything. She hardly spoke the whole time. Even if she did, the echoes in the cave were loud, and I was so terrified I couldn't make anything out. He framed himself as a completely passive victim who had narrowly escaped, fitting his image as a powerless pharmacist. Fear and confusion were the best covers. Sandersonia's brow furrowed, her gaze moving back and forth between Jiang Yu's face and the deep fork in the path. Jiang Yu's explanation sounded reasonable. An unidentified attacker might have had some purpose, kidnapping, interrogation, but abandoned it in haste when pursuers arrived. This wasn't without precedent on Amazon Lily, though it was extremely rare. She ran that way. Sandersonia pointed to the fork. Why, yes, Jiang Yu nodded. One squad, pursue, search every fork carefully. I want her found, dead or alive. Sandersonia immediately ordered the warriors behind her. A small squad of elite warriors unhesitatingly raised their torches and charged into the narrow passage. Fura, take him back to the stone house immediately and keep him under strict guard. Without my order, he is not to step a single foot out of that room. Sandersonia then snapped at Fura, her tone even harsher this time. For this dereliction of duty, you are to blame. Fura's face turned pale as she lowered her head and replied, yes. Lady Sandersonia, Jiang Yu timely showed a worried expression. Could that attacker be someone from the pirate ship that approached the island yesterday? Could they have accomplices? He cleverly linked the attacker to yesterday's foreign vessel, which could divert some attention and made it seem like he was concerned for the island's safety. Sandersonia's eyes flashed. I will investigate this matter. You go back first and do not wander around lately. She said no more and waved her hand, signaling Fura to take him away. Under the escort of Fura and two other warriors, Jiang Yu retraced his steps, stumbling out of the cold, damp mine. Outside, the rain had lessened slightly, but the sky had grown even gloomier. Back at the stone house, Fura pushed him inside and locked the door behind him. She stood guard outside like a door god, the atmosphere more solemn and oppressive than ever before. Jiang Yu slumped into a chair, only then feeling like every bone in his body was falling apart. The arm and lower back, where the woman had grabbed him, throbbed with pain, and cold sweat had long since soaked his inner shirt. That response just now had exhausted all his mental energy. He was safe for now. Sandersonia seemed to accept his story, or at least she didn't show intense suspicion immediately. But the subsequent investigation would surely be very rigorous. Could that mysterious woman escape capture? If she were caught, would she confess to the deal with him? Also, what she mentioned about Luffy. Is Monkey D. Luffy really about to arrive at Amazon Lily? According to his vague memories, Luffy's intrusion into Amazon Lily triggered a series of events that eventually led to Hancock falling in love with him, which happened on the eve of the Marineford War. The current point in time, Jiang Yu couldn't judge precisely, but it felt like there was still some time left. He had to be prepared. Helping Luffy meant dealing with that incredibly arrogant empress who was extremely repulsed by men, and perhaps even speaking up for Luffy in front of her. How difficult that would be. One wrong move would mean total destruction. But it was also an opportunity, one that could significantly advance his capture mission and even influence the future plot. The intelligence and way to break the shackles promised by that mysterious woman. How much of it was credible? Who was she really? Friend or foe? Countless questions and pressures surged in like a tide, making him feel a sense of suffocation. As night fell, the rain stopped completely, but the dark clouds didn't disperse, leaving the night sky starless. Outside the stone house, the sound of patrol footsteps was more frequent and dense than usual, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Clearly, Sandersonia had tightened security throughout the area. Jiang Yu hurriedly ate the dinner Fura brought in, which was even simpler than usual, and it tasted like wax. He forced himself to calm down and began thinking about the next step. The most important thing now was to maintain his composure. He couldn't let this accidental event cause him to panic and arouse deeper suspicion from Hancock. He needed to resume his role as the law-abiding, useful, and recently frightened pharmacist who needed comforting. The next day, the expected summons did not come. Neither Sandersonia nor Marigold appeared. Only Fura's surveillance became even stricter. Even his time to stretch his limbs in the clearing behind the house was strictly limited. Jiang Yu wasn't surprised by this. After such an incident, the Empress's side would certainly need time to investigate and assess. He took the opportunity of being confined to the house to focus more on organizing the knowledge he had gained from the library. Combining it with his memories, he began to silently construct a more complete theoretical framework for physical and mental cultivation and energy balance in preparation for Hancock's future inquiries. At the same time, he began to carefully recall every detail of Luffy's intrusion into Amazon Lily. How was he discovered by the Empress's sisters? How was he brought before Hancock? How did he unexpectedly break through Hancock's defenses with traits like having zero interest in women and protecting the brand on his partner's back? This information was vital. He had to ensure his help could precisely fit the key nodes of the plot without appearing too omniscient. On the afternoon of the third day, the door to the stone house was finally knocked. It wasn't Sandersonia who came, but Marigold. Her face still bore its usual seriousness, but in the gaze she directed at Jiang Yu, there seemed to be a hint of complex meaning beyond scrutiny. "Jiang Yu, elder sister wants to see you," Marigold said succinctly. Yes, Jiang Yu stood up, his heart tightening. What was meant to come had finally arrived. This time, Marigold brought him directly to a side hall within the palace where he had never set foot before. The furnishings inside were more private and had a lived-in feel, appearing to be a place where Hancock spent her daily life or handled private matters. The air was filled with a faint, familiar scent of ointment, the kind he had formulated, and another elegant incense. Hancock sat on a large chair covered in soft fur. She wasn't wearing her formal long dress or combat gear as usual, but instead a comfortable light purple housecoat. Her long hair was loosely tied up with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks. She held a book in her hand, but her gaze wasn't on it. Instead, she looked calmly at Jiang Yu as he walked in. Her complexion was much better than the night her old ailment flared up, having regained its former fair radiance. However, a very faint, hard-to-detect gloom seemed to shroud her brow. The gaze in her beautiful eyes was also deeper and more inscrutable than usual, with less laziness and more of a quiet scrutiny. "Your Majesty," Jiang Yu bowed, his posture submissive. "Rise," Hancock put down the book, her voice flat. "I heard you were attacked in the forest the day before yesterday." "Yes, Your Majesty. Thanks to Lady Fura's quick reaction and Lady Sandersonia's timely arrival, I was fortunate enough to be unharmed." Jiang Yu credited the guards, placing himself in the position of a victim and one who was protected. Hancock nodded slightly. "Did you see the attacker's appearance? Do you know their purpose?" Jiang Yu repeated the same story he had told Sandersonia, using the same tone of lingering fear and confusion, emphasizing the attacker's strength, speed, female identity, and their hasty flight due to the arrival of pursuers. Hancock listened quietly, her finger unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the chair, but her gaze never left Jiang Yu's face. That quiet scrutiny made Jiang Yu feel an invisible pressure, more heart palpitating than Sandersonia's fury. According to Sandersonia's report, the hidden weapon techniques used by the attacker and the movement shown during the escape do not resemble ordinary pirates. Hancock spoke slowly, her tone betraying no emotion. "The personnel on the pirate ship that intruded yesterday have all been captured and interrogated. They are all low-level characters, and none possess such skill." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yu like autumn water. "Have you offended someone on the island? Or is there something you are hiding from the Queen?" The last sentence suddenly turned soft, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, piercing straight into Jiang Yu's heart. Jiang Yu's heart jolted, but he tried his best to maintain a look of bewilderment and a hint of grievance. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. Since I arrived on the island, I have been cautious in word and deed, only researching medicine under your Majesty's assignment. I have had very little contact with the islanders, let alone offending anyone. As for hiding things, everything I know and have learned, I have spoken of without reservation whenever your Majesty inquired. How would I dare hide anything? Regarding this attack, I am still shaken and completely baffled. I hope your Majesty will investigate thoroughly and clear my name. He spoke earnestly, placing himself entirely in a passive and victimized position, and threw the question back to Hancock. As a strictly monitored outsider, what secrets or enemies could he possibly have? Hancock stared at him for a long time without speaking. The side hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, with only the smoke from the incense curling up elegantly. Just as Jiang Yu was almost unable to bear the pressure of that gaze, Hancock suddenly looked away, gazing at the gloomy sky outside the window. Your ointment, she suddenly changed the subject, the Queen has been using it. Recently, the frequency of the old pain in my heart seems to have decreased. Jiang Yu immediately seized this opportunity to shift the topic away from the attack. It is your Majesty's great fortune. It is my honor that the ointment can be of some benefit to your Majesty. If combined with the breathing and meditation methods I mentioned before, and practiced step by step, the effect might be further stabilized. Hancock responded noncommittally, picking up the book again but not opening it. I will continue to investigate the matter of the attacker. You stay in your residence for now and do not go out lately. Do not neglect the preparation of the ointment. Yes, your Majesty. I understand, Jiang Yu replied with his head lowered, his heart relaxing slightly. This hurdle seemed to have passed for now. Although Hancock still had suspicions, she at least hadn't taken harsher measures immediately and had recognized the effectiveness of the ointment, giving him room to breathe and continue maneuvering. You may leave. Jiang Yu takes his leave. Exiting the side hall and walking back to the stone house, Jiang Yu's mood didn't truly light. The profound meaning in Hancock's final glance, along with the sharpness beneath her calm when she mentioned the attacker's extraordinary skill and that they weren't from yesterday's pirate ship, all made him realize that this empress was by no means easy to fool. She might have temporarily accepted his story, but the seeds of suspicion had been sown, and she clearly hadn't given up the investigation. And he himself was now completely grounded. This meant that in the short term, he had lost most of his freedom to actively contact the outside world or even prepare for Luffy's arrival. Did that mysterious woman really escape? When and in what way would she appear again to demand he fulfill his promise? And Luffy, the specific time of his arrival had become a sword hanging over his head, not knowing when it would fall. Jiang Yu looked up at the still gloomy sky over Amazon Lily. Although the rain had stopped, a larger storm seemed to be quietly brewing behind the dark clouds. He had to be more careful, more cautious, and at the same time, use this time of being grounded to make more thorough preparations. Whether it was to deal with Hancock's potential further testing or to welcome the Straw Hat Boy destined to stir up trouble, he had to become more valuable and better at finding that sliver of survival within these heavy whirlpools. Back at the stone house, he locked the door, sat at the table, spread out a new sheet of papyrus, and picked up a charcoal pen. He needed to replan and rededuce. The sky outside the window remained dark and uncertain. Asters in bloom. The aftermath of the attack was like ripples from a stone thrown into the center of a lake, continuing to sway through Jiang Yu's life. His movements were restricted to the stone house and the small open space behind it. Fura's surveillance had increased to an unprecedented level, her eyes almost never leaving him. Sandersonia would occasionally visit in person, scrutinizing him with her sharp green eyes and asking questions about the details of that day. Although her tone was no longer as harsh as it was initially, that cold sense of probing was always present. There was silence from the direction of the palace. Hancock did not summon him again. Jiang Yu behaved exceptionally well. He no longer made any requests to go out, staying inside every day to organize his notes, derive formulas, and practice that crude breathing technique. Occasionally, under Fura's watchful eye, he would perform basic physical activities in the clearing behind the house. He did his best to mold himself into the image of a researcher who was still shaken, full of lingering fears, and only wished to bury his head in safe matters. The investigation into the attackers seemed to yield no results. The search party sent by Sandersonia spent several days deep in the mine and the surrounding mountain forests but found nothing. That mysterious woman seemed to have vanished into thin air. Interrogations of the crew from the foreign pirate ship also failed to provide more leads. The matter seemed destined to be temporarily shelved, with the conclusion of unidentified person broke in and escaped. But Jiang Yu knew that the suspicion in Hancock's heart would not be easily dispelled. The sword of Damocles hanging over his head was only temporarily withheld. He had to take advantage of this relatively peaceful period of confinement to make more preparations. On one hand, he delved deeper into the knowledge obtained from the library, especially the parts concerning mental cultivation, energy perception, even if only theoretical speculation, and the specific herbal compatibility taboos of Amazon lily. He tried to further integrate these things with the common sense of his previous life and the theories he had previously fabricated for Hancock, constructing a more complete and persuasive system. He even began to try simulating deeper, academic discussions with Hancock in his mind, presetting various possible questions and responses. On the other hand, he repeatedly simulated possible scenarios after Luffy's arrival. The way the Straw Hat Pirates broke into Amazon Lily, the conflict with the Kuja warriors, the dramatic scene of Luffy being brought before Hancock, the subtle changes in Hancock's mindset. He chewed over every detail in his heart. He had to find an intervention point, a clever node that could both help Luffy, completing the deal with the mysterious woman, without immediately enraging Hancock, and might even conversely promote his bond with Hancock. This required extremely precise timing and a deep understanding of Hancock's psychology, and the latter was exactly what he lacked most at the moment. He could only speculate from limited contact and observation. Hancock's pride and fragility coexisted, her extreme concern over the Celestial Dragon's brand, her potential unexpected reactions to pure or special people, like Luffy, her responsibility towards her sisters and the nation. Could these fragmented perceptions piece together a psychological map sufficient to guide his actions? Days passed slowly in a suppressed calm. The climate of Amazon Lily gradually warmed, the greenery in the forest became more lush, and various rich floral scents began to drift through the air. The originally bare clearing next to Jiang Yu's stone house also sprouted dots of wildflowers under the nourishment of the spring rain. One morning, Jiang Yu was stretching in the clearing behind the house as usual, with Fura leaning against the fence nearby on guard. The sunlight was good, dispelling the gloom of previous days and making one's mood inevitably relax a bit. Just as he finished a set of simple stretches and was preparing to return to the house, a light and slightly hurried set of footsteps came from the path leading to the storage area. The newcomer was Marigold. She held a delicate small jade box in her hands, her face bearing an expression Jiang Yu hadn't seen in a long time, one that was slightly relaxed and even hinted at a trace of joy. Jiang Yu, Marigold walked closer and signaled Fura to step back a bit. Lord Marigold, Jiang Yu bowed. Elder sister asked me to give this to you. Marigold handed over the jade box. This is the first batch of Aster Roland flower dew from this spring, meticulously cultivated by the palace gardeners. It is said to have excellent effects in calming the mind and soul, as well as moisturizing the skin. Elder sister said for you to see if it can be used to improve the ointment, or to prepare some other soul-soothing items. Jiang Yu's heart stirred slightly as he took the jade box with both hands. The box felt cool to the touch. Upon opening a crack, an elegant and rich sweet fragrance, as if it had condensed the essence of spring, wafted into his nose, refreshing his mind. Inside was about half a box of clear, crystalline liquid with a faint purple glow. Aster Roland? He remembered seeing it in a volume of floral miscellany in the library. It was an extremely rare orchid variant unique to Amazon Lily. It only grew by spiritual springs in specific valleys and had a very short flowering period. Collecting its morning dew was time-consuming and laborious, leading to the saying, "A drop of flower dew is worth an inch of gold." It had miraculous effects on calming emotions and nourishing the body and mind, and had always been a tribute reserved for the royal family. Hancock actually gave such a precious thing to him for research and use. this was definitely not just further expectation for the ointment's effect. This was more like a gesture to reconfirm his value and utility after the turmoil of the attack. Perhaps it even implied a tacit approval and reward for his recent, well-behaved performance. Please tell Her Majesty that Jiang Yu will certainly do his best to study it and live up to Her Majesty's trust, Jiang Yu said solemnly. Marigold nodded, looked at him again, and suddenly lowered her voice. In the past few days, elder sister's old ailment hasn't flared up again, and her sleep at night has been much better. Your ointment is indeed useful. Although her tone remained flat, the sense of affirmation was clearer than at any time before. To be of help to Her Majesty is Jiang Yu's greatest honor, Jiang Yu said modestly, though he was secretly delighted. The continued effectiveness of the ointment was undoubtedly the most important cornerstone for stabilizing his position. The improvement in Hancock's physical condition also meant her emotions might be more stable, which would be a good thing for dealing with future variables, whether Luffy or others. Marigold said no more, turned and left. Jiang Yu carried the jade box back into the house and carefully placed it on the workbench. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice onto the jade box, making the pale purple flower dew appear even more translucent. He pondered for a moment, not immediately starting to research the uses of the flower dew. Instead, he first summoned the system interface. The pale blue light screen expanded. Behind Boa Hancock's name, those complex lines representing attention, recognition, and wariness seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The pale blue thread of recognition seemed clearer, although it was still entwined with the dark color of wariness, its brightness had increased. The line representing attention seemed to have extended a small, new branch with a very faint, indefinable soft glow, like the meaning of gifting or sharing. Target Boa Hancock continues to recognize the effects of the agent provided by the host, with slight improvements in physical and mental states. The host's positioning as tool value and potential assistant in the target's heart has been strengthened. The target has shown a preliminary intention to share resources with the host tentative. Prompt: this is an opportunity to further consolidate trust, but one must be mindful of boundaries to avoid being seen as overstepping or having ulterior motives. The system's prompt confirmed his guess. The Aster Roland flower dew was not just a material, but a signal. Jiang Yu took a deep breath to calm his mind. He knew his next actions needed to be even more cautious. This flower dew was too precious. Its use must be exceptionally well considered. Add it directly to the existing branding ointment? Perhaps, but he needed to consider whether its fragrance and medicinal properties conflicted with the cold jade spirit fungus. Or design a separate incense or moisturizing lotion to assist in calming the mind and relieving stress. This would better reflect his dedication and care for Hancock's overall state. He decided to take a two-pronged approach. First, use a very small amount of the flower dew to try small-scale fusion tests with the existing ointment base and observe the reaction. Simultaneously, design a formula for an essential oil or balm with Aster Roland as the main ingredient, supplemented by other soul-soothing herbs, to be presented as a calming aid. Over the next few days, Jiang Yu devoted all his energy to researching the Aster Roland flower dew. He looked up all relevant records in his memory, glad he had seen them in the library, repeatedly tested its compatibility with different bases and auxiliary materials, and recorded every tiny change in color, scent, and texture. He worked with extraordinary devotion and detail, as if this were not just a task, but a response to that signal of trust. Fura also seemed to notice the difference in his state. Although she still monitored him, the sharpness in her gaze seemed to have softened slightly. A few days later, Jiang Yu completed the preliminary testing and design. He produced a small portion of a new version of the ointment infused with a trace of Aster Roland. The fragrance was more elegant and complex, and the paste's color had a very faint purple hue, as well as a small bottle of meticulously blended soul-soothing essential oil centered on Aster Roland, emitting a peaceful and distant fragrance. He placed these two items, along with detailed instructions for use and precautions, into a clean jade box and asked Fura to hand them over to Sandersonia. Another period of waiting. This time, the wait was not long. 2 days later in the afternoon, Sandersonia personally came to the stone house. Her expression was more complex than ever before. In her scrutinizing gaze, surprise and doubt were intertwined, but that cold hostility seemed to have been diluted a bit further. Jiang Yu, elder sister, used the new soul-soothing essential oil you sent, Sandersonia said directly. She said, "The fragrance is very good. After using it before bed, she seemed to sleep more deeply. As for the new ointment, she will continue to test it." She paused, looking at Jiang Yu. Her tone was somewhat stiff, but the content was unexpected. Elder sister said, "You have put in a lot of effort." Additionally, Her Majesty's oral decree. In view of your recent performance and the needs of your research, starting from tomorrow, you may resume your access to the periphery of the Royal Library. However, you must be personally accompanied by me or Marigold, and the time must not exceed 1 hour. Without permission, you are still not allowed to leave other areas. Restoration of library access. Although stricter restrictions were added, being personally accompanied by Sandersonia or Marigold, this was undoubtedly a major loosening. It was a clear reward from Hancock for his recent, well-behaved, and useful work, as well as a reconfirmation of his researcher status and a limited lifting of the ban. "Thank you for Her Majesty's grace. Jiang Yu will certainly abide by the rules and live up to the trust," Jiang Yu replied respectfully, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Sandersonia nodded, said no more, and turned to leave. Reaching the door, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Jiang Yu with a complex expression. Ultimately, she just said flatly, "Watch yourself," before disappearing out the door. Jiang Yu stood in the house. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining right on the jade box on the workbench that had once held the Aster Roland. The empty box still emitted a faint, lingering fragrance. He knew that by relying on the actual effectiveness of the ointment and his recent low-profile, patient performance, along with his proper handling of the Aster Roland, this time, he had finally, to a certain extent, resolved part of the trust crisis brought about by the attack and even pushed the relationship forward a small step. The aster blossoms had brought a breath of fresh fragrance, and seemingly a faint glimmer of opportunity. But he knew even better that the little freedom and trust given by Hancock were as precious and fragile as that flower dew. With the slightest carelessness, they would dissipate. Moreover, the even greater variable, Luffy, was still waiting for him at some point in the future. He had to walk even more carefully on this tightrope that had just widened a bit, using the restored library access to acquire more useful knowledge while continuing to consolidate his image as useful and harmless in Hancock's heart. The sunlight outside was bright. Amazon Lily was experiencing a warm afternoon, but Jiang Yu's heart did not fully relax. He knew that the true test might have only just begun, the undercurrents between the pages. The restoration of his access permit to the Royal Library, even with the harsh conditions of strict time limits and personal accompaniment by either Sandersonia or Marigold, felt to Jiang Yu like a breathable window opening in a sealed prison cell. This was not just a limited relaxation of his freedom of movement, it was a clear signal from Hancock. He had temporarily passed the review of the assault incident because he was useful. His identity as a researcher was reaffirmed, and he had gained limited resource support. The first time he returned to the library, he was accompanied by Marigold. She remained taciturn, but the scrutiny in her gaze had lessened its sharpness, replaced by a perfunctory flatness. Jiang Yu behaved like a scholar finally permitted back into his laboratory, focused, walking briskly yet with a suppressed excitement. He headed straight for the 3 familiar bookshelves in the western section, plunging into the scrolls and volumes that recorded the island's products, herbal properties, and ancient medical conjectures, even the preposterous legends. His focus this time was no longer general browsing, but the targeted collection of several types of information. First, any records related to spiritual soothing, emotional guidance, or energy pacification, no matter how vague or obscure. Second, any mention of imprints or curses with special properties possibly used by the celestial dragons or the world government. Such records were extremely rare, often mixed into myths or horror tales, requiring careful sifting. Third, cases or regulations in the history of Amazon Lily regarding the handling of outsiders, especially men. This might provide some historical basis or precedent for dealing with Luffy's arrival. Marigold initially followed closely, her sharp eyes sweeping over every volume Jiang Yu retrieved. But seeing him merely buried in note-taking, deep in thought, occasionally frowning at some obscure passage, completely immersed in the old texts, her vigilance gradually relaxed. She shifted more of her attention to the library entrance and the activity outside the windows. Jiang Yu focused single-mindedly, his brain operating at high speed. He used a charcoal pencil to quickly jot down useful fragments, keywords, and even sentences that sparked associations onto a papyrus notebook he carried. The handwriting was scribbled, only he could understand the connections and implied meanings. He discovered a tattered ancient travel doctor's notes mentioning a massage BSED Chinese letter, dredging guiding technique, based on the concepts of the mutual generation and restriction of the 5 elements and the flow of qi channels. Although the specific methods were missing, THE Chinese letter concept idea coincided with some of his own thoughts. He also saw, in an appendix of an illustrated manual describing rare toxins and antidotes, a terrifying legend about a soul brand, mentioning how a mark from the pinnacle of the world clung like a maggot to the bone, difficult to remove, and only utmost sincerity of heart, or power that defies fate, might shake it. This undoubtedly pointed to the celestial dragon's hoof of the soaring dragon. Those vague terms, utmost sincerity of heart and power that defies fate, made him think of Luffy's pure, almost inconceivable nature and the world-shattering waves he would stir up in the future. He carefully collected, categorized, and digested these fragmented pieces of information, integrating them into his ever-evolving theoretical system. They also accumulated more ammunition and basis for him to handle Hancock's possible future in-depth inquiries and to strategize on how to help Luffy. Time in the library was brief and precious. Each 2-hour session ended punctually with Marigold's reminder. Jiang Yu would reluctantly put down the scrolls, carefully stow his notebook, and silently follow her out. After a few such visits, Marigold seemed accustomed to his focused state. The atmosphere during accompaniment could even be described as peaceful. However, beneath the surface calm, undercurrents never ceased. Jiang Yu could sense that the library guard's attitude towards him remained cold and wary, their inspections upon entry and exit meticulous. When Sandersonia occasionally replaced Marigold, the scrutiny in those green eyes was always heavier, lingering on him longer, as if trying to see through his calm exterior to discern if he was brewing something within. Jiang Yu was mentally prepared for this. All his actions were strictly confined to the research scope. Even if the content of his notes were inspected, and they were indeed spot-checked, they were merely scattered medical knowledge and obscure ancient terminology, nothing sensitive. He acted like a true pedant obsessed with old texts, seemingly indifferent to external changes, including the increasingly tense island patrols and occasional vague rumors about major events overseas, like the capture of Fire Fist Ace. On this day, it was Marigold's turn to accompany him again. Jiang Yu, as usual, immersed himself in the sea of books, trying to decipher a tattered leather scroll written in an ancient cryptic script about the mapping relationship between mental imagery and real-world scars, which might offer insight into the psychological aspect of branding, when he suddenly heard a hushed yet unusually hurried conversation at the library entrance. "Is it confirmed? Is it really that straw hat?" It was the voice of one of the guards, carrying an incredulous shock. The patrol boat found him at the edge of the calm belt. A small boat, just one person, wearing a straw hat, features completely matching that Monkey D. Luffy, causing such an uproar on the seas lately. Another voice said quickly and urgently, "Lady Sandersonia has personally led people there. Orders are to strengthen vigilance at all entrances and exits." Straw Hat Luffy. Jiang Yu's fingers gripping the charcoal pencil tightened sharply, his heart leaped into his throat. He's here. To arrive at this moment in this way, not a mistaken entry, but coming directly for Amazon Lily, how did he appear alone in the calm belt? Marigold clearly heard the conversation at the door as well. Her face changed abruptly. She turned sharply as if to rush out, but her steps halted. She looked back at Jiang Yu deeply, her gaze sharp as a knife. "You stay here, don't move. Wait for me to return." With that, she quickly walked to the entrance, exchanged a few rapid, low words with the guards, and then hurriedly disappeared outside. The guards at the library entrance increased to 4, their eyes like searchlights locked onto Jiang Yu, hands resting on their sword hilts, the atmosphere instantly tense. Jiang Yu forced himself to lower his head, looking back at the open leather scroll before him. But the ancient cryptic script seemed to turn into swimming tadpoles. He couldn't read a single word. His mind was racing frantically. Lu Fi is here, alone. This seems earlier and more direct than the original plot. What happens next? Will he be captured by the Kuja warriors? Will he be brought before Hancock like in the original story? How will Hancock react? Where is his opportunity to help? Most importantly, that mysterious woman. She said that when Luffy arrived, she needed his help to ensure Luffy's safety and meeting with Hancock. Now, the opportunity had suddenly arrived, yet he was almost completely confined to this library, surrounded by watchful guards. How to act? He had to find a way to obtain information, even exert influence. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling like agony in a frying pan. The library was terrifyingly silent, with only the sound of his own and the guards' suppressed breathing. The commotion outside didn't seem to have spread on a large scale to the palace's core area, but the tense feeling of an impending storm permeated the air. After roughly an hour and a half, just as Jiang Yu was almost unable to restrain himself, Marigold returned. Her expression was even graver than when she left, her brows tightly knit, her steps carrying a hint of unusual urgency. She didn't immediately approach Jiang Yu, but first engaged in a low, rapid exchange with the guard captain. Jiang Yu pricked up his ears, faintly catching fragmented words like already subdued. Taken to the interrogation room, elder sister is aware. Then Marigold walked over to Jiang Yu and said solemnly, "Library time is up. Come with me immediately." Her tone brooked no argument, her gaze fixed tightly on Jiang Yu, as if trying to detect any abnormal reaction on his face. Jiang Yu tried his best to maintain composure. He closed the leather scroll he hadn't been reading at all, stood up, put away his notebook, and said quietly, "Yes." The atmosphere on the way back was even more oppressive than on the way there. Marigold remained silent, walking hurriedly. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, able to sense her entire body was tense. Clearly, Luffy's appearance had disrupted many plans. "Lady Marigold," Jiang Yu ventured in as calm a tone as possible, speaking softly when they had left the library area and entered a relatively secluded corridor. "Just now, I overheard the guards mentioning an intruder. I wonder, what is the situation? Does Her Majesty's residence need strengthened defenses? Her Majesty's safety?" He deliberately steered the topic towards Hancock's safety, making it seem he was concerned about the Empress, not prying about the intruder. Marigold's steps paused slightly. She glanced at him sideways, her gaze still sharp. But perhaps because Jiang Yu mentioned Hancock's safety, her tone softened a fraction. It's an overconfident pirate who doesn't know his place. He's already been subdued. Elder sister has her own arrangements. You needn't ask more, nor worry. She paused, then added, "The island may not be very peaceful in the coming days. Stay quietly in your quarters. Do not wander around without being summoned, and do not inquire about anything unrelated to you. Understood?" "Yes, Jiang Yu understands," he replied, bowing his head, but his heart sank. Luffy was indeed subdued. Moreover, judging from Marigold's attitude, they clearly viewed Luffy as a major threat and trouble, with extremely HEVY Chinese letter guardedness wariness. His own chances of contacting or influencing the matter were extremely difficult. Back in the stone house, Fura's surveillance became even stricter, almost staying by his side without leaving the room. Jiang Yu knew he was now completely under watch. He sat at the work table, spreading open his notebook, but couldn't write a single word. His mind was filled with the variables brought by Luffy's intrusion. What to do now? Wait for Hancock to summon Luffy? According to the original story, Luffy would be taken to see Hancock, but the process could be fraught with twists. Hancock's initial attitude would be extreme disgust and murderous intent. Now, under strict surveillance, he couldn't intervene in that process at all. Perhaps he could start with Hancock herself. Use opportunities like reporting on the ointment or calming essential oils to make indirect hints. But timing was hard to grasp. Rashly bringing it up might backfire. Or would that mysterious woman appear again and give instructions? But her movements were elusive. He couldn't count on it. Jiang Yu felt a sense of powerlessness. He clearly knew a key plot point was about to happen. He bore a mission and a deal. Yet he was trapped in this confined space, like a blind man riding a blind horse. Night deepened. The direction of Amazon Lily's palace was brightly lit. Patrol checkpoints and hidden sentries noticeably increased, and a Chinese letter, stern and murderous, atmosphere filled the air. Where was Luffy being held? Had Hancock already seen him? Had the plot progression deviated? Countless questions gnawed at Jiang Yu's nerves. He walked to the window, looking towards the palace. The lights there now seemed to contain a vortex that would determine the course of his fate and mission. The undercurrents between the pages had finally broken free from THE Chinese letter restraints of the old texts, transforming into THE Chinese letter real-world waves surging forth. And he, this transmigrator who knew part of the future, found that the power he could actively exert before these waves was minuscule. He could only wait, anxiously wait under strict surveillance for that moment that might change everything to arrive, and pray that all the groundwork he had laid earlier would play even the slightest role at the critical moment. Fluctuations and Echoes. The stone house became an even more airtight cage. Fura almost moved her bedding to the door, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu like a hawk without a moment's respite. The sound of patrolling footsteps outside the window was denser and heavier than before. Every clatter of armor and clink of weapons was clearly audible, conveying a silent warning. The lights at the palace remained lit all night, and the tense atmosphere in the air felt like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Jiang Yu completely lost all direct information from the outside world. He had no way of knowing the specifics of Luffy's imprisonment, nor was he clear on whether Hancock had already summoned him and what the outcome was. The torment brought by this uncertainty was far more agonizing than physical confinement. He could only make difficult deductions based on his memories of the original plot and the subtle changes he caught from Marigold's brief words and the island's atmosphere. Luffy intruding into the calm belt alone and approaching Amazon Lily with a clear objective was, in itself, illogical. He should be seeking a way to reach the Marine headquarters, Marineford, to rescue his sworn brother, Fire Fist Ace, who was about to be publicly executed. Perhaps the location of Amazon Lily and the strength of the Kuja pirates were part of his plan. But given Luffy's straightforward personality, he likely wouldn't have such complex schemes. It was more probable that he had stumbled in by mistake, or was guided by some external force. Jiang Yu thought of that mysterious woman. The content of her deal was to ensure Luffy met Hancock and left safely. Was Luffy's arrival related to her? Did she guide Luffy to Amazon Lily, or did she foresee Luffy's actions and make the deal with Jiang Yu in advance? Regardless of the case, Luffy had now fallen into the hands of the Kuja. According to the rules of Amazon Lily, the fate of any male pirate who intruded, especially one who could pose a threat, was usually not good. But Luffy was the protagonist, possessing incredible luck and traits. In the original story, he not only survived but also unexpectedly captured Hancock's heart. But now, with himself as a variable and the intervention of that mysterious woman, would the plot still follow its original trajectory? Jiang Yu couldn't be certain. The only thing he could be sure of was Hancock's deep-rooted loathing for men, especially intruders like this. Their initial meeting would inevitably be fraught with danger. He forced himself to calm down and focused his attention on the only channel through which he might exert influence: the ointments and the soothing essential oils. Hancock's physical state and emotions might fluctuate due to Luffy's appearance, and that was exactly where he needed to pay attention and potentially intervene indirectly. The next day, there was no news all day. The palace remained solemn, and the patrols did not slacken in the slightest. Jiang Yu systematically organized his notes, practiced his breathing technique, and even tried to perform simple stability tests on medicinal materials under Fura's surveillance, trying his best to appear busy and calm. At dusk, there was a knock on the door of the stone house. It wasn't the usual time for food delivery. Fura immediately stood up alertly, her hand on her sword hilt, gesturing for Jiang Yu to step back before she slowly opened the door. Standing outside was Sandersonia. There was obvious fatigue on her face, her eyes were bloodshot, and her expression was more solemn than ever, even tinged with an irrepressible irritability. She didn't enter the room, she just stood at the door, her gaze passing over Fura and landing directly on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, Sandersonia's voice was somewhat hoarse, her tone stiff. Elder sister wants to see you. Now. It's finally here. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. Was it about the ointment, or was it related to Lu Fi? Yes, he replied immediately, tidied his clothes, and followed Sandersonia out of the stone house. Fura tried to follow, but was stopped by a stern look from Sandersonia. You stay here. This time, Sandersonia didn't take him to the garden pavilions or any side hall, but headed straight for a side building next to the main palace hall that was particularly heavily guarded. The guards here were all the elite of the elite, with steady auras and eyes as sharp as blades. Jiang Yu recognized this place. It was one of the locations in Kuja City for handling important affairs and detaining special prisoners. His heart sank. Sandersonia stopped in front of a heavy metal door guarded by two powerful female warriors. She looked back at Jiang Yu, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and whispered once inside, "Watch your words and actions. Don't look at what you shouldn't see, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Having said that, she gestured for the guards to open the door. The heavy metal hinges groaned as they turned, making a dull sound. Inside was a spacious but dimly lit foyer. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and a faint, strange scent that was a mix of a man's sweat and sunlight. At the end of the foyer, there was another door left ajar, and the faint sound of a conversation came from within. It was Hancock's voice. Although it was muffled by the door, that unique, moving tone, even when suppressed, could not be mistaken. Her tone seemed unusual. It wasn't pure anger or coldness, but instead carried a rare, almost exasperated irritability and confusion. The other voice was even more blurred, making it impossible to hear the content. One could only sense that the speech was very fast and high-pitched, with a unique, bouncy quality that seemed perpetually full of energy. It was Lu Fi. He was indeed here, and he was talking to Hancock. Jiang Yu's heart rate suddenly accelerated. The plot had indeed progressed to this point. Hancock was personally interrogating Lu Fi. Sandersonia didn't take him in immediately, but signaled for him to wait in a corner of the foyer. She herself walked to the door left ajar, listening intently, her expression shifting. Snatches of the conversation from inside drifted out. "Insolent fool, to dare look directly at Queen without being petrified. What kind of sorcery are you using?" This was Hancock's voice, filled with annoyance and a hint of disbelief. "Sorcery? What's that? I'm just hungry," the energetic male voice replied, sounding righteous and even a bit aggrieved. What did you say? Hun, hungry?" Hancock's voice rose sharply, filled with a sense of absurdity. "You intrude upon Queen's kingdom, meet Queen, and all you can think about is being hungry." "Yeah, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Do you guys have any meat here?" Lu Fi's voice was full of expectation. Meat. Hancock seemed choked by this completely unexpected answer. After a brief silence, there was deeper annoyance and a kind of frantic frustration. You really are here to make a fool of Queen. Sandersonia, Marigold, drag this insolent idiot away. Queen doesn't want to see him anymore." Wait a second, I'm really hungry. How about you give me something to eat first, and then we talk?" Lu Fi's voice still lacked any sense of tension. "Shut up." Hancock's angry roar was loud enough to make one's eardrums tingle even through the door. Outside the door, Sandersonia's face darkened as she listened. She shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yu as if all this chaos were his fault. Then she took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Elder sister, I've brought Jiang Yu." The angry shouting inside stopped abruptly. After a brief, suffocating silence, Hancock's voice, which had regained some composure but still carried obvious displeasure, came through. "Let him in." Sandersonia pushed open the door and signaled for Jiang Yu to enter. Jiang Yu composed himself and stepped into the inner room. The room was simply furnished, more like a temporary interrogation room. Hancock sat in the only high-backed chair in the room, wearing her magnificent red dress, but her face now had an unusual flush, whether from lingering anger or something else was unclear. Her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly indicating great emotional fluctuation. Her beautiful eyes, capable of captivating all living beings, were now shooting terrifying anger and a complex light of extreme confusion and inquiry that Jiang Yu had never seen before, staring fixedly to the side. In the center of the room, sitting on the floor with his hands and feet symbolically bound by special sea stone chains, which were ineffective against Luffy, though the Kyuja didn't know that, was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. The iconic straw hat, red vest, and blue shorts. He had a carefree smile on his face, and even while bound, he showed no awareness of being a prisoner. Instead, he was looking around curiously. His gaze swept over the newly entered Jiang Yu, seeming to pause for a fraction of a second, but that was all. It quickly returned to Hancock. He rubbed his stomach, which let out a loud, rumbling growl. "Ah, there it goes again. I'm really hungry." Luffy completely ignored the solemn atmosphere of the scene and complained to himself. A vein seemed to throb at Hancock's temple. Jiang Yu quickly lowered his head, avoiding too much eye contact with Luffy, and bowed to Hancock. "Your Majesty." Hancock didn't respond to him immediately. Her attention seemed entirely occupied by Luffy's inconceivable attitude, and the rising and falling of her chest showed her inner turmoil. After several seconds, she seemed to force her attention away from Luffy and toward Jiang Yu, though the irritability in her eyes was still clearly visible. "Jiang Yu," Hancock's voice was somewhat cold and hard. "I have been restless lately, and my old pains seem to be recurring. Do you have a better formula for your soothing essential oils?" Sure enough, Luffy's intrusion and her completely unexpected reaction had severely affected her emotions, perhaps even triggering the instability of her old affliction. Her summoning him now was ostensibly to ask about medicine, but in reality, she was seeking a way to escape this state of irritable chaos, even if only temporarily. Jiang Yu's mind raced. This was an opportunity to both demonstrate his value and indirectly influence the current situation. He couldn't speak up for Luffy directly, that would be suicidal. But he could offer suggestions from the perspective of regulating the mind and stabilizing emotions. These suggestions might unintentionally buy some space for Luffy or soften Hancock's murderous intent, which was on the verge of erupting. "Your Majesty," Jiang Yu replied respectfully, "while the Shen Violet Flower Dew is effective, if your mind is too agitated, it may be difficult to calm quickly with external items alone. Perhaps your Majesty could try combining it with the breathing meditation method mentioned before. When your emotions fluctuate, deliberately slow your breathing and focus on the flow of your breath. This may help you temporarily move away from disturbances and clear your mind." He was teaching Hancock how to stay calm when facing this big trouble that was Luffy. The suggestion itself was harmless and reasonable. Hearing this, Hancock frowned slightly, seemingly considering the suggestion. She glanced at Luffy, who was still muttering about being hungry, and took a deep breath, though the movement was a bit stiff, attempting to compose herself. Seeing this, Jiang Yu continued cautiously, "Furthermore, Your Majesty, intense emotional fluctuations can easily trigger old ailments. If Your Majesty permits, I can prepare a bath formula with gentler medicinal properties, focusing on soothing the nerves and relaxing the muscles, for Your Majesty's use while bathing. The combination of hot water and medicinal power may better relax the body and mind." Bathing, Hancock's eyes flickered. This was a reasonable excuse to temporarily get away from this annoying fellow in front of her. Luffy chimed in at this moment, looking at Jiang Yu curiously. "Hey, who are you? Were you also caught by this pretty but short-tempered woman? Do you have anything to eat?" "Jiang Yu." Hancock's anger, which had just slightly subsided, flared up again. "Shut up, you insolent rubber brat." She had clearly learned about Luffy's devil fruit ability through some means. "Rubber brat? I'm not a brat, I'm Luffy. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King." Luffy immediately retorted with a serious face. "Pirate King?" Hancock laughed out of sheer anger, as if she had heard something utterly absurd and ridiculous. "With just you? An idiot who intrudes upon Amazon Lily with nothing but food on his mind." "Food is very important," Luffy insisted. Then he rubbed his stomach again and looked at Jiang Yu with expectant eyes. "Do you really not have anything to eat?" Jiang Yu felt sweat breaking out on his forehead. Luffy's ability to disrupt things was truly unparalleled. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to respond. Hancock was so enraged by Luffy's completely off-track dialogue that her chest heaved violently. The deep breathing Jiang Yu had suggested earlier seemed to have failed completely. She stood up abruptly, her red dress fluttering like flames. Enough, Queen's had enough. She pointed at Luffy and snapped at Sandersonia, "Take him away. Lock him in the deepest dungeon. No one is allowed to give him food without Queen's order. Queen wants to see if he can still be this energetic after starving for a few days." No, give me some food. Even a piece of meat is fine." Luffy was forcibly hauled up by Sandersonia and Marigold, who had entered upon hearing the noise. He shouted while struggling. Hancock turned her back, a picture of out of sight, out of mind, but her tense shoulders and slightly trembling fingers betrayed her extreme inner turmoil. Luffy was dragged away, his cries of hunger gradually fading into the distance. Silence returned to the interrogation room, but the invisible tension still lingered. Hancock slowly turned around, her face still looking very unpleasant. She looked at Jiang Yu, her eyes tired and irritable. "Prepare the bath formula as quickly as possible and send it over." "Yes, Your Majesty," Jiang Yu replied. Furthermore, Hancock rubbed her temples and added, "There has been much trouble on the island lately. You, behave yourself, you may leave." Jiang Yu takes his leave. Stepping out of the side building and breathing in the slightly cool air outside, Jiang Yu realized his back was soaked with cold sweat. The impact of encountering Luffy and Hancock in this state up close for the first time was far beyond imagination. Luffy's purity and unpredictability had indeed dealt a massive psychological blow to Hancock, even shaking her pride and defense mechanisms, which were built on beauty and power and were almost instinctive. Her current emotions were a mixture of anger, confusion, humiliation, and a hint of curiosity and helplessness that even she hadn't noticed. While his suggestion hadn't immediately calmed the storm, it had at least given Hancock a temporary excuse to withdraw the bath, and reinforced his image as a useful assistant. Luffy was locked in the dungeon. He was safe for now, but he had no food. Perhaps this was also an opportunity. Jiang Yu looked up at the gloomy sky. The waves have already been created. How will the echoes spread? He had to think carefully about how to find a precarious path in this undercurrent that had suddenly become turbulent due to the Straw Hat's intrusion. A path that could provide a bit of help to Luffy without touching Hancock's sore spots, and might even conversely promote the formation of a bond. Sandersonia remained silent on the way back to the stone house, but the look she gave him seemed a bit less sharp than before, replaced by a complex thoughtfulness. Clearly, the composure Jiang Yu showed in that chaotic scene, and the practical suggestions he offered, had also caught her eye. Back at the stone house, Fura was still keeping a close watch, but Jiang Yu's state of mind was completely different from when he left. He knew that the real game had begun with Luffy's appearance. And he, a transmigrator who knew part of the script, had to play his role well in this performance full of variables, and take the opportunity to quietly shift the plot a fraction toward a direction favorable to him, or rather, favorable to completing the task. The night was still long. The ripples on Amazon Lily had only just begun. Dungeon shadows. The dampness and chill from the depths of the dungeon seeped through the thick stone walls, as if even the air in the palace's side hall had been tainted with a hint of coldness. The news of Luffy's imprisonment was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, stirring continuous ripples among the high-ranking officials of Amazon Lily, despite their best efforts to maintain a facade of calm on the surface. Upon returning to the stone house, Jiang Yu immediately began preparing the soothing bath soup recipe requested by Hancock. He carefully selected several herbs with strong neuro-soothing and muscle-relaxing effects, cautiously added a trace of aster violet flower due to enhance the calming properties, and paid special attention to the gentleness of the proportions to avoid anything that might irritate Hancock's body, which was sensitive due to her emotional fluctuations. He wrote down the detailed recipe, brewing method, and contraindications clearly, placed them in a jade box, and handed them to Sandersonia through Fura. For the next 2 days, the palace direction was unusually quiet. There were no summons, no new orders, only the density of patrols remained undiminished. Jiang Yu was completely frozen in his stone house cage, and his only connection to the outside world was Fura's silent and vigilant face, along with the daily scheduled delivery of food that was even simpler than before. But the anxiety in his heart did not subside due to the surface silence. Instead, it grew day by day. Luffy was locked in the dungeon without food. This was Hancock's order in her fury. With Luffy's constitution, he might not die from starving for a few days, but this would undoubtedly increase variables and could escalate the conflict between him and the Kyuja. The mysterious woman's trade requirement was to help Luffy leave safely, and food and safety were clearly the foundation. He had to find a way to get some food to Luffy, but how difficult that was. The dungeon was heavily guarded, and he himself was under close surveillance. Any action associated with the dungeon would be no different from seeking death. Just as he was racking his brains and was almost at his wit's end, an unexpected and extremely tiny opportunity appeared in an indirect way. On the evening of the third day, Sandersonia came to the stone house again. Her face was more exhausted than last time, with heavy shadows under her eyes, appearing as if she hadn't slept for the past 2 days either. She held the jade box Jiang Yu had presented in her hand. Jiang Yu, Sandersonia's voice carried a noticeable hoarseness. Elder sister used the bath soup you prepared. Jiang Yu's heart tightened as he waited for her to continue. Her Majesty said, the bath soup indeed had a relaxing effect, and she felt much more relieved after using it. Sandersonia's tone was somewhat complex, as if she were weighing her words. But Her Majesty still finds it difficult to sleep at night, and... She paused, her brow furrowed. And she has no appetite. The meals sent to her were barely touched. The physician has seen her and said it's caused by stagnant heart fire and excessive worry, and ordinary appetizing medicines haven't been very effective. Hancock had insomnia and anorexia. This was clearly still an influence from the Luffy incident, a physiological reaction triggered after intense emotional fluctuations. Her worry was likely not just anger, but a deeper confusion and self-doubt triggered by Luffy's completely incomprehensible behavior. Her worldview, built on the foundations of beauty is power, and all men will submit, seemed to have been cracked by this anomaly called Luffy. Sandersonia continued, Elder Sister mentioned that the medicines you formulated before always seem to have some unexpected soothing effects. She asked me to ask you, is there a way to treat this loss of appetite and restlessness? Preferably, something gentle and easy to consume. An opportunity. This was like someone handing him a pillow just as he was getting sleepy. Hancock had no appetite and needed appetizing and soul-soothing food or drinks. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a rubber man who was about to go crazy from hunger was being held. An extremely bold and dangerous plan instantly took shape in Jiang Yu's mind. He had to seize this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He took a deep breath, put on a contemplative expression, and said slowly, Lord Sandersonia, Her Majesty's condition is indeed caused by her mood affecting her spleen and stomach. Using strong medicine to stimulate the appetite might damage her constitution. Perhaps we could start with medicinal cuisine. Medicinal cuisine? Sandersonia asked in confusion. Exactly. Select several ingredients and medicinal herbs with mild properties that both stimulate the appetite and strengthen the spleen while calming the heart and mind. Carefully cook them into a soup or porridge, which is easy to consume and digest, while slowly regulating the body like a gentle rain, Jiang Yu explained. For example, we can use the island's specialty, silver ear to nourish yin, lily to clear the heart, and lotus seed to calm the nerves, then add a small amount of hawthorn and dried tangerine peel to stimulate the appetite and regulate qi, simmering it slowly into a thick soup. Once the soup is ready, add a few drops of aster violet flower dew to enhance the fragrance and calm the mind. This soup is gentle, sweet, and moist, making it perfect for Her Majesty to consume at this time. The materials he mentioned were not rare on Amazon lily, and combined, they were indeed a classic medicinal food recipe for calming the nerves and stimulating the appetite, with absolutely no issues. Sandersonia listened, thought carefully for a moment, and nodded. It sounds feasible. Write down the specific materials and preparation method in detail immediately, and I will have someone prepare them. Yes, Jiang Yu replied, walking to his workbench and picking up a brush to write. He wrote very detailed instructions, including the quantity of each material, the processing method, and the heat and time for simmering. After he finished writing, he seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Lord Sandersonia, the key to this soup lies in the heat and the fusion of materials. The simmering process is best done in one go, and the lid should not be opened frequently in the middle to avoid dissipating the medicinal properties and aroma. If it is handled by someone unfamiliar with the medicinal properties, it might be difficult to grasp the essence, affecting the results." Sandersonia frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yu showed a bit of difficulty and sincerity. If possible, could Jiang Yu be allowed to personally simmer this soup for Her Majesty? Firstly, Jiang Yu is familiar with the characteristics of these materials and can better control the heat. Secondly, Jiang Yu also wants to contribute his efforts. Of course, the entire process can take place at a location designated by your lordship and under strict supervision, with no overstepping whatsoever. He made a request that seemed reasonable, but actually hid a secret scheme. Personally cooking and preparing medicinal cuisine for the Empress was highly unusual in the strictly hierarchical Amazon Lily, but considering his status as a pharmacist and Hancock's current special physical condition, there seemed to be a slight possibility. More importantly, this would give him a brief chance to leave the stone house and enter the kitchen area. And the kitchen was often one of the key nodes for information and material flow in a place. Sandersonia obviously hadn't expected him to make such a request. She was stunned for a moment, and doubt and scrutiny flashed in her eyes. She stared intently at Jiang Yu, as if trying to judge if he had other motives. Jiang Yu met her gaze calmly, his eyes sincere. Jiang Yu is well aware of his lowly status, and this move may be presumptuous. But Her Majesty has the grace of saving and sheltering Jiang Yu. Now that Her Majesty's health is compromised, Jiang Yu only hates his own meager abilities. If I can use this small skill to slightly relieve Her Majesty's worries, my heart can find some peace. If your lordship feels it is inappropriate, Jiang Yu would never dare to insist, and it would also be feasible to hand this recipe over to the imperial chefs. He used a retreat to advance, handing the choice back to Sandersonia while emphasizing, repaying gratitude and peace of mind, which sounded sincere and heartfelt. Sandersonia was silent for a moment. She had seen Hancock's recent irritability and physical discomfort and was anxious in her heart. Jiang Yu's previous ointments and essential oils were indeed effective, and the medicinal food recipe he proposed this time also sounded reliable. If he were allowed to handle it personally, perhaps he really could do better than the imperial chefs. Moreover, with strict supervision throughout, she didn't expect him to be able to cause any trouble. "Fine," Sandersonia finally relented, but her tone remained stern. "You may go to the side kitchen of the imperial dining room to prepare, but you must be accompanied and supervised by Fura and me the entire time. You are not to contact any unauthorized persons, touch any other items, and certainly not leave the designated area even by half a step. Do you understand?" It worked. Jiang Yu was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it at all, saying respectfully, "Yes. Thank you, Lord Sandersonia, for your permission. Jiang Yu will certainly abide by the rules and will not act recklessly." "Remember what you said." Sandersonia gave him a deep look. "I will go and arrange the materials and location now. Be ready. Fura will take you there in 1 hour." After Sandersonia left, Jiang Yu immediately began his silent preparations. He checked the packet of spare irritant powder in the hidden pocket of his sleeve, something he had kept on him ever since the attack in the mine, and tucked the small bone knife away even more discreetly. Then he sat at the table, closed his eyes, and repeatedly rehearsed every step of the upcoming process in his mind, especially the most critical and dangerous part: how to use the preparation of the medicinal meal to secretly deliver some food to Luffy in the dungeon. He knew this was simply a pipe dream with a microscopic chance of success. Once exposed, he would be beyond redemption. But he had to try. This was not only about the deal with the mysterious woman, but could also be a key step in pushing the plot and even influencing his own fate. An hour later, Fura arrived on time, her expression even colder and harder than usual. Without a word, she gestured for Jiang Yu to follow. The two passed through layers of guards and arrived at a relatively isolated side kitchen near the warehouse in the Imperial kitchen area. It had already been cleared out. The stove, pots, and all the necessary medicinal ingredients and foodstuffs were ready. Sandersonia was already waiting at the kitchen door, and two other cold-faced female warriors stood guard outside. "Begin, we will be watching from right here." Sandersonia pointed to the center of the kitchen, while she and Fura stood on either side of the doorway, their gazes sharp as torches. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and walked to the stove. He first carefully inspected all the materials, and after confirming everything was correct, he began processing them according to the recipe. Washing the tremella, peeling the lily bulbs, removing the lotus seeds. His movements were neither rushed nor slow, skilled and focused, as if he were truly dedicated to cooking the restorative medicinal meal for the Empress. Sandersonia and Fura watched his every move intently, not letting a single detail escape them. Jiang Yu placed the prepared ingredients into a clean clay pot in sequence, added the appropriate amount of fresh water, covered it, placed it on the stove, and lit a small fire. Next came the long process of slow simmering over a gentle heat, which would take at least an hour and a half. The kitchen fell silent, save for the faint bubbling sound gradually rising from the clay pot and the slight crackle of the firewood. Time passed slowly under the oppressive surveillance. Jiang Yu sat quietly on a small stool in front of the stove, watching the flames as if he were focused on controlling the heat. But his mind was racing. He needed to find an extremely brief moment where the two at the door would have a simultaneous blind spot or their attention would be distracted. This opportunity might arise when the simmering was complete, and he needed to open the lid to add the aster violet flower dew and finalize the seasoning. He had to prepare the food he intended to smuggle to Luffy in advance. There were ready-made dry rations, dried meat, and even some non-perishable flatbreads prepared for the guards in the kitchen. But he couldn't just take those, it would be too obvious. His gaze seemingly drifted aimlessly across a large wooden bucket of fresh water next to the stove, and a pile of discarded fruit peels and slightly stale, but still edible vegetable scraps in the corner. The Imperial kitchen produced a large amount of such waste every day. An idea occurred to him. He waited patiently. An hour passed, and the clay pot began to emit the unique sweet fragrance of the medicinal ingredients blended together through simmering. Just as the simmering was nearly complete, and Jiang Yu stood up to retrieve the aster violet flower dew, which Sandersonia had brought and placed on a small table near the door. A moderate clamor suddenly came from outside the kitchen. It seemed like a patrol team was changing shifts, or some small commotion had occurred. Sandersonia and Fura's attention was inevitably drawn by the noise outside for a split second, and both their gazes instinctively flicked outward. Now, this was the lightning-fast moment Jiang Yu had been waiting for. He walked toward the door to get the flower dew as if it were the most natural thing, but his foot gave an extremely subtle hook, tipping an inconspicuous, half-full clay bowl by the stove, which contained the dirty water he had used to wash the vegetables earlier, mixed with a bit of dirt and leaves, causing it to make a sharp, clink sound. The sound was somewhat abrupt in the silent kitchen, immediately pulling Sandersonia and Fura's gazes back. "Be careful," Sandersonia frowned and scolded. "My apologies, milady," Jiang Yu quickly apologized, bending over to straighten the clay bowl. His movement perfectly blocked the two women's view of the other side of the stove. In that instant of bending over, his fingers moved with extreme speed from his cuff, and he flicked a small bundle wrapped tightly in oil paper, which he had previously saved from his own daily rations, made of the most durable hard flatbread, crushed and compressed, into the pile of discarded vegetable leaves and fruit peels in the corner, using his body and the clay bowl as cover. The movement was as fast as a hallucination. Having finished this, he immediately stood up with a trace of embarrassment on his face, picked up the small jade bottle containing the flower dew, and walked back to the stove. Throughout the entire process, his heart pounded like a drum, but he worked hard to maintain a calm expression on his face. Sandersonia and Fura gave him a suspicious look, then glanced at the pile of trash in the corner, which seemed worthless to them, and found nothing unusual. The commotion outside also quickly subsided. Jiang Yu steadied himself and opened the lid of the clay pot, and a rich aroma wafted over him. He carefully dripped a few drops of the precious aster violet flower dew inside, tasted it with a clean jade spoon, made a slight adjustment, and finally sprinkled a small pinch of rock salt to enhance the flavor. Lady Sandersonia, the medicinal congee is ready. Jiang Yu served a small bowl and presented it respectfully. Please inspect it, m'lady. Sandersonia walked over, first carefully examining the color of the congee, then smelling the aroma and even personally tasting a small spoonful. This was a necessary security procedure. After confirming it was correct, she nodded. Pack it into the food box. I will deliver it to elder sister personally. Following her instructions, Jiang Yu served most of the congee into an insulated jade food box, leaving only a small half bowl at the bottom of the pot. M'lady, this remaining bit is the part where the heat was most sufficient and the medicinal properties blended best, but the quantity is too small to present to Her Majesty. I wonder, how should it be handled? He asked tentatively. Sandersonia glanced at it. Just pour it out, or did you want to drink it yourself? Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Jiang Yu would not dare. Jiang Yu lowered his head. I just feel it is a bit of a waste. After all, high-quality materials were used. Enough, clean it up. Fura, take him back. Sandersonia waved her hand impatiently, picked up the food box, and hurried away, clearly eager to deliver the medicinal meal to Hancock. Fura gestured for Jiang Yu to clean the stove and tools. While slowly washing the clay pot and spoons, Jiang Yu glanced at the pile of trash in the corner out of the corner of his eye. The servant responsible for handling kitchen waste usually came to collect it all at dusk, then transported it out of the palace for composting or incineration. That packet of flatbread hidden among the rotten leaves. This was all he could do. He hoped that packet would be transported out of the kitchen, hoped it wouldn't be discovered during transport, and even more, hoped that it would eventually be sent to the dungeon, even if it were just thrown away as trash. If it happened to be found by the starving rubber man, every step was full of uncertainty, and the chance of success was as slim as finding a needle in a haystack. But he could only gamble. After finishing the cleanup, Jiang Yu returned to the stone house in silence under Fura's escort. The door closed behind him, isolating him from the outside world. He leaned against the door and slowly closed his eyes. His palms were already soaked with sweat. The medicinal meal had been sent, and that step in his plan, as tiny as a speck of dust, had also been taken. Now he could only wait. Wait for Hancock's reaction to the medicinal meal. Wait to see if that slim chance of food could miraculously reach Luffy's hands, and wait to see where this wave, stirred up by the intrusion of the Straw Hat Boy, would ultimately push him. As the night deepened, was there someone in the depths of the dungeon, facing the cold walls with a stomach growling? And in the depths of the palace, would that restless empress find a moment of peace after drinking that bowl of carefully simmered congee? All the answers were hidden in the unknown darkness, waiting to be revealed one by time. Shocking. The day after the medicinal diet was delivered, no clear message came from the direction of the imperial palace. Confined within the cramped space of the stone house, Jiang Yu's anxiety, like slowly growing vines, coiled around his heart. Fura's surveillance was watertight. Even his subtle attempts to observe the number of guard shift changes in the distance through the window would attract her vigilant gaze. He could only speculate from the slightest signs. Sandersonia had not reappeared, indicating that at least the medicinal diet itself had not caused any issues. The palace guards and patrols remained strict, but that highest level of solemn, murderous atmosphere seemed to have eased slightly. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Time passed for another day in oppressive waiting. On the morning of the third day, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, unusually hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the stone house, followed by Fura's slightly tense voice. "Greetings, Lady Sandersonia, Lady Marigold." Jiang Yu's heart tightened and he immediately sat up from the bed. So soon, and both of them came together. What happened? The door was thrown open, and Sandersonia and Marigold appeared simultaneously in the doorway. Their expressions were extremely grim, especially Sandersonia's, her face a mix of shock, anger, confusion, and a trace of barely perceptible fear, her green eyes seeming to burn with flames. Marigold pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze behind her glasses dark and terrifying. Jiang Yu, Sandersonia's voice was distorted with emotion, come with us. Now, immediately. Not daring to ask questions, Jiang Yu quickly rose. Fura tried to follow but was stopped by a sharp look from Marigold. You stay here. Without orders, no one is to approach. Flanking him on both sides, they practically escorted Jiang Yu as they swiftly left the stone house, heading directly for the palace's core area. This time, they did not go to any side halls or pavilions, but marched straight towards the main palace where Hancock's bedchamber was located. All the guards they encountered along the way wore solemn expressions, heads bowed and eyes downcast, the atmosphere heavy to the extreme. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently. What on earth had happened? Did Luffy escape? Or did something happen to Hancock? Judging by the state of the Sandersonia sisters, it was absolutely earth-shattering. They passed through layers of corridors and finally arrived at the outer hall of Hancock's bedchamber. The atmosphere here was even more bizarre. The female attendants and guards who normally stood in attendance were nowhere to be seen. Only a few senior female warriors with the most composed auras guarded the inner chamber door. Seeing their arrival, they silently stepped aside to clear the path. The door to the inner chamber was slightly ajar, and inside was a deathly silence. Sandersonia took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm her emotions, but her voice still trembled. Elder sister, Jiang Yu has been brought. There was no response from inside. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged a glance, both seeing panic in each other's eyes. Marigold stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Following behind them, Jiang Yu entered the inner chamber of Hancock's bedchamber. The first thing that met his eyes was a scene of chaos. The gorgeous gauze curtains were torn and scattered. Fragments of exquisite porcelain lay strewn across the floor. Tables and chairs were overturned, as if a storm had swept through. The air was thick with Hancock's distinctive, rich fragrance, but now this scent felt exceptionally stifling and oppressive. And in the center of the room, on the edge of the wide, disheveled brocade-covered bed, Hancock sat with her back to the door, motionless. She wore only a thin white silk nightgown, her jet-black long hair disheveled, covering most of her face and shoulders. Her back was slightly hunched, no longer the straight, proud, and imposing posture of the Empress of old. Instead, it exuded an indescribable fragility, confusion, even despair. Seeing this scene, Sandersonia and Marigold's eyes instantly reddened. Sandersonia practically threw herself forward, her voice choked with tears. Elder sister, don't be like this. What on earth happened? That straw hat boy, he. Out. Hancock's voice sounded, hoarse and dry, like sandpaper grating on rusted iron, completely devoid of its usual pleasantness and authority. The voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable, icy lifelessness. Sandersonia froze. Elder sister. Everyone out, Hancock repeated, still not turning around. Let Jiang Yu stay. Sandersonia and Marigold sharply turned their heads to look at Jiang Yu, their eyes filled with disbelief, suspicion, and deep concern. They did not understand why, at a time like this, their elder sister would specifically ask this man of unknown origin to stay. But Hancock's command could not be disobeyed. Marigold tugged at Sandersonia's sleeve. After giving Jiang Yu one last look filled with warning and complex emotions, the two reluctantly retreated from the inner chamber, step by step, and gently closed the door. The moment the door closed, the bedchamber fell into an even more suffocating silence. Only Hancock's slightly heaving shoulders proved she was still alive. Jiang Yu stood where he was, not daring to breathe heavily. He had no idea what had happened, but Hancock's current state was clearly at its worst, far more severe than any he had ever seen before. A relapse of her old illness? No, it seemed more like she had suffered some devastating psychological blow. Could it be that Luffy did something to her? No, given Luffy's personality, it was impossible for him to do anything to hurt Hancock unless his words or actions inadvertently struck the deepest wound in her heart. Was it about the brand? Or, just as Jiang Yu's thoughts raced, Hancock suddenly moved. She slowly, extremely slowly, raised her left hand. That flawless hand, which had once easily released petrifying light, now trembled slightly. Then, she made a move that caused Jiang Yu's pupils to contract sharply. With trembling fingers, she gently pulled down the tie of her nightgown on her left shoulder, exposing the skin that had always been meticulously concealed by her hair and clothing to the air. Jiang Yu's breath caught in his throat. In the morning light filtering through the window, he could clearly see the dark, twisted hoof of the soaring dragon brand, still ferociously occupying the spot below her left shoulder blade. But around the brand, the skin that had previously appeared pale and dull due to long-term pain and concealment now showed an abnormal, peculiar state. The skin was incredibly smooth and delicate, as if covered by a faint, icy blue lustrous glow, creating a subtle distinction from the surrounding normal skin tone. This was the concealing effect brought about by long-term use of the ointment he prepared, combined with the nourishing properties of the Aster Roland flower dew. Although it had not eliminated the brand itself, it had greatly improved the skin's condition and suppressed that burning sense of presence. However, what truly made Jiang Yu's heart palpitate now was not this improvement. Rather, it was the fresh, slender, blood-red scratch mark that now clearly marred the very center of the brand on the twisted flying dragon pattern. The wound was not deep and had already scabbed, but its edges were red and swollen. On that patch of skin nourished to exceptional smoothness by the ointment, it appeared particularly glaring, abrupt, and even carried a hint of self-destructive madness. Jiang Yu instantly understood. Hancock had lost control. Due to some intense stimulus, her emotions had completely collapsed, even leading her to inflict such a wound upon her most shameful, most cared-about brand. This was far more terrifying than a relapse of her old illness. It meant her psychological defenses had utterly crumbled in that moment. "You see it." Hancock finally spoke, her voice still terrifyingly hoarse. She did not turn around, but Jiang Yu could feel her entire body trembling slightly due to extreme emotion. The queen exposed this brand, in front of him. Jiang Yu's heart sank heavily. Him, Lu Fi. Hancock had actually actively, or perhaps uncontrollably, exposed her brand in front of Lu Fi? How was that possible? Given her personality, this would be even more unacceptable than killing her. He saw it. Hancock's voice was filled with absurdity, pain, and a deep-seated fear and humiliation that went to the bone. And then, he said. She paused for a long time, so long that Jiang Yu thought she wouldn't continue. He said, "That must have hurt, right?" Hancock's voice suddenly rose sharply, choked with tears, yet also seeming to laugh hysterically. He said, "That must have hurt, right? Ha ha ha. Hurt? He asked me if it hurt. He saw this. This ugliest, filthiest thing in the world, the mark left by the celestial dragons, the mark of a slave. He saw it. He didn't turn to stone. He didn't mock. He didn't show disgust. He actually asked me if it hurt." Her shoulders shook violently and suppressed. Broken sobs escaped her throat. Jiang Yu stood where he was, his hands and feet turning cold. He finally understood what had happened. Lu Fi, that rubber-brained idiot who only thinks about meat and his crew, the guy with zero concept of feminine allure and a heart as pure as an infant's. When he saw the brand that Hancock considered her greatest shame and secret, his first reaction wasn't bewitchment by her beauty, nor shock at the origin of the mark. Not even any judgment based on worldly notions. What he saw was just a scar. And then, driven by instinct, he asked the most simple, yet most heart-piercing question. "That must have really hurt, right?" Those words, like the purest, most unadulterated key, in the most unexpected way, brutally stabbed into the deepest part of Hancock's heart, which was fortified by layers of arrogance, anger, and fear. It stripped away all external disguises and defenses, directly touching the little girl inside her who had been hurt, imprisoned, and had been crying in pain all along. This had nothing to do with beauty, power, or status. It was a kind of pure seeing and empathy that transcended all worldly standards. For Hancock, who had always lived by the belief that beauty is power, and all men will submit to this queen's beauty, this reaction, completely outside her realm of understanding, brought not the satisfaction of conquest, but a violent collapse of her worldview and utter chaos in her self-perception. The defense mechanism she relied on for survival crumbled to dust before Lu Fi's simple words. What followed was the pain, humiliation, fear, and vulnerability buried deep in her heart for decades, flooding over her like a breached dam in an instant, leading to the complete breakdown and self-harm before her eyes. Jiang Yu's heart was a tumult of mixed feelings. There was shock at Hancock's current agony, renewed amazement at Lu Fi's unbelievable nature, and a strong sense of crisis. Hancock's current state was extremely dangerous, for herself, for Amazon Lily, and even for him, this person who knew the truth. Your Majesty, Jiang Yu cautiously began, his voice dry, please take care of your royal health. Hancock did not respond, still lost in a massive whirlpool of emotions, her shoulders shaking, sobs coming intermittently. Jiang Yu knew that mere consolation was meaningless. He had to do something, at the very least, to treat the wound on her shoulder, prevent infection, and stop her from harming herself further. Summoning his courage, he took 2 steps forward, stopping several paces away from Hancock, trying to keep his voice steady and soothing. Your Majesty, the injury on your shoulder needs treatment. Please allow Jiang Yu to apply medicine for you. Hancock's body stiffened abruptly, and the sobbing stopped. She still didn't turn around, but she didn't refuse either. Jiang Yu slowly approached, taking out a small porcelain bottle and clean gauze from his robes. He was accustomed to carrying basic wound medicine and disinfectant powder. He knelt on one knee beside Hancock, carefully avoiding her line of sight, his gaze focused on the fresh scratches. At such close distance, he could see the hideousness of the brand and the starkness of the scratches more clearly, and he could smell the complex scent emanating from Hancock, a mixture of tears, sweat, and despair. His hand was steady. First, he gently wiped around the wound with a clean, damp cloth torn from a corner of the scattered clothing nearby, then sprinkled disinfectant powder, and finally applied a layer of mild ointment to promote healing. Throughout the entire process, Hancock remained motionless, like a soulless statue, only her slightly trembling eyelashes and silently falling tears proving her existence. Just as Jiang Yu finished carefully bandaging the wound and prepared to step back, Hancock suddenly spoke, her voice extremely faint, almost inaudible. Your ointment makes it hurt less here. She was referring to the long-standing burning pain of the brand itself. Jiang Yu paused in his movements and said softly, if it can slightly alleviate your Majesty's suffering, it is the ointment's good fortune. Hancock fell silent. After a long while, she spoke again in that drifting, dreamlike voice. He said, he wants to save his brother. He needs a ship, needs to go to Marine headquarters. Lu Fi had indeed made his request. At the moment when Hancock's mind was unguarded and she was at her most vulnerable. Jiang Yu's heart leapt into his throat. How would Hancock answer? This queen agreed to him. Hancock's voice was light, but it exploded like thunder in Jiang Yu's ears. This queen told him to hide under this queen's robe and leave on the ship. She agreed, not only agreed to provide help, but used this extremely intimate and protective method. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Fi's unintentional question not only shattered her defenses, but also planted a strange and dangerous seed in that rubble, a seed she herself hadn't even noticed. Jiang Yu could almost imagine the subsequent developments. Lu Fi hiding under Hancock's robe, traveling with the Kuja pirates to Marine headquarters, while Hancock, driven by a complex, inscrutable mindset, repaying a debt, responding to pure kindness, or the budding of some feeling she herself didn't understand, would provide him shelter and even assistance. The wheels of history seemed to be rumbling forward along the track he knew. And he, at this moment, stood at the eye of the storm, beside this empress who had just experienced an earth-shattering psychological shock and was at her most confused and vulnerable. Your Majesty, Jiang Yu's voice dropped even lower, carrying an almost hypnotic steadiness. You need to rest. Jiang Yu has some calming incense here that might help soothe your mind. As for the matter of Straw Hat Lu Fi, since your Majesty has promised, there must be your reason. However, this journey is extremely perilous. I beg your Majesty to take utmost care of yourself. He neither questioned Hancock's decision, that would provoke immediate backlash, nor showed excessive concern for Lu Fi, that would arouse suspicion. Instead, he focused on Hancock's own condition and safety, which aligned with his consistent role as a loyal assistant. Hancock seemed to listen. She didn't speak again, just slowly, exhaustedly leaned back against the disordered bed, closed her eyes, tears still flowing silently. Jiang Yu knew she needed to be alone. He quietly lit a small stick of incense with calming effects. He did carry it with him, placed it in a censer not far away, then bowed and slowly retreated from the inner chamber. He gently closed the door, shutting out the shattered world inside. Outside the door, Sandersonia and Marigold immediately surrounded him, their eyes filled with intense anxiety. "Elder sister," Marigold asked urgently. Her Majesty was overly agitated and physically exhausted. "She has fallen asleep," Jiang Yu said softly. "There are minor external injuries on her shoulder. I have treated them. Her Majesty needs quiet rest recently, avoiding any stimulation. Her diet should be as light and appetizing as possible." Sandersonia stared at him intently. What exactly happened? That straw hat kid. Jiang Yu shook his head, wearing an expression of appropriate bewilderment and lingering fear. "Jiang Yu does not know the specifics. Her Majesty was just extremely emotionally unstable. It seemed related to the intruder. The details, Her Majesty did not clarify." He could not reveal the brand or Luffy's words. That was Hancock's deepest secret and scar. If it leaked from his mouth, death was certain. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged a glance, both seeing shock, doubt, and helplessness in each other's eyes. Clearly, they couldn't get an answer from their elder sister either. "You may go back," Sandersonia said wearily, waving her hand. "What happened today must never be spoken of." "Yes," Jiang Yu replied. Under the escort of Fura, who had been summoned to wait outside at some point, he left the eye of the storm. On the way back to the stone house, the morning sun already bathed Amazon Lily, but Jiang Yu felt no warmth. Earth-shattering. Hancock's psychological defenses had been completely shattered by Luffy in the purest and most brutal way. And he had witnessed it all, even personally applied medicine to that newly added wound. The torrent of history was beginning to accelerate. Luffy was about to set sail with the Kuja pirates, heading for the battlefield of the Marineford War. And Hancock, this empress who had just suffered a severe psychological trauma, had her mindset and future irreversibly altered because of it. As a transmigrator, as a mission executor, Jiang Yu knew he stood at a critical crossroads. Every step from now on must be taken with even greater caution. Because greater waves were about to follow in rapid succession, silent tides. The psychic storm in Hancock's bedroom was like a whirlpool forced into the deep sea, calm on the surface, but with undercurrents surging below. After Jiang Yu was sent back to the stone house, the atmosphere of Amazon Lily fell into a strange calm. No more unusual noise or frequent personnel movements from the palace. Daily patrols remained tight, but the high alert state, as if facing a formidable enemy, seemed to have quietly lifted. Sandersonia and Marigold did not appear again, as if everything had returned to the days before Luffy broke in. But Jiang Yu knew that beneath this calm were even more turbulent undercurrents. Hancock had agreed to Luffy's request, which meant the Kuja pirates were likely about to set sail for the battlefield of the Marineford War, which would decide the world's direction. The Marine headquarters, Marineford. And Hancock herself, after experiencing such a severe psychological shock, in what state would she face the upcoming journey? Luffy hiding under her robe was in itself an arrangement full of variables and ambiguous meaning. Jiang Yu was completely sidelined. There were no new requests for ointments, no summons, and even Fura's surveillance of him took on a touch of routine numbness. He was like an insignificant grain of sand on the beach after a storm, forgotten in a corner. This, instead, gave him more undisturbed time to think. He reviewed everything that had happened. Did that flatbread he hid in the kitchen waste ever reach Luffy's hands? Seeing that Luffy later had the strength to interact with Hancock, and even trigger that earth-shattering conversation, he probably wasn't starving. Perhaps he had his own ways, or perhaps that bag of flatbread really did play a role by some stroke of luck. It was impossible to verify now. More importantly, Hancock's attitude toward him. At her most broken and vulnerable moment, she chose to let him stay and treat her wound. This was by no means accidental. It meant that in her subconscious, she might have closely linked him with concepts like healing, soothing, and harmless assistant. The ointment he provided relieved the physical pain of the brand, and his presence, at that moment, provided a sense of stability that was non-judgmental and focused on solving the problem. This undoubtedly pushed that fragile bond between them forward by an extremely small, yet potentially crucial, step. But this also brought new risks. Hancock's mind was now in an extremely unstable and sensitive state. Any improper stimulation could trigger unpredictable consequences. He had to be even more careful with his words and actions, especially regarding topics related to Luffy and the upcoming voyage. One evening a few days later, Jiang Yu was refining a sachet formula, based on library records and his own theories, under an oil lamp that could be used to stabilize intense emotional fluctuations. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic sound of footsteps and the clattering of equipment being moved came from outside, approaching from afar and then receding, continuing for quite some time. The perfume Yuta was making preparations to set sail. Jiang Yu put down his charcoal pen, walked to the window, and looked out through the narrow gap. Although his field of vision was limited, he could vaguely see the harbor brightly lit, with many figures moving about and the massive silhouette of the ship slowly adjusting its position in the twilight. The Kyuja pirates were really about to depart. Would Hancock go with the ship? Given her status as a Shichibukai and her agreement with Luffy, it was almost certain. Then, the wound on her shoulder, her emotional state, Jiang Yu felt a faint unease in his heart, but there was nothing he could do now. The next morning, before dawn, a low and majestic horn sounded from the harbor, the signal for the Kyuja pirates to set sail. Jiang Yu stood by the window, quietly listening to the horn's sound gradually fade away, eventually vanishing into the sea breeze. The massive perfume Yuta, carrying the Empress, the Straw Hat Boy, and an unknown destiny, sailed toward the turbulent open sea, toward that sea region about to be dyed red by war and blood. Amazon Lily suddenly felt much emptier. Patrols continued, but the invisible pressure belonging to a top-tier powerhouse had vanished. The lives of the islanders didn't seem much affected, but Jiang Yu could feel a faint, waiting anxiety permeating the air. Sandersonia and Marigold did not leave with the ship. They remained on the island to take charge. The two became busier, their expressions always tense. Occasionally seeing Jiang Yu from a distance, they only gave a slight nod, with no further interaction. Jiang Yu's life returned to that initial monotonous and secluded state, even more silent than before. He continued his research and physical training, patiently playing the role of a law-abiding scholar who only cared about herbs. He knew the most important thing now was to wait. Waiting for news of the Marineford War, waiting for the fate of Hancock and Luffy, and waiting for the possible reappearance of that mysterious woman. Time passed slowly in the wait. News about the outside world was like drops of water seeping through layers of gauze, blurry and scarce. Occasionally, from the snippets of conversation among the patrolling warriors, he could hear words like Marineford, Great War, and Whitebeard, but he knew nothing of the specific details. Jiang Yu could only rely on his memory of the plot to sketch the tragedy and turning points of that earth-shaking war in his mind. One afternoon, about half a month later, Jiang Yu was trying out an exercise method that combined breathing technique with simple physical stretches, which he called health-preserving exercises, in the clearing behind his house, with Fura monitoring him as usual. Suddenly, a strange hum came from the distant sky, as if something were cutting through the air at high speed. Immediately after, a rapid and sharp alarm bell rang from the direction of the harbor. Enemy attack? Fura's face changed drastically. She instantly drew her long sword, her sharp gaze scanning the sky and surroundings. Jiang Yu also stopped his movements and looked warily at the sky. The humming sound grew closer, but it wasn't the sound of a shell or a flying object. It sounded more like some kind of high-speed wing flapping. The next moment, a black dot dived rapidly from the clouds, heading straight for the Kyuja City Palace. The speed was astonishing, leaving an afterimage in the air. "It's a news coup, no. What a huge news coup," a sharp-eyed guard exclaimed. A news coup? Jiang Yu was stunned. The special creatures that delivered news in this world usually didn't dive in such a near-attacking manner. The giant news coup came to a sudden halt above the palace, circled half a turn, and then suddenly dropped a large package held in its talons. It landed in the open space of the palace's front courtyard with a dull thud. Then, the news coup didn't linger, flapping its wings and soaring high, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The alarm gradually ceased, but the palace direction immediately became boisterous. Sandersonia and Marigold arrived at the front courtyard at the first opportunity and surrounded the package that had fallen from the sky. Jiang Yu was ordered by Fura to return to his room immediately, but standing by the window, he could see people hurrying about and a tense atmosphere in the palace courtyard. What was in that package? Urgent news? Or news related to Hancock and Luffy? About an hour later, a rapid sound of footsteps approached the stone house again. It was Marigold. Her face was pale and her eyes were red, clearly having just cried. She clutched a roll of the latest newspaper, her knuckles white from the force. She pushed the door open and looked straight at Jiang Yu, her voice hoarse and trembling. Jiang Yu, elder sister, is injured. Jiang Yu's heart sank. The Marineford War was indeed tragic. Even Hancock at the Shichibukai level was injured. Was it serious? How is Her Majesty's injury? He asked immediately, his face showing appropriate concern. Marigold handed him the newspaper, pointing to the shocking headline and accompanying photo on the front page. The Marineford War ends. Whitebeard and Ace dead. A Pyrrhic victory for the Marine? In a smaller picture next to it, Hancock's figure could be vaguely seen on the chaotic battlefield, looking somewhat disheveled, but the specific injuries were unclear. The newspaper doesn't give details, only mentioning that elder sister took action in the war and seemed to be affected. Marigold's voice carried lingering fear and worry. But just now, we received a short message from elder sister through a special channel, saying only that she suffered some minor injuries, needs rest, and will return in a few days. But, she bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes again. Elder sister never takes the initiative to say she's injured. No matter how serious the injury, she would act as if nothing happened. The fact that she specifically sent word back this time, I'm worried. Jiang Yu understood Marigold's fear. Hancock was proud to the extreme and hated showing vulnerability, especially physical vulnerability. Her taking the initiative to send news of an injury, even if she called it a minor injury, was highly unusual. This might mean the injury was more serious than stated, or she had experienced a psychological shock in the war far exceeding the physical trauma. Had she witnessed Ace's death with her own eyes? Or had Luffy encountered a fatal crisis on the battlefield? Her Majesty is blessed. She will surely turn misfortune into good fortune. Jiang Yu could only offer such comfort, though his heart was also tight. Hancock's injury and Luffy's life or death. The newspaper didn't seem to mention Luffy's specific outcome, only that Straw Hat had participated in the war and survived, pulled at his heartstrings, partly out of concern for his mission target and partly mixed with a trace of complex emotion that had developed during their time together. Jiang Yu, Marigold took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, her eyes fixed on him. Once elder sister returns to the island, the recuperation of her body and emotions will be of paramount importance. Your ointments and those methods to calm the mind. At that time, we may need you even more. You, be prepared. This was assigning him a task in advance, as well as a reconfirmation and reliance on his value. Yes, Jiang Yu understands. I will do my utmost. Marigold nodded, said no more, and turned to leave in a hurry, clearly needing to handle other matters triggered by this sudden news. Jiang Yu unfolded the newspaper, which still smelled of ink, and quickly browsed the detailed report of the Marineford War. The fall of Whitebeard, the death of Ace, Luffy's breakdown and survival, the tragedy of the battlefield. The impact of the words and pictures was far beyond what the memory of the plot could provide. As for Hancock's role, the report was vague, only mentioning her participation as a Shichibukai and a brief clash with a Marine admiral. He carefully put the newspaper away. This newspaper, along with the library notes and medical formulas he had accumulated, was an indispensable reserve of information for him to face the future. The return date of the perfume Yuta was uncertain, but it could be foreseen that when that giant ship sailed into Amazon Lily's harbor again, it would bring back far more than just an injured empress. The blood and fire of war, the shock of life and death, and the strange connection between Hancock and Luffy that had already sprouted but had an uncertain future would all follow, stirring new and perhaps more profound waves on this peaceful, at least on the surface, Amazon Lily. Silent tides were gathering strength beneath the sea level, and he needed to make himself more stable, more indispensable before these tides arrived. Jiang Yu sat back at his workbench and spread out a new sheet of papyrus. This time, He was going to conduct preliminary research on medications and recuperation plans targeting post-traumatic stress disorder, extreme physical and mental exhaustion, and sequelae after intense emotional fluctuations. Outside the window, the sky had turned gloomy again at some point, as if foretelling the return of the storm, the embers of the return voyage. On the day the perfume Yuta returned, leaden clouds hung low over Amazon Lily. The sea breeze carried a salty, damp, and stifling air, swirling with the faint, lingering scent of gunpowder and bloodrust characteristic of the far ocean. A dense, dark crowd gathered at the port. Almost all the remaining warriors and most of the islanders had come voluntarily, waiting in silence. Sandersonia and Marigold stood at the very front of the pier, their postures as straight as spears, yet their faces were etched with an irrepressible blend of anxiety and anticipation. Jiang Yu was not allowed to go to the port. He was invited back to the stone house by Fura. With the doors and windows tightly shut, he could only perceive through the low blare of conch horns from afar and the faint, muffled waves of suppressed cheers, and weeping that the great ship, carrying the Empress and the embers of war, had finally docked. In the hours that followed, the palace was a hive of activity. The sound of footsteps, hurried conversations, and the moving of objects were incessant, and the air was thick with tension and solemnity. Jiang Yu, like dust forgotten in a corner, could only pace anxiously within his small quarters. It wasn't until evening that there was a knock on the door of the stone house. It was Marigold again. Her face looked even more haggard than before, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, but her gaze was much clearer, carrying a heavy, settled exhaustion. "Jiang Yu, elder sister, has returned," she said, her voice raspy. "She has summoned you." Finally, Jiang Yu immediately stood up and followed Marigold, heading once again toward the core area of the palace. This time, the guards along the way looked even more solemn, and the looks they cast his way were complex and hard to decipher. They arrived at Hancock's bedchamber. The outer hall was permeated with a heavy smell of medicine. Several female medical officers were discussing something in low voices. Seeing them enter, they bowed and withdrew to the side. The door to the inner chamber was tightly closed. Marigold signaled for Jiang Yu to wait a moment. She knocked softly on the door and said in a low voice, "Elder sister, Jiang Yu is here." There was a moment of silence inside before Hancock's voice came through. "Let him in." Her voice still held the innate laziness and majesty that Jiang Yu was familiar with, but listening closely, one could discern a trace of extremely faint, lingering fatigue and a deeper raspiness, as if it were laden with volcanic ash. Marigold pushed the door open and nodded to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu steadied himself and stepped inside. The lighting in the inner chamber was dimmed, with only a few yellowed wall lamps lit. The former mess had long since been cleaned up, restoring its past magnificence and order. Only the scent in the air, a mixture of medicine, incense, and a faint hint of blood, served as a reminder that the owner of this room had just undergone a brutal journey. Hancock reclined on a lounge chair covered with thick plush cushions, a soft silver fox fur blanket draped over her. She had changed into a loose, moon-white silk robe. Her long hair was not meticulously styled as usual, but instead draped loosely over her shoulders, with a few strands falling to partially obscure her cheeks. One hand rested casually on the blanket, while the other pressed gently against the area above her left breast, near the shoulder. There, beneath the silk robe, traces of bandages were faintly visible. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head slightly and cast her gaze toward Jiang Yu. This single look sent a jolt through Jiang Yu's mind. Hancock still possessed that face which could enchant the world, but the haughtiness and radiance that once looked down upon all under heaven seemed covered by an invisible layer of ash, appearing much dimmer. Her face was somewhat pale, not a sickly pallor, but a weariness of one whose mental energy was exhausted and whose vital energy had not yet recovered. Most heart-wrenching was her gaze. Those beautiful eyes, which had caused countless people to fall and had once been as cold as a frozen pond, were now as deep as the silent sea after a storm. On the surface, they were calm and waveless, but beneath they seemed to hold the sediment of countless unspeakable weights. The cruelty of war, the fragility of life, the shock of loss, and, some more private, more complex emotional entanglement. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Yu's face for a few seconds. The scrutiny was still there, but it lacked some of its previous sharpness and distance, replaced by a touch of reliance born of exhaustion, or perhaps a confirmation of something familiar. "Your Majesty," Jiang Yu lowered his head in greeting. "Rise," Hancock said softly. "Come closer." Jiang Yu followed her instruction and took a few steps forward, stopping several feet away from the lounge chair. "The Queen has sustained a minor injury to the shoulder," Hancock said directly, her tone flat as if speaking of an insignificant trifle. "The military doctors have treated it, but the Queen always feels that the blood and qi are not flowing smoothly, causing a dull pain, especially at night. Do you still have stock of your ointment? Or do you have other methods?" She had indeed taken the initiative to mention the injury and sought help directly from Jiang Yu. This meant that in her heart, Jiang Yu's status as a pharmacist and conditioner had, to some extent, become a trusted option in her post-war recovery process. This was both an opportunity and a heavy responsibility. "In response to your Majesty," Jiang Yu replied cautiously, "there is still some stock of the ointment, but its nature leans toward nourishing and concealing old marks. For new injuries, especially those involving blood and qi stagnation, it may be inadequate. I need to first examine the specific condition of your Majesty's wound before I can determine the best course of action." He proposed to see the wound first. This was both the duty of a healer and a way to more accurately judge Hancock's true condition, not just physically. Hancock fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the decision. Allowing a male to view her shoulder wound was undoubtedly a massive breach of her usual principles. However, the dull pain and discomfort of the injury, combined with her trust in Jiang Yu's medicinal skills, especially the ointment's effect on relieving the brand, eventually overrode that psychological barrier. "Very well." She slowly released her hand from the injury and signaled that Jiang Yu could examine it. Jiang Yu stepped forward, carefully lifting the collar of the silk robe and the edge of the gauze bandage. A stronger smell of medicine, mixed with a very faint scent of blood, wafted out. The wound was located on the upper part of the left shoulder blade, near the neck. It wasn't in a fatal spot, but the cut was quite deep and the edges were clean, as if made by a sharp weapon. It had been sutured, but the surrounding skin appeared an unhealthy bluish-purple and was slightly swollen, clearly indicating internal blood stasis and blocked meridians. The wound itself had been treated professionally, but the stagnant blood and qi and dull pain Hancock mentioned were typical symptoms of such stasis. After a careful examination, Jiang Yu covered it back up with the gauze and took a step back. "Your Majesty, this wound was caused by a sharp weapon, damaging the muscles and meridians, leading to localized blood and qi stasis, hence the dull pain. Simply applying the old ointment externally will make it difficult to penetrate and resolve the stasis. I suggest that on one hand, we continue using external medicine to promote healing, which can be slightly adjusted to include ingredients for invigorating blood and dissipating stasis. And on the other hand, it needs to be paired with an internal decoction to clear the meridians and dissipate the stagnant blood. Furthermore," he paused, "perhaps it could be supplemented with extremely gentle massage and guidance, avoiding the wound, to help the circulation of blood and qi. However, this must be done cautiously by someone your Majesty trusts, once your condition is stable and if you can tolerate it." He stated the treatment plan clearly and logically, including both internal and external medication as well as physical assistance, appearing professional and comprehensive. At the same time, he proposed the massage extremely cautiously, leaving the decision and the choice of the practitioner entirely to Hancock. Hancock listened quietly, her gaze falling on her injured shoulder, her eyes somewhat vacant as if she were recalling the moment she was injured. That war, the chaos, the tragedy, the scent of death, and that rubber idiot's reckless madness. "Proceed as you have said." Hancock withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to its usual flatness, though the sense of fatigue remained. "Tell Sandersonia what medicinal ingredients are needed. As for the massage, there is no need for now." She rejected the suggestion of massage, clearly still possessing a strong wariness toward physical contact. "Yes, Your Majesty," Jiang Yu complied, though he was not surprised. Being allowed to see the wound was already a huge step forward. "Additionally," Hancock suddenly added, her gaze returning to Jiang Yu, A trace of extremely complex emotion seemed to flicker through those deep eyes, so fast it was impossible to catch. The queen has found it difficult to sleep lately. Even when I do fall asleep, I am troubled by many strange dreams. Is the soothing item you prepared before still effective? Insomnia and vivid dreams. These were typical symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, combined with the physical pain and the joint effect of intense internal emotional fluctuations. The Aster Roland essential oil and the previous bath decoction are effective for ordinary restlessness, but Your Majesty's current state of mind is likely far from ordinary, Jiang Yu said after some consideration. I can attempt to blend a new soothing incense, adding several medicinal ingredients that calm fright, settle the soul, and soothe liver stagnation. The fragrance may be more tranquil and profound, suitable for burning at night. At the same time, Your Majesty might try practicing abdominal deep breathing for a few moments before sleep, focusing on the inhalation and exhalation. This may help clear distracting thoughts and guide the qi back to its source. He brought up the breathing technique again, this time combining it with the psychological suggestion of clearing distracting thoughts. Hancock remained noncommittal, only giving a soft me before closing her eyes again, appearing somewhat weary. Jiang Yu takes his leave. Jiang Yu knew it was time to go. Upon exiting the bedchamber, Marigold immediately approached him, looking at him urgently. Her Majesty's shoulder injury has stasis and requires a combination of internal and external treatment. I already have a plan and will write it down for you shortly. Her Majesty also needs to rest and recover her spirit. She must not overexert herself recently, and especially avoid large emotional fluctuations, Jiang Yu explained briefly. Marigold took careful note, her eyes showing gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. Since elder sister returned, she has spoken very little. Aside from her injuries, she hardly mentions the war. We are all very worried. Jiang Yu nodded. He could understand. Some scars are simply impossible to speak of. Returning to the stone house, Jiang Yu immediately set to work. Based on Hancock's injury, he adjusted the formula for the external ointment, increasing the proportion of blood-invigorating and stasis-dissipating herbs like nada ginseng and safflower. At the same time, he wrote out an internal decoction primarily consisting of peach kernel, angelica sinensis, and chuangsheng. As for the new soothing incense, he selected sandalwood, amber, and albizia bark, ingredients with calming and stagnation-relieving effects, meticulously blending the proportions to ensure the fragrance was peaceful and steady. He wrote down the prescriptions and preparation methods in detail and handed them to Fura to be presented. Over the next few days, Jiang Yu could feel the atmosphere within the palace slowly changing. Hancock did not summon him again, but the frequency of Sandersonia and Marigold passing back and forth with medicine and feedback increased. From their brief words, Jiang Yu learned that the pain in Hancock's shoulder had eased, the swelling and bruising were starting to dissipate, and her sleep at night seemed a bit more stable after using the new soothing incense. However, her mood remained low. She often sat alone in silence, staring blankly into the distance, and showed little interest in the island's affairs. Clearly, physical recovery was relatively easy, but the embers of war in the soul required more time to be cleared and settled. Jiang Yu knew that all he could do now was provide stable and effective medicinal support, playing the role of a reliable assistant without adding any extra worry or suspicion to Hancock. At the same time, he also needed to pay close attention to any news from the outside world related to Luffy or the aftermath of the Marineford War. How was Luffy doing now? The war was over, Ace was dead, he must have suffered a devastating blow. Where was he now? What was he doing? And Hancock, what exactly were her feelings for him? Was it merely gratitude and a bit of curiosity, or had something more already begun to quietly sprout? These questions were like hidden reefs, concealed beneath the calm surface of the sea. Jiang Yu stood by the window of the stone house, looking toward the palace. There, the Empress was alone, licking the internal and external wounds brought by the war. And he, a transmigrator from another world, had seemingly secured a small but gradually stable position in the life of this proud Empress, relying on his half-true medicinal skills and careful maneuvering. The returning great ship had brought back scars and embers, but it had also brought back a new and more complex situation. The task of winning her over was still far off, but that thorny path leading to Hancock's heart seemed to have been quietly explored just a little bit further by him. The night wind blew in with a chill, and Jiang Yu pulled his collar tight. He knew that the true test might have only just begun. When Hancock's body and mind gradually recovered, when news of Luffy arrived again, and when the gears of this world's fate continued to turn, how should he conduct himself? And how would he find that sliver of hope to complete his task, and even survive, within that already sprouting, fragile, and dangerous bond? The night was long, and the embers were not yet cold. A new chapter was slowly unfolding in the silence, heart marks and the scent of medicine. Hancock's slow physical and mental recovery after the war was like a silent tug-of-war. The trauma to her body healed at a visible rate under Jiang Yu's meticulously prepared medicines and the care of the palace physicians. The bruising dissipated, the wounds scabbed over, and the new skin had a faint pink hue. The dull pain in her shoulder blades gradually receded, and she once again straightened that neck which was always held high in pride. But the embers of her soul stubbornly settled deep in her eyes. She no longer appeared as obviously exhausted and depressed as when she first returned. She regained the energy to handle state affairs, and when facing her subjects, the smile that captivated everyone and her unquestionable majesty returned to her face. However, when alone, in moments when no one was watching, Jiang Yu could catch a fleeting look of trance between her brows, and a silence that lasted far too long whenever she gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Sandersonia and Marigold served her with great caution, never mentioning the war and doing their best to avoid any topic that might cause their elder sister's emotions to fluctuate. They viewed the ointments, decoctions, and calming incense prepared by Jiang Yu as vital pillars maintaining this fragile balance. They were responsive to his every need, and their attitude grew increasingly mild, even carrying a trace of imperceptible respect. Jiang Yu's days passed in superficial peace. He continued to refine his theoretical system, using limited resources and the occasional permission from Sandersonia to try incorporating the effects of more medicinal herbs unique to Amazon lily into his prescriptions. His persistence with that crude breathing technique and his health-preserving exercises also received a slight reward. His body was much stronger than when he first arrived, at least no longer looking like a weakling who could be knocked over by a gust of sea breeze. Fura's surveillance still existed, but it was more of a formality. She even occasionally allowed him to stay a bit longer in the clearing behind the stone house when the weather was fine. This surface-level tranquility lasted until a certain afternoon. Jiang Yu was in the stone house sorting a newly delivered batch of dragon saliva cypress wood chips to be used for the next batch of calming incense. The scent released when this wood burned had an excellent sedative effect. Suddenly, Fura poked her head in from outside, her face wearing a rare, almost nervous expression. Jiang Yu, Lady Marigold sent word for you to go immediately to the Tingtao Pavilion next to the Royal Bathhouse. Near the Royal Bathhouse? Tingtao Pavilion? That was a very private place for Hancock to rest, located deep within the palace gardens, backed by a cliff and facing the sea with exquisite scenery, but outsiders were rarely allowed to set foot there. Why would she suddenly summon him there? A hint of doubt rose in Jiang Yu's heart, but he didn't dare delay. He immediately put down the work in his hands and followed Fura out of the stone house. As they walked along, the closer they got to the royal bathhouse area, the sparser the guards became, but the atmosphere grew increasingly quiet and profound. The air was filled with a rich floral fragrance and moist water vapor, and the roar of waves crashing against the cliffs could be heard faintly in the distance. Tingtao Pavilion was an exquisite wooden pavilion, partially suspended on the cliffside, surrounded by dense vines and exotic flowers and herbs. Marigold was already waiting below the pavilion. Seeing Jiang Yu, she made a gesture for silence, then pointed to the top of the pavilion and whispered, "Elder sister is up there. Go up by yourself. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, you must not mention a single word after you leave." Her tone was exceptionally serious, and her eyes even carried a hint of pleading. Jiang Yu nodded, suppressed the turbulence in his heart, and lightly walked up the wooden spiral staircase to the pavilion. The top floor of the pavilion was an open-air observation deck with only light gauze curtains fluttering in the wind. Hancock stood leaning against the railing with her back to the stairs. She wasn't wearing her magnificent imperial robes, but only a thin, pale green gauze garment. Her long hair was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, and a few stray strands blown by the sea breeze clung to the side of her smooth neck. She didn't seem to notice Jiang Yu's arrival, just quietly gazing at the distant scene where the sea and sky merged into one. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gauze, casting a hazy glow around her. That peerless silhouette against the magnificent backdrop of sea and sky should have been as perfect as a painting, but Jiang Yu keenly felt an extremely oppressive, almost sorrowful aura emanating from her straight back. Jiang Yu didn't dare disturb her and stood quietly at the top of the stairs. After an unknown amount of time, Hancock suddenly let out an extremely faint sigh. That sigh was as light as a feather falling into a deep pool, yet it carried a weight of 1,000 pounds. Jiang Yu, she didn't turn around, her voice somewhat ethereal. Your Majesty, Jiang Yu replied. Tell me, Hancock continued to gaze at the sea, her voice very soft as if talking to herself. Scars can be faded or even covered with ointment. A brand, perhaps, can also be made less noticeable with special methods. But what about the marks on the heart? Those images and feelings that can't be forgotten, can't be thrown away and make it hard to breathe as soon as they come to mind? Is there medicine to treat those too? Her voice was terrifyingly calm, but every word seemed soaked in bitter seawater, crashing heavily onto Jiang Yu's heart. She had finally, proactively mentioned that scar of the heart from her deepest depths. The tragedy of the Marineford War, Ace dying before her eyes, Luffy's broken roar, and the pain from the slash on her own shoulder that was more than just physical. These memories, like nightmares, gnawed at her day and night beneath her seemingly recovered exterior. Jiang Yu held his breath. He knew that his answer at this moment was crucial. It couldn't be a hollow comfort, nor a false promise. Your Majesty, he chose his words carefully, his voice steady and low. Scars of the body can be slowly addressed with the power of medicine. As for scars of the heart, perhaps there is no medicine with immediate results. Hancock's shoulders moved imperceptibly. But Jiang Yu changed the subject and continued, scars of the heart are not indestructible stones. Time is the gentlest and most ruthless medicine. It can dilute much intensity and bury much sharpness. And living, experiencing new things, feeling different sunshine and wind, focusing on things at hand worth investing in. These, perhaps more than any potion, can make the scars of the heart no longer so painful and even slowly merge into the textures of life itself, becoming a part of one's experience rather than just a scar. He didn't say forget, because that was impossible. He spoke of merging and no longer being so painful. He mentioned time, new experiences, and focused investment, all common directions for psychological adjustment against post-traumatic stress, just expressed in a way she could understand. Hancock fell silent. The sea breeze whipped her gauze garment and hair, making a fluttering sound. After a long time, she finally turned around slowly. The afternoon sun shone directly on her face. Jiang Yu saw that on her peerless countenance, the deliberately maintained pride or laziness was gone, as was the heavy exhaustion from when she first returned. In their place was a deep, unmasked fatigue and confusion. Her eyes were slightly red, but there were no tears. Those beautiful eyes that always held a galaxy or ice were now like a sea covered in mist, deep, sorrowful, yet strangely revealing a faint light, seeking an answer. Merging into the textures of life, she repeated the phrase, her tone somewhat strange, like self-mockery, yet also like she was truly thinking. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Yu met her gaze. This time, he didn't look away. Just like a tree that has experienced lightning and fire, it will leave charred marks. But if it doesn't die, it will continue to grow new rings around those scars, and the scars become part of its life story, a testament to its resilience. Your Majesty, you are far stronger than a tree. He compared her to a great tree that stood tall after weathering storms, which was a subtle compliment and affirmation. Hancock looked at him silently, her gaze complex and hard to read. She seemed to be examining the sincerity in his words, and also seemed to be looking through him at something else. You are certainly quite the smooth talker, she finally evaluated faintly, her emotions unreadable. Then she turned around again to face the sea. The calming incense you prepared, the scent, Queen quite likes it. She suddenly changed the subject, her tone slightly lighter. It just burns too quickly. Is there a way to make the fragrance last longer? Up here on the pavilion, the sea breeze is strong and it always dissipates quickly. Jiang Yu's heart stirred slightly. This was a positive signal. She was beginning to pay attention to these minor needs for improvement. Jiang Yu can try adjusting the blend of spices and the compactness when making the incense sticks. Perhaps that can extend the burning time and make the fragrance more lingering. Additionally, perhaps some sachets could be made and placed indoors. Even without being lit, they can emit a faint, delicate fragrance. He responded immediately. Go then. Hancock waved her hand, signaling that he could leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Yu bowed and prepared to depart. Just as he turned to step onto the stairs, Hancock's voice drifted over again, very soft yet clearly reaching his ears. The ointment, keep using it. His footsteps paused slightly, and Jiang Yu bowed his head in response, yes. Walking down from Tingtao Pavilion, Marigold was still waiting there, looking at him with an inquiring gaze. Jiang Yu just gave her a slight nod, indicating that all was well. On the way back to the stone house, Jiang Yu's mind could not settle for a long time. Today's meeting seemed ordinary, even somewhat trivial, discussing the longevity of the incense's scent. But its significance might far exceed any previous formal report or consultation. Hancock had proactively revealed her inner vulnerability and confusion before him, albeit very subtly. She had asked that question about the scars of the heart, which meant that in her subconscious, she had already placed him in a position where such deep issues could be discussed, a level that transcended a simple pharmacist and was more private and trusting. And the answer he gave, while unable to truly heal her trauma, provided a perspective on the problem, a grounded and resilient way of coping based on time and life itself. This was perhaps exactly what the currently confused Hancock needed, not flowery comfort or empty promises, but a tangible possibility she could grasp. Finally, her specific instruction to keep using the ointment was not just an acknowledgement of the medicine's efficacy, but more like a confirmation. A confirmation that the link between them, built on treatment and need, remained solid and needed to continue. The sea breeze brought the salty scent of the distance, along with that wisp of complex fragrance from the pavilion that hadn't fully dissipated, a mixture of medicinal scent and the delicate fragrance from the Empress herself. The scars of the heart remain, while the fragrance of medicine gradually permeates. Jiang Yu knew that between himself and Boa Hancock, the bond woven from countless cautious probings, manifestations of minor value, and fragments of sincerity touched upon by chance had deepened by another layer on this day, in this lonely pavilion facing the sea. It was still slender, still fragile, and still full of unpredictable danger. But it did exist, and it was slowly but firmly winding and penetrating deeper into that cold and proud heart. The road ahead was still shrouded in thick fog, but the light in his hand seemed a bit brighter than before. He looked up at the vast sky above Amazon Lily. The system interface quietly surfaced in the corner of his consciousness, the markings after Boa Hancock's name, those lines representing attention, recognition, and dependence, seemed to have gained a few more layers of indescribable entanglement and warm colors. The long march to conquer the Empress still had no end in sight, but at least the ground he stood on now was a little bit firmer than when he first arrived. Undercurrents and news. After that almost confessional conversation at Tingtao Pavilion, Jiang Yu and Hancock seemed to enter a new period of tacit understanding. The Empress did not summon him again for those heart-to-heart talks. Daily communication for drug requests and feedback still went through Sandersonia or Marigold. But Jiang Yu could feel that the ice of separation had melted a little more. He began trying to improve the longevity of the soothing incense, grinding several spices more finely, adjusting the ratio of the binder, and creating stick incense that burned slower and had a calmer, more lasting fragrance. He also used the remaining aster Roland flower dew mixed with other calming dried flowers to create several small, delicate sachets. These new items were presented and quickly received the evaluation acceptable, with a request for regular supply. The wound on Hancock's shoulder completely healed, leaving only a faint pink scar. She resumed her daily routine of handling state affairs and cultivating haki, occasionally taking walks in the royal gardens or spending time alone in Tingta Pavilion. The worry on Sandersonia's and Marigold's faces gradually faded, and Amazon Lily seemed to regain its vitality along with the Empress's recovery. However, beneath this facade of quiet recovery, the undercurrents never ceased. Jiang Yu keenly noticed that the Kuja patrol teams were scouting the waters surrounding the island, especially the edges of the calm belt, more frequently and strictly than ever before. Occasionally, he would hear vague phrases like unrest in the outer seas, frequent marine movements, and the new world is anything but calm from Fura or the warriors who came to deliver materials. He knew that the aftermath of the Marineford War was far from settled. The world government and the Marine were regrouping. The powers in the seas previously protected by Whitebeard were being reshuffled, and various powerful figures were stirring. All of this was closely related to Straw Hat, who was currently accumulating strength and licking his wounds somewhere unknown. Luffy. He would appear on the world stage again sooner or later, and Hancock, who had a subtle connection with him, and this Amazon Lily, would likely find it hard to remain uninvolved. Jiang Yu's own cultivation had also hit a bottleneck. His physical fitness had reached the level of an ordinary, healthy adult male, but he had no clue how to advance further and touch the threshold of this world's power system, whether it was haki or physical technique. The outer classics in the library were deliberately vague on the subject, and he dared not inquire about it with anyone. He felt like a craftsman who possessed exquisite theories but lacked the fire and anvil needed to forge divine weapons. This sense of powerlessness was especially strong when he sensed the impending storm. This afternoon, Jiang Yu was in the open space behind the stone house, attempting to combine the breathing technique with some basic guiding movements inferred from the library's records, hoping to perceive and mobilize the faint chi within his body more effectively. Fura sat in the shade of a nearby tree, her gaze still scrutinizing, but no longer as hostile as it was initially. Suddenly, a series of rapid and powerful footsteps came from the direction of the main road leading to the royal palace, approaching the stone house with clear intent. Jiang Yu stopped his movements and looked at the approaching person. It was Sandersonia. Her steps were faster and more forceful than usual, and her face carried a rare expression, a mixture of solemnity and a hint of excitement. Jiang Yu, Sandersonia stopped outside the fence, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yu and Fura, and said directly, "Get ready. Bring all the medicinal materials and tools you might need. Come with me. There's an urgent mission." An urgent mission? Jiang Yu's heart tightened. Had Hancock's old illness relapsed? Or he didn't dare ask more and immediately answered, yes. He then turned back to the house and quickly packed his usual medicine chest, several key medicinal ingredients, and his record book into a wicker box. Fura also immediately stood up, preparing to follow. "Fura, stay here." Sandersonia stopped her. "You don't need to follow for this mission. Guard this place well." Fura was stunned, clearly reluctant and worried, but under Sandersonia's stern gaze, she could only lower her head and accept the order. Yes. Jiang Yu's suspicion deepened. Even Fura, his close monitor, was excluded. What kind of mission was so secretive? Carrying the wicker box, he followed Sandersonia, heading toward the royal palace again. But this time, they did not enter the core area of the royal palace but detoured to a secluded courtyard near the port district. The courtyard was heavily guarded. Several unfamiliar female warriors with sharp auras, whom Jiang Yu had never seen before, stood guard at the entrance. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles. After saluting Sandersonia, their gazes cut across Jiang Yu like knives. Sandersonia nodded to them and led Jiang Yu into the courtyard. In the center of the yard stood Marigold, and next to her were two women whose attire was slightly different from the Kuja style. They were dusty and travel-worn, with tired and anxious expressions on their faces. They looked middle-aged, bearing signs of a long journey, and the weapons at their waists were also different from those carried by Kuja warriors, being simpler and more practical. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the two unfamiliar women, and his heart gave a sudden leap. One had short orange hair and sharp eyes, the other had long black hair and a composed demeanor. Although they were wearing casual clothes and their faces looked slightly haggard from exhaustion, he recognized them almost instantly. It was clearly Nami and Nico Robin, the navigator and historian of the Straw Hat Pirates. How could they be on Amazon Lily? and looking like they had secretly infiltrated and were seeking help. His mind was instantly filled with countless questions. Had something happened to Luffy? Were they here to ask for aid? Or, Jiang Yu, Marigold interrupted Jiang Yu's shock, her tone serious. These two are friends from the outer seas who have encountered some trouble and need assistance. One of them is injured and requires immediate treatment. Elder sister has commanded that you be responsible. Injured, Jiang Yu immediately looked at Nami and Robin. Nami seemed fine, just mentally strained, but Robin's face was noticeably pale. Her left arm hung unnaturally, crudely wrapped in a blood-stained cloth strip, and he could vaguely see the raw, exposed wound beneath the cloth. Yes, Jiang Yu understands. Jiang Yu suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Regardless of what had happened, the most important thing now was to treat the injured person. He walked up to Robin, trying to make his voice sound professional and calm. Please let me examine the wound. Robin raised her deep purple eyes, gave Jiang Yu a calm look, nodded, and remained silent. Nami, standing nearby, said anxiously, "We're counting on you." Robin's wound was caused by a special marine shrapnel. She's been bleeding for a long time. We used the medicine we had with us, but it didn't seem to work well, and she started running a fever. Jiang Yu carefully unwrapped the cloth strip on Robin's arm, which was already soaked with blood. The wound was on the outer side of her upper arm, about 3 inches long and deep enough to expose the bone. The edges were irregular, and the flesh was turned out, looking exactly like a laceration caused by an explosion or high-velocity shrapnel. The skin around the wound was red, swollen, and hot, showing slight signs of suppuration. It was clearly infected. The wound is infected. It requires immediate debridement, disinfection, and suturing. Jiang Yu quickly assessed, simultaneously opening the wicker box and taking out clean gauze, strong liquor for disinfection, his homemade wound powder, and fine needle catgut for stitching. The process will be painful. Please bear with it. Robin merely nodded calmly, as if she were not the one injured. Jiang Yu said no more and began to focus on treating the wound. He used the strong liquor to thoroughly clean the wound and surrounding skin, scraping away necrotic tissue and foreign matter. His movements were steady and swift. Robin's brows furrowed slightly, and fine sweat beaded on her forehead, but she didn't utter a sound. Nami watched anxiously from the side, her hands tightly clasped. Sandersonia and Marigold observed from the side, their expressions solemn. After debridement was complete and the powder applied, Jiang Yu began suturing. His technique was not particularly masterful, but it was careful enough, with fine and even stitches. Throughout the process, the courtyard was silent, save for the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the treetops and the slight noise Jiang Yu made when occasionally changing tools. Once the suturing was finished, he bandaged the wound again with clean gauze. Jiang Yu then checked Robin's pulse and forehead temperature and prescribed a heat-clearing anti-inflammatory decoction for internal consumption, handing the recipe to Marigold to prepare. Only after completing all this did he finally sigh in relief and say to Robin, "The wound has been treated. Change the dressing on time, take the decoction, and rest well. There shouldn't be any major issues, but it will leave a scar." "Thank you," Robin finally spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse but still composed. "A scar? It doesn't matter." She seemed completely unconcerned about the scar. Nami also thanked him repeatedly. It was then that Sandersonia spoke in a deep voice to Nami and Robin. "All right, the injury has been treated. Now you can tell us, what exactly happened? Where is Straw Hat Luffy? How did you get injured? And how did you find your way here?" Jiang Yu's heart immediately rose. He knew the truly crucial information was about to be revealed. Nami and Robin exchanged glances. Nami began the narration, with Robin occasionally adding a few details. Their voices were kept low, but in the quiet courtyard, they were still clearly audible. It turned out that after the Marineford War, the Straw Hat Pirates were scattered. With Jim's help, Luffy experienced his initial breakdown on Amazon Lily. At this, Sandersonia's and Marigold's expressions slightly changed, then resolved to become stronger. Under the guidance of Pluton Rayleigh, he began a 2-year period of training in a secret location. The other crewmates also went their separate ways, agreeing to reunite at Sabyati Archipelago 2 years later. Nami returned to her hometown, Kakasi village, assisting with reconstruction while continuing to thoroughly study meteorology and navigation technique. Robin, meanwhile, secretly infiltrated the Revolutionary Army. On one hand, she used the Revolutionary Army's strength to investigate the truth behind the poneglyphs and ancient weapons. On the other, she underwent certain training to improve her strength. However, not long ago, the Marines somehow obtained partial clues regarding Robin's whereabouts. When she secretly traveled to a location in the West Blue for investigation, they dispatched an elite special agent squad to ambush and capture her. Although Robin escaped using her intelligence and devil fruit ability, she was wounded during the engagement. She met up with Nami, who happened to be nearby in the West Blue and had received her distress signal. The two worked together to shake off the pursuers, but Robin's condition worsened, and conventional hiding spots and medical treatments were unsafe. We heard that Amazon Lily, the Kuja Island, is the territory of the Shichibukai Boa Hancock, independent of the world government's jurisdiction and heavily guarded. Nami glanced at Sandersonia and Marigold, her tone tentative and pleading. We also heard that Her Majesty Hancock seemed to have assisted Luffy during the Marineford War. That's why we risked coming here, hoping to temporarily evade the Marines' pursuit and treat Robin's injuries. We promise that as soon as Robin's condition stabilizes, we will leave immediately and will absolutely not implicate your island. Their sources of information were clearly limited. They only knew that Hancock had helped Luffy during the Marineford War, perhaps having heard rumors from certain channels about Luffy hiding under Hancock's cloak to leave Marineford. However, they were unaware of the deeper entanglement between Hancock and Luffy, let alone the complicated relationship between the man currently treating Robin's wounds and the Empress. Sandersonia's and Marigold's expressions shifted constantly. Harboring a major fugitive pursued by the Marine, especially Nico Robin, a historian highly sought after by the world government and involved in taboo history, carried immense risk. But they had personally witnessed Elder Sister's special attitude towards that Straw Hat Boy. Furthermore, these two were the Straw Hat Boy's companions. This matter is too important. We need to report to Elder Sister for a decision, Marigold finally said. Until Elder Sister makes a decision, please rest here and do not move around freely. Jiang Yu, you will be responsible for Miss Robin's subsequent dressing changes and recuperation. Yes, Jiang Yu replied. His heart was already churning with shock. Luffy had started his 2-year training. Nami and Robin had unexpectedly arrived at Amazon Lily due to the Marines' pursuit. This completely exceeded his expectations and thoroughly disrupted what he had assumed would be a period of calm. The wheel of history had not stalled because of his presence. Instead, in an unexpected manner, it had delivered members of the Straw Hat Pirates right to his doorstep. Nico Robin, the second name on his system task list, right after Hancock. He looked at Robin, who was tired and injured yet still calm and elegant, and then glanced at the anxious yet resilient Nami beside her. Though not high on his task list, she was still an important character. The system interface of the Conqueror of the Heavens in his mind seemed to glow faintly. The undercurrent finally broke the surface, transforming into massive waves crashing against the reefs. And this time, he was no longer a grain of sand watching from afar. He had been swept into the center of the waves. What would Hancock decide next? Would she extend a helping hand to Luffy's companions? And how should he balance his newly stabilized relationship with Hancock while taking care of Robin, a mission target? Also, that mysterious woman? Her transaction only mentioned Luffy. Was the appearance of Robin and Nami also part of her plan or expectation? Countless threads suddenly intertwined, forming a chessboard that was both more complex and more dangerous. Jiang Yu felt his palms growing slightly sweaty. He raised his head and looked toward the royal palace. What kind of expression would the Empress, who had only just recovered somewhat from the trauma of war, show upon hearing this news? The sea breeze carried a salty scent, blowing through the secluded courtyard and tightening the string taut in everyone's heart. A new storm had already revealed its ferocious omen beneath the surface of calm, choices, and dark room. The air in the courtyard solidified as Nami and Robin recounted their story. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock, suspicion, and heaviness in each other's eyes. Sheltering Nico Robin, who was a primary target of the world government's pursuit, was no different from dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet the identity of Monkey D. Luffy's crewmate and the elder sister's ineffable attitude towards Luffy made them hesitant to rashly decide on expulsion. "Marigold," Sandersonia said in a low voice, "you stay here and keep watch over them. I will go and report to the elder sister." "Understood." Marigold nodded, her hand already resting on her weapon, her gaze sharp as it swept over Nami and Robin. Sandersonia turned and quickly left the courtyard. Her figure soon vanished at the end of the stone path leading to the palace. Only Marigold, Jiangyu, Nami, and Robin remained in the courtyard. The atmosphere was still tense, but now tinged with the agony of waiting. Robin leaned against a large tree in the yard, resting with her eyes closed. Her face was still pale, but the bandaged arm made her appear somewhat more stable. Nami, however, seemed anxious, constantly looking towards the courtyard entrance, then at Robin, her hands clasped tightly together. Jiangyu silently packed away the tools and remaining medicine in his rattan box, but his mind was racing. Robin's appearance represented both immense risk and an unprecedented opportunity. She was the second target on his system's mission list, and now she had directly appeared before him, injured and in need of his medical care. It was as if the system had delivered the opportunity right into his hands. But the risks were equally enormous. How would Hancock decide? If she refused to offer shelter or even handed Robin and Nami over to the Marines, though, given her personality and hatred for the world government, this possibility was slim, it wasn't completely impossible, then his mission target would vanish instantly. If she agreed to shelter them, then the question of how to house and supervise these two outsiders, especially ones so closely connected to Luffy, would become an extremely sensitive issue. As the person in charge of medical care, he would inevitably be drawn into it, having more contact with Robin. While this was beneficial for the mission, it could also provoke deeper suspicion and scrutiny from Hancock. He had to be exceptionally careful. Every step must be taken within Hancock's tacit approval or the established rules. Time passed slowly in the wait. The sea breeze drifted through the courtyard, carrying the faint sound of waves from the distant port. About half an hour later, Sandersonia returned. Her expression was more complex than when she left, her brow furrowed, but there was no killing intent or resolute denial in her eyes. By order of the elder sister, Sandersonia stated, her gaze sweeping over Nami and Robin, her voice devoid of emotion, "You are permitted to temporarily convalesce on this island." Upon hearing this, Nami's face immediately lit up with relieved joy. Robin also opened her eyes, looking calmly at Sandersonia. However, Sandersonia's tone turned cold. "Your area of activity is strictly limited to this courtyard, and the two adjacent side rooms connected to it. Without permission, you are not to take a single step beyond the courtyard, nor have contact with anyone else on the island. 3 meals a day and any required medicine will be delivered. During your recovery, Jiangyu will be responsible for your medical care, but each examination and treatment must be conducted under the supervision of either Marigold or myself." She paused, her gaze becoming sharp as a blade. "Remember, this is a grace granted by the elder sister out of consideration for past sentiments. If you make any suspicious moves, attempt to probe for information about the island, or attract marine pursuers, do not blame the Kyuja for being ruthless. Once your injuries have healed, you must leave immediately, without delay." "We understand. Thank you. Thank you, Her Majesty Hancock." "Thank you, both of you." Nami hurriedly bowed in gratitude, her tone sincere. Robin also gave a slight nod. "We are deeply grateful." Sandersonia nodded, then said to Marigold, "Arrange their accommodations. Strengthen the guard around the courtyard perimeter, ensure there are no vulnerabilities." "Yes," Marigold replied. Sandersonia then looked at Jiangyu. "Jiangyu, Miss Robin's follow-up treatment is entrusted to you. Change the dressing daily, observe the wound's condition. Request any required medicinal herbs directly from Marigold. Remember your duty, and remember the island's rules." "Yes, Lady Sandersonia." Jiangyu will dedicate himself wholeheartedly and strictly adhere to his responsibilities. Jiangyu answered respectfully. With the arrangements settled, Sandersonia hurriedly departed, clearly having more pressing matters to attend to. Marigold directed several elite warriors to lead Nami and Robin to two clean, prepared side rooms on the west side of the courtyard. Jiang Yu followed. Under Marigold's watchful eye, he checked Robin's wound again to confirm the dressing was secure, left some spare antiseptic powder and gauze, and informed them of the next dressing change time. Throughout the process, Robin was very cooperative and silent. Only when Jiang Yu was examining her did her deep purple eyes occasionally fall upon his face, carrying a hint of inquiry but no malice. Nami stood by, constantly thanking him while curiously observing Jiang Yu, the sole male doctor on Amazon Lily. "All right, that's all for today. You should rest now. I will return tomorrow to change Miss Robin's dressing." Jiang Yu packed his things, signaled to Marigold, and prepared to leave. "Mr. Jiang Yu," Robin suddenly spoke, stopping him. Her voice was still somewhat hoarse but steady. Jiang Yu stopped and turned to look at her. "Thank you," Robin said, a faint, almost polite smile appearing on her face. "Your medical skills are very proficient." "You flatter me, Miss Robin. It was just some basic treatment. I'm glad I could help." Jiang Yu replied modestly, though his heart stirred. Robin initiating conversation, even if just to thank him, was a good opportunity to establish a preliminary connection. However, with Marigold right beside him, he couldn't appear too eager. Robin nodded and said nothing more. Nami thanked him again. Under Marigold's escort, Jiang Yu left this temporarily designated restricted area and returned to his own stone house. Fura was still guarding the entrance. Seeing him return, her eyes held a questioning look. "Her Majesty is merciful and has taken in 2 shipwrecked women from outside. I am responsible for treating one of the injured." Jiang Yu offered a simple explanation, stating only what could be shared. Fura, having evidently heard some rumors, didn't press further and simply nodded. Back inside, with the door closed, Jiang Yu finally let out a long sigh. The events of the day contained an overwhelming amount of information. He needed time to process it all. Hancock had agreed to offer shelter. This was undoubtedly an extension of her sentiments towards Luffy and also revealed a certain latent tendency in her character to protect those she considered pure or special. But this shelter came with limits, strict surveillance, and control. Robin and Nami were essentially under house arrest. And he himself had become one of the key nodes connecting these two sides. He was responsible for Robin's medical care, which meant he now had a legitimate reason for regular contact with his second mission target. This was like a pie falling from the sky. But the challenges that followed were extremely severe. First, there was Hancock's attitude. Her permission for him to interact with Robin was based on medical necessity and duty. He must strictly adhere to these boundaries and never show any interest or attention towards Robin that exceeded a doctor-patient relationship. Every interaction would be under the supervision of Marigold or Sandersonia. Any overstepping words or actions could immediately arouse suspicion. Hancock's current mindset was still sensitive. She would likely pay extra attention and scrutiny to people and matters related to Luffy. Second was how to establish a deep bond with Robin during these limited monitored interactions. Robin was not Hancock. She was meticulous, highly intelligent, had experienced hardship, and her emotional defenses were just as strong, perhaps even deeper and more guarded. She wouldn't easily open her heart because of some ointment or a few words of comfort. What she valued was knowledge, truth, and respect for history. His half-truth pharmacology theories would likely have limited effect on her. He needed to find a new point of entry. Then there was Nami. Although not high on the mission list, as a key member of the Straw Hat crew and close to Robin, she could also influence Robin's attitude. Moreover, Nami herself was a shrewd and perceptive character. Finally, there was the mysterious woman. Her transaction only involved Luffy. Was Robin and Nami's appearance an accident, or did she know about it? How would she react? Would there be new instructions? Jiang Yu felt a dull ache in his temples. The situation had become more complex and more thrilling. He was like a tightrope walker, his balancing pole held between two ends. One side, the Empress with her unpredictable mind and formidable power. The other, the historian with her profound wisdom and hidden secrets. Beneath his feet was a bottomless chasm, and countless eyes watched from all around. But he had no room to retreat. The system's mission, the pressure to survive, and that faint glimmer of ambition for the future all drove him to face the difficulties head-on. He sat down at his workbench and spread out paper and brush. Now, he needed to formulate a detailed treatment and recuperation plan for Robin. Treating the external injury was the foundation, but Robin had been fleeing over long distances, was mentally strained, and had depleted her energy and blood. She would also need some gentle tonics and calming medicines. This would demonstrate his professionalism and care, and also serve as the first step in establishing a good doctor-patient relationship. Simultaneously, he needed to start thinking about how, during his limited interactions with Robin, he could, without arousing suspicion, gradually reveal things that might pique her interest, not flattery, but a demonstration of some form of value. For example, knowledge of Amazon Lily's unique herbs or ancient legends, or inadvertently showing a reasonable curiosity about historical texts or ancient knowledge based on his established identity as an observer. This was a more delicate, more intellectually and patience-testing game. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, enveloping Amazon Lily in twilight. In that remote courtyard, the orange-haired navigator was wiping the cold sweat from her companion's forehead, while the black-haired archaeologist quietly watched the fading light outside the window lattice, lost in thought. Deep within the palace, on the Tingtao Pavilion, the Empress stood leaning against the railing. The sea breeze ruffled her long hair. Her gaze seemed directed towards the port, or perhaps it traversed the vast ocean, looking towards some more distant, unknown place. The secret chamber had been opened. The chessboard had new pieces. Jiang Yu knew that from today onward, his life on Amazon Lily would enter a new, even more turbulent and unpredictable phase. He slowly ground the ink and picked up his brush. A new chapter had begun, physicians and scholars. In the following days, Jiang Yu's daily routine underwent a subtle yet significant shift. The stone house, the courtyard known as the West Garden, where Nami and Robin were temporarily housed, and the path connecting them formed a new triangle of his activities. Fura's surveillance continued, but its focus seemed to lean more towards ensuring he did not contact others during his trips to and from the West Garden, rather than restricting his entry into the West Garden itself. Clearly, Hancock or Sandersonia tacitly permitted this degree of freedom of movement arising from his duties. Every morning or afternoon, at irregular times to avoid establishing a predictable pattern easily observed from the outside, Jiang Yu, personally, accompanied by either Marigold or Sandersonia, would carry his medicine chest to the West Garden to examine Robin's wound and change her dressing. The first 2 times it was Marigold. Later, it was more often Sandersonia. Although the Empress's sister remained stern with a sharp gaze, perhaps Jiang Yu's focus and professionalism in treating Robin's injury put her slightly at ease, or perhaps elder sister's orders had to be strictly enforced. Her surveillance of Jiang Yu became more perfunctory. As long as he did not engage in excessive conversation with Nami and Robin beyond medical matters, she would not interfere. Robin's injury was healing well. The golden wound medicine Jiang Yu prepared, combined with the physical constitution of this world, showed remarkable effectiveness. The infection was quickly controlled, the swelling and redness subsided, and the sutures healed cleanly. Each time her dressing was changed, Robin was extremely cooperative, silent, and enduring. Only when Jiang Yu inquired about the sensation of the wound would she give brief, 1- or 2-word answers. Her eyes remained as deep and calm as ever, as if the injured one was not herself. Nami was much livelier. She always stayed by Robin's side, anxiously watching her condition, and would seize the opportunity to ask Jiang Yu some inconsequential details about the island, such as climatic features or common ocean current directions, stemming from her professional habit as a navigator. However, Jiang Yu cautiously deflected these questions with responses like, "I don't know much about that," or "The island's rules discourage excessive talk." He knew any leak of information about Amazon Lily could bring trouble. Jiang Yu strictly adhered to the role of a physician, changing dressings, conducting examinations, inquiring about the wound's condition, adjusting prescriptions. He timely added mild blood tonifying herbs based on Robin's recovery. He remained focused and detached throughout. His communication with Robin was limited to necessary medical dialogue, and the very occasional, simple discussion about medicinal properties or physical reactions. However, he did not give up on finding opportunities to establish a deeper connection. This opportunity quietly arrived during a chance conversation. That afternoon, Sandersonia had a temporary matter to attend to, so Marigold accompanied Jiang Yu to the West Garden instead. The dressing change proceeded as usual. After finishing, Jiang Yu was packing his medicine chest, preparing to leave. Robin leaned against the headboard. Due to blood loss and incomplete recovery, her face was still somewhat pale, but her spirits seemed good. In her hands was a thin, yellowed ancient manuscript fragment, one of the few items she carried with her. It seemed to be a rubbing or copyed excerpt from some ancient ruin, covered in strange symbols and incomplete text. Marigold stood at the door, her gaze sweeping the room, performing her routine duty. Jiang Yu's eyes inadvertently swept over the fragment in Robin's hand, and his pupils contracted slightly. Those symbols. He seemed to have seen similar variants in an extremely obscure miscellany about ancient sacrificial inscriptions in the royal library. That miscellany was categorized as absurd legends, neglected by all, but due to his broad reading, he had skimmed through it. This was an extremely risky, but perhaps also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His movement of packing the chest paused for a moment, as if momentarily captivated by the symbols on the fragment, before he immediately withdrew his gaze and regained his composure. However, that momentary hesitation did not escape Robin's keen eyes. Robin lifted her gaze, her purple eyes looking at Jiang Yu with a trace of imperceptible inquiry. Jiang Yu acted as if he hadn't noticed, closed the medicine chest, and said to Robin in a routine manner, "Miss Robin, the wound is healing smoothly, but your qi and blood still need nourishment. Please take today's decoction on time. If there are no other discomforts, I will return tomorrow." Robin nodded, then suddenly spoke, her voice slightly softer than usual, as if asking casually, "Mr. Jiang Yu seems somewhat interested in these ancient writings." "Here it comes." Jiang Yu's heart jumped, but his face showed an appropriate mix of surprise and a hint of being seen through embarrassment. He glanced at Marigold by the door, who had obviously heard and slightly frowned, then cautiously replied, "You jest, Miss Robin. Jiang Yu is merely a man with a crude understanding of herbs and stones. How could I understand ancient writings? It's just. A moment ago, I glimpsed the patterns on the scroll in your hand. They were quite peculiar and archaic, bearing some slight resemblance to certain sacrificial symbols I once saw in some fragments recording strange tales and oddities. Hence, I looked a moment longer. I've embarrassed myself before you." He both admitted to looking a moment longer and attributed the source to fragments of strange tales and oddities, making it seem reasonable and hinting that he wasn't completely ignorant. A faint gleam flashed in Robin's eyes. Sacrificial symbols? The fragment in her hand was precisely a record about the sacrificial rituals of a lost civilization. The symbol system on it was extremely obscure. Even she found interpreting it quite difficult. This physician on Amazon Lily had seen similar things in strange tales and oddities. "Oh, I wonder where Mr. Jiang Yu saw records of similar symbols." Robin's tone remained calm, but the sense of inquiry was noticeably stronger. Marigold by the door gave a light cough, her gaze carrying a warning as it swept towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately lowered his head, appearing flustered. "In reply, miss, they were just some old, miscellaneous books of dubious authenticity, chanced upon in some piles of old papers in Jiang Yu's hometown. The memory is already hazy. It must be that Jiang Yu's eyes are clumsy and he saw wrong." He skillfully avoided the specific location, shifting it to hometown, modestly called himself clumsy-eyed, giving himself an out and avoiding further questioning. Robin looked deeply at Jiang Yu for a moment, did not pursue further, and merely gave a slight nod. "I see. My apologies for the presumption." The conversation ended there. Under Marigold's slightly urging gaze, Jiang Yu quickly left the West Garden. On the way back, Marigold warned in a low voice, "Jiang Yu, your duty is to treat the injured, not to discuss ancient writings. Some topics are not for you to involve yourself with." Yes, Jiang Yu understands. Today was merely an offhand remark with no other intent. Jiang Yu promptly admitted fault, his attitude respectful and submissive. Seeing him like this, Marigold did not press further. After all, Jiang Yu's response sounded flawless, and he had promptly ended the topic. However, this brief, almost fleeting exchange cast a small stone into the space between Jiang Yu and Robin. The next day, Sandersonia resumed her accompaniment. During the dressing change, the atmosphere seemed no different from usual. But Jiang Yu could sense that the way Robin looked at him held a few more indescribable traces of scrutiny and a little less pure detachment. When Jiang Yu took her pulse to assess her qi and blood recovery, Robin suddenly spoke in an extremely low voice only the two of them could hear. The miscellaneous books from Mr. Jiang Yu's hometown must cover a wide range. Jiang Yu's fingers paused imperceptibly for a fraction, then steadily continued feeling the pulse, replying equally softly, "Adrift in troubled times, I chanced upon some fragments, merely to pass the time." It cannot compare to Miss Robin's profound and specialized knowledge. He did not deny the wide range, nor did he elaborate, merely offering a compliment and deftly deflecting the topic. The corner of Robin's mouth seemed to curve upward ever so slightly. She said nothing more. In the following days, this extremely subtle probing and response, conducted in the gaps of medical dialogue, occasionally occurred. Sometimes Robin would seemingly casually mention an obscure historical place name or legendary creature, observing Jiang Yu's reaction. Sometimes Jiang Yu, while explaining the ancient alias or legendary efficacy of a certain medicinal herb, would vaguely mention it might be related to the customs of some lost civilization. They were like two people cautiously dancing at the edge of a minefield, using coded language only they could understand to probe each other's depth and stance. Jiang Yu always firmly maintained his positioning as a physician and a casual dabbler, never overstepping. His answers were always ambiguous or cleverly steered the topic back to medical matters or harmless legends. But each of his seemingly offhand, yet able to catch Robin's drift responses was like a feather, lightly tickling this historian's innate curiosity for knowledge and kindred spirits. Sandersonia and Marigold were not unaware of the unusually brief silences or extremely low conversations between the two. However, the content sounded like nothing more than injuries, medicinal properties, or fragments of intangible legends, with nothing sensitive. Though they had suspicions, they could find no concrete grounds. Jiang Yu's medical work was impeccable, and Robin's injury was recovering remarkably fast under his care, which itself alleviated some of their wariness. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's care for Robin became increasingly meticulous. Beyond the external wound medicine, based on his pulse diagnosis, he prepared pills to regulate her qi and blood, calm her spirit, and nourish her brain, using some mild tonic herbs from Amazon lily. He even considered Robin's long hours of reading and contemplation, sewing a small medicinal pillow filled with dried herbs for improving eyesight and cooling leaves for her to place over her eyes to relieve fatigue. These actions fell within the physician's duties, yet conveyed a meticulous care that went beyond routine. Robin accepted them, politely thanking him each time, but the inquiry in those purple eyes deepened day by day. She knew the man before her was anything but simple. He understood far more than just medicine. He avoided the crucial points, yet always managed to touch the edges. He cared for her with meticulous attentiveness, yet maintained a restrained distance. He was like an enigma shrouded in mist, and beneath that mist seemed to hide some faint resonance related to the history and truth she pursued. This perception made Robin, amidst her wariness, also feel an extremely faint flicker of interest and, perhaps, an indistinct sense of connection to a kindred spirit she herself hadn't fully realized. On a strange, sequestered island, a physician who seemed to harbor secrets and could engage in some level of intellectual dialogue with her undoubtedly became a special presence in her monotonous life of recuperation. Jiang Yu could clearly sense this subtle change in Robin's attitude. On the system interface, behind the name Nico Robin, the marker that had always been grayed out, not contacted, had at some point quietly changed to contacting. Moreover, a faint golden thread representing initial attention and limited curiosity was slowly forming, intertwining with the darker lines representing wariness and scrutiny. The progress, though slow, was solid and clear. Like the most patient hunter, he carefully laid his first net amidst tight surveillance and complex psychological defenses. The mesh was fine, the target clear, waiting only for the prey itself, driven by curiosity and need to step closer. and the prey seemed to have detected the existence of the web, yet did not immediately distance itself. Instead, with scrutiny and inquiry, it began testing the web's texture and boundaries. The physician and the scholar, on the closed stage of Amazon Lily, began a silent and dangerous dance. The rhythm of the dance was composed by injuries, medicine, veiled conversations, and mutually understood probing. No one knew where this dance would ultimately lead. But Jiang Yu knew he had successfully brought Robin, this intelligent and wary historian, into the scope of his treatment, not just physically, but also as the beginning of some potential connection. Sunlight from outside the window, passing through the lattice of the West Garden's side room, fell on Robin's quiet reading profile and on Jiang Yu's fingers as he lowered his head to organize his medicine chest. The air was filled with the clear, bitter scent of medicinal herbs, and a faint, elusive, peculiar tension woven from the dust of history and hidden wisdom. Whispers of the shadows. Robin's wounds had completely healed. On the day the stitches were removed, a rare sense of relief permeated the West Garden. New pink flesh covered the once hideous wounds, leaving only a faint scar that would need time to fade. After a careful examination, Jiang Yu confirmed there were no further issues, and she only needed to continue taking blood-tonifying medicine for a while to consolidate her recovery. Ms. Robin's resilience is very strong, and the wounds have healed well, Jiang Yu said as he packed his tools, speaking to the anxious Nami and the expressionless but visibly relaxed Sandersonia. Nami breathed a long sigh of relief, a genuine smile appearing on her face as she repeatedly thanked Jiang Yu. Robin also nodded slightly, a flicker of relief passing through her purple eyes. "Thank you for your trouble during this time, Mr. Jiang Yu." Sandersonia's tense expression softened slightly. The healing meant the day these two troubles would leave the island was drawing near, and a weight seemed to lift from her heart. "It is merely the duty of a physician," Jiang Yu replied modestly. His gaze swept over the new scar on Robin's arm, and his heart stirred slightly. A scar, perhaps another topic to explore, but the timing wasn't right with Sandersonia present. He gave his routine instructions for the follow-up medication and prepared to take his leave. According to custom, once the wounds were healed, his medical duties should come to an end, and his regular contact with Robin would terminate. This would undoubtedly sever the fragile connection he had worked so hard to establish. However, just as Jiang Yu finished packing his medical chest and signaled his departure to Sandersonia, Robin suddenly spoke, her voice calm and steady. "Lord Sandersonia, although my wounds have healed, my qi and blood are still deficient. I occasionally feel dizzy and find it difficult to sleep at night. I wonder if I might trouble Mr. Jiang Yu for a while longer to prepare some tonics for me, or perhaps provide some guidance on methods to soothe the mind." Her request was perfectly reasonable, and her tone was just right, carrying the weakness of one newly recovered and the trust placed in a physician. Sandersonia's brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Robin scrutinizingly. Robin met her gaze openly, her face showing only appropriate fatigue and concern for her health. Jiang Yu's heart raced. Robin was taking the initiative to create opportunities for continued contact. Had she noticed something, or was it merely caution regarding her own health? Regardless, for him, this was an unexpected turning point. Elder sister only ordered the treatment of external wounds, Sandersonia said in a low voice, clearly hesitant. Allowing Jiang Yu to continue contact with these two outsiders always felt somewhat improper to her. "I understand this may be difficult for you, Lord," Robin's voice remained steady. "It's just that Nami and I, having been washed up here and taken in by Her Majesty Hancock, are already beyond grateful. If I fail to fully recover and cause some mishap on the journey, it would fail Her Majesty's kindness and might bring unnecessary trouble to your noble island. Mr. Jiang Yu's medical skills are exquisite, and he seems to have deep insights into the art of conditioning the body. If I could have his care for a few more days, we could prepare to leave with more peace of mind." Her words were like a needle hidden in cotton, soft yet firm. She expressed gratitude and a desire not to cause trouble, while simultaneously hinting at the risks of leaving before being fully recovered, such as becoming a burden if pursued by the Marine. Finally, she praised Jiang Yu, partially leaving the decision to Sandersonia's judgment of his abilities. Sandersonia looked at Jiang Yu. He immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, Ms. Robin's qi and blood are indeed insufficient. If she can be properly conditioned, her recovery will be faster and more stable. He did not exaggerate, he merely stated the facts. Sandersonia weighed the options for a moment. Although elder sister hadn't mentioned continuing treatment, she hadn't ordered their immediate expulsion upon healing either. Letting these two women leave in perfect condition was indeed more in line with Amazon Lily's interests to avoid complications. Jiang Yu's performance during this time had also been impeccable. Very well, Sandersonia finally relented. Jiang Yu, you will continue to be responsible for Ms. Robin's conditioning until her qi and blood are restored and her dizziness is gone. But everything must be done within the rules. There must be no mistakes. Yes, Lord, Jiang Yu responded. Robin bowed slightly. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Sandersonia. Thus, Jiang Yu was able to continue his daily, or every other day, work at the West Garden. The tasks shifted from changing dressings to taking pulses, adjusting blood tonifying formulas, and, based on Robin's descriptions of her sleep issues, providing dietary suggestions for calming the nerves and key points of a breathing technique. The simplified, harmless version, of course. The frequency and duration of their contact did not decrease. In fact, because the topics expanded to include constitution, sleep, and mental stress, more soft areas, there was more space for natural communication. The accompaniment of Sandersonia or Marigold remained, but their vigilance seemed to relax as Robin's wounds healed and Jiang Yu maintained his consistent professionalism. Sometimes, they would even stand outside the door for short conversations, allowing for a small amount of private space in the room, though never out of their line of sight. Jiang Yu cautiously utilized this limited space. His conversations with Robin still revolved around conditioning, but he would occasionally and accidentally intersperse broader content. For instance, while explaining the ancient application of a nerve-calming herb, he would mention its use in a lost civilization's priestly meditation rituals. While suggesting dietary adjustments, he would mention how a certain ingredient was linked to sacrificial activities in specific regions according to historical records. His words always stopped at the right moment, leaving Robin to make her own connections and ponder. Robin's responses became increasingly subtle. She was no longer just listening and accepting suggestions, but would sometimes ask one or two seemingly casual but deeply meaningful questions, testing the boundaries of Jiang Yu's knowledge. The two were like people speaking in code. On the surface, it was a doctor-patient consultation, but underneath flowed a current of history, civilization, symbols, and lost knowledge. This intellectual hidden sparring gave Jiang Yu a strange sense of excitement alongside his tension. Robin's wisdom and perceptiveness far exceeded ordinary people, and engaging in this level of dialogue with her was both a challenge and a pleasure. He also observed Robin more minutely. She was not always as still as an ancient well. Occasionally, when looking at the free birds outside the window or listening to the distant sound of waves, a very faint yearning of a navigator and the eagerness of an adventurer would flash in her eyes. When she spoke softly with Nami, her tone would reveal concern for her companions and hidden worries about the future. These subtle emotional leaks gave this historian, who always appeared rational and composed, a bit more genuine human touch. Jiang Yu silently noted these observations. He knew that to move someone like Robin, who had lived through so much and had such deep mental defenses, relying solely on intellectual resonance might not be enough. He needed to touch the emotional threads deep within her, her treasuring of her companions, her longing for freedom, her persistence for the truth, and that deeply hidden loneliness. The opportunity came unexpectedly after a rainy night. It had rained quite hard that night, only stopping towards dawn. Jiang Yu arrived at the West Garden as usual, accompanied by Sandersonia. The air after the rain was crisp and clean, and the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of earth and plants. Robin sat on a chair by the window, gazing at the vines outside that had been washed vibrant green by the rain, seemingly lost in thought. Her profile looked serene in the morning light, but Jiang Yu keenly noticed her fingers unconsciously stroking her left forearm, where the healed wound was, and where other old scars from her constant search in the darkness as an archaeologist might remain. Sandersonia stood guard at the door, her gaze fixed on the light reflecting off the puddles in the courtyard. Jiang Yu stepped forward and began the routine pulse check. Robin's pulse was much steadier and stronger. Her qi and blood were recovering well. Ms. Robin's complexion is good today, and your pulse has stabilized, Jiang Yu said with a smile as he withdrew his hand. I imagine the feeling of dizziness must have lessened significantly. Robin withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at Jiang Yu, nodding. Thanks to your care, Mr. Jiang Yu, I feel much better. Her tone was calm, but her eyes seemed deeper than usual. While recording the pulse, Jiang Yu said as if casually, the clear sky after rain is a time for all things to grow, a good time to condition the body and mind. However, some old wounds or chronic ailments tend to react when the weather changes. Does Ms. Robin have any discomfort? He asked vaguely, which could refer to the recently healed external injury or be a general reference to anything else. Robin was silent for a moment, her fingers again unconsciously brushing her forearm. Her voice was very soft. Indeed, there are some places that, in this kind of weather, faintly remind you of their existence. She did not specify where. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. He chose his words carefully, his voice also very low, as if afraid of disturbing something. Scars, whether on the body or in the heart, are sometimes like the rings of a tree, recording the wind and rain one has endured. The pain will pass, and the marks may fade, but that sense of presence, I'm afraid it's very difficult to erase completely. He expressed the concept of heart scars he had previously mentioned to Hancock in a gentler way. Robin's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She looked up at Jiang Yu, her purple eyes seeming to ripple before quickly returning to a calm state. Mr. Jiang Yu seems to have a lot of insight regarding scars. The sentence carried inquiry and a rare, almost blunt sense of being touched. Jiang Yu met her gaze without dodging, nor did he overexpress emotion. He simply replied calmly, living in this world, who can be without scars? A physician sees many and thus has more reflections. I just feel that some marks are not necessarily all bad. They prove that we have lived, experienced, and even resisted. He avoided his own specific experiences, but linked scars with positive images like life, experience, and resistance. For Robin, who had always carried a dark past, been labeled the demon child, and left countless physical and mental scars during her constant flight and pursuit, this was perhaps a brand new perspective filled with solace. Robin looked deeply at Jiang Yu, her gaze as if trying to pierce through his calm exterior to see the sincerity behind his words. After a long while, she slowly looked away, gazing back out the window, her voice so soft it almost drifted away with the wind. Sometimes, even the strength to resist feels weary. This sentence almost didn't sound like it came from the perpetually calm and self-contained Nico Robin. It leaked a sliver of deep-seated fatigue and vulnerability that perhaps even she herself rarely faced. At the door, Sandersonia seemed to hear some movement and turned to look over. Jiang Yu immediately lowered his head, packed his medical chest, and said in a normal tone, Ms. Robin is recovering very well. Just take the decoction for a few more days to consolidate. The weather is nice today. You might as well sit in the courtyard for a while. Breathing fresh air is also good for the body and mind. He timely ended this somewhat dangerously deep conversation, pulling everything back to the track of conditioning. Robin also regained her usual composure and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jiang Yu. Leaving the West Garden and walking back to the stone house, Jiang Yu's mind could not settle for a long time. At that moment, he had almost touched the softness beneath the ice in Robin's heart. Her whisper about fatigue was like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples in his mind. He knew he couldn't rush. Robin's guard was still heavy, and that revelation might have just been a momentary lapse in emotion. But it was a clear signal. She was not a monolith. She also had vulnerabilities and moments of needing solace. And her willingness, perhaps unconscious, to show this side to him meant a subtle trust that transcended the usual doctor-patient relationship. Whispers of the shadows are often more real and more powerful than declarations in the sunlight. In the system interface, the faint golden thread behind Nico Robin's name seemed to become clearer, and the way it intertwined became softer. Jiang Yu looked up at the clear blue sky of Amazon Lily. Clouds drifted freely. And in a corner of this island, a small bond concerning scars, history, hidden knowledge, and silent understanding was quietly growing. The road ahead was still full of thorns, but the light in his hand seemed a bit brighter. He would not only light the proud and scarred path of Hancock's heart. Perhaps he could also provide a faint glimmer of understanding and resonance for another lonely traveler seeking the truth in the darkness. And this was perhaps where a bond truly began, trade wins and parting. Time flowed quietly amidst daily pulse readings, health conditioning, and those obscure conversations where one hears the thunder in the silence. Robin's blood and chi grew more abundant by the day, her complexion regained a healthy glow, and her occasional dizziness vanished completely. A strange and subtle understanding formed between her and Jiang Yu. Beneath the medical topics flowed deep discussions about historical fragments, remnants of civilizations, and even the scars of life. Discussions that often consisted of only a few words, a look, or a pause, yet seemed to exchange 1,000 words. Although Sandersonia and Marigold found their conversations sometimes too profound or ethereal, they saw that Robin's health was indeed improving day by day, and Jiang Yu always strictly adhered to his duties without any improper behavior. Consequently, their vigilance was gradually replaced by routine. As long as it didn't involve Amazon Lily's secrets or jeopardize security, they turned a blind eye. Nami, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the joy of reuniting with Robin and the anticipation of their future gathering. She would occasionally join Jiang Yu and Robin's conversations, but more often, she was on the side calculating routes and studying sea charts, within permitted limits, of course, or telling Robin about their interesting experiences while separated, leaving out sensitive parts. She had quite a good impression of Jiang Yu, a doctor who was skilled and knowledgeable, but it was more of a professional respect and gratitude. Jiang Yu knew the moment of parting was approaching. Robin's health was no longer an issue, and they had no reason to stay in Amazon Lily, a place that was a vortex of trouble. Although the pressure of the marine pursuit was temporarily blocked by Amazon Lily's seclusion and Hancock's deterrence, it was by no means a long-term solution. They needed to reunite with their companions as soon as possible to continue their respective journeys and promises. Sure enough, on a morning about 10 days after Robin's recovery, Sandersonia brought Hancock's verbal order. Elder sister has ordered that since both of your injuries have healed, please leave the island in 3 days. Sandersonia's tone was businesslike, but there was no sense of coercion in her eyes. At that time, a speedboat will be provided to take you to the edge of the calm belt. After that, you will have to find your own way. Nami and Robin looked at each other. They weren't surprised. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Although they were safe while trapped here, it wasn't a permanent solution. Their companions were still waiting. Thank you for Her Majesty Hancock's hospitality and care, and thank you to Lady Sandersonia and Lady Marigold for your looking after us. Robin stood up and gave an elegant bow. We will definitely leave on time in 3 days. Sandersonia nodded and glanced at Jiang Yu nearby. Jiang Yu, for these 3 days, continue your duties to ensure they are in perfect condition when they leave the island. Yes, Jiang Yu replied. With the parting imminent, the atmosphere in the West Garden over the last 3 days strangely didn't become sad or tense. Instead, there was a calmness of things being settled. Nami began to excitedly plan the route after leaving and possible meeting points with their companions. Robin became even quieter, often sitting alone by the window, looking at the sky and the birds outside, lost in thought. Jiang Yu still came every day to take her pulse, ask questions, and adjust the final conditioning recipes, mainly consolidation advice for medicinal diets. The deep conversations between him and Robin became fewer. Most of the time, it was quiet companionship or discussing more practical issues, such as how to handle emergency injuries during a long voyage and which medicinal materials were easy to carry and had general efficacy. On the afternoon of the final day, the sunlight was just right. Sandersonia rarely didn't accompany him personally, only sending a trusted warrior to guard outside the courtyard. Perhaps she felt the situation was settled and there was no need to treat him like a formidable enemy anymore. Jiang Yu performed a final comprehensive check for Robin and confirmed everything was well. Then, as usual, he sat in another chair by the window, with a step's distance between them. "You're leaving tomorrow." Jiang Yu looked at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window, his voice very soft. "Yes," Robin responded, her gaze also fixed outside. "Thank you for everything during this time, Mr. Jiang Yu. Not only did you heal my injuries, but you also made me think about a lot." Her words were full of meaning. "You're too kind, Miss Robin. I have also benefited greatly from communicating with you." Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her. Sunlight spilled over her calm profile, outlining her beautiful features, and her purple eyes looked exceptionally deep in the light. "The world is vast and history is long. I hope everything goes well for Miss Robin on her journey to seek the truth, and please take care." He didn't use cliches like "stay safe," but instead used "seeking the truth" and "take care." This was both a blessing and an understanding of what she was dedicated to. Robin's eyelashes trembled slightly. She turned her face to look directly at Jiang Yu. This was the first time she had gazed at him so directly for such a long time. In those eyes that seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts, there was no inquiry or scrutiny now, only a calm, almost transparent realization and a faint, indescribable complexity of emotion. "Mr. Jiang Yu," she spoke slowly, her voice even softer than usual, "you are a very special person. On this island, you are like a puzzle that shouldn't exist. Your medicine, your insights, your words about scars and history." She paused, seemingly weighing her words. "I'm not sure who you really are, where you came from, or what your purpose is, but I know you have no malice toward me. In fact, at certain moments, you gave me a rare understanding." Jiang Yu's heart beat steadily in his chest. He didn't avoid Robin's gaze, nor was he in a hurry to explain or deny anything. He just listened quietly. "This world is full of mist and danger, and the road to seeking the truth is covered in thorns." Robin continued, her voice carrying a calm strength. "But just as you said, scars record experiences and traces prove existence. Perhaps, in some unexpected corner, someone will be able to read the stories behind those traces and give a faint light of resonance." Her words were almost a response and confirmation of Jiang Yu's previous obscure comfort and resonance. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang Yu," Robin said finally, a very faint but genuine smile appearing on her face, like a melting corner of an iceberg revealing the warm core beneath. "For your medical skills and for those conversations. They mean a great deal to me." Jiang Yu felt something warm in his chest. He knew that Robin's words were the most sincere gift before parting and the highest recognition of all his careful efforts during this time. She might still not know his background, but she accepted his kindness and understanding, regarding this brief encounter as a bit of solace in her long, lonely journey. "It is also my honor to know you, Miss Robin." Jiang Yu also showed a sincere smile. "May your future be as vast as the sea, and may you eventually uncover all the secrets you wish to know. And may you no longer be lonely." He said the word lonely very lightly, yet it struck the core. Robin's gaze wavered slightly before regaining its calm. She said nothing more, only nodding again. Outside the window, a trade wind blew past, carrying the scent of the ocean and the call of far-off places. No more words of parting were needed. The communication between them had already transcended that of ordinary doctor and patient or a chance meeting. It was a fragile yet real connection built on intellectual resonance, secret understanding, and silent care. Jiang Yu stood up and picked up his medicine box. "Well then, Miss Robin, Miss Nami, I wish you a smooth journey. Perhaps we will meet again." "Until we meet again," Robin said solemnly, also standing up. Nami ran out from the inner room, her eyes a bit red. She gave Robin a tight hug and then bowed to Jiang Yu. "Dr. Jiang Yu, thank you. Take care." Jiang Yu nodded, took one last look at Robin, and turned to walk out of the west garden. The sunlight outside the courtyard was a bit dazzling. He looked up at the sky. It was as blue as if it had been washed, perfect weather for sailing. Back at the stone house, Fura looked at him with some curiosity, as if she wanted to ask something, but she ultimately didn't speak. Jiang Yu sat alone at his workbench, silent for a long time. The system interface quietly emerged. Behind Nico Robin's name, the "In Contact," tag was slowly changing, finally settling on connection established. A pale gold thread representing understanding, resonance, and initial trust clearly and steadily wound around the name. Though still thin, it emitted a resilient and lasting glow. The second task objective was achieved in an unexpected way, full of intellectual and emotional tension, the establishment of an initial bond. There was no romance or ambiguity, only empathy for scars, discussion of history, and understanding of loneliness. Yet, the quality of this bond was exceptionally solid. He knew that his fate with Robin had not ended here. In this vast sea, during those journeys to seek the poneglyphs and the truth, they might truly meet again. For now, he needed to turn his attention back to Amazon Lily, back to the Empress who remained his primary and most difficult target. Robin and Nami's departure might make Hancock breathe a sigh of relief, but it might also make her pay more attention to him, this healer who had had deep contact with Luffy's companions. The road ahead still required careful maneuvering. The trade winds had risen, and the sails of parting were about to disappear over the horizon. But some things, like seeds sown, had already quietly taken root during this brief encounter. Jiang Yu spread out a new sheet of papyrus and began to record today's final diagnosis insights. The tip of his pen rustled, as if writing a secret poem about understanding and farewell. Outside the window, seagulls cried out. It was time to set sail, after the ripples. The trade winds carried away the visitors from the West Garden, and with them, the invisible tension that had permeated the air above Amazon Lily due to the presence of outsiders. Order returned to the port. The density of patrols was quietly lowered by a level, and a sense of relaxation after the settling of affairs spread throughout the palace and beyond. However, Jiang Yu's life did not immediately return to its normal track following the departure of Nami and Robin. Though the ripples had settled, the after-effects remained. The most direct change came from the attitudes of Sandersonia and Marigold. Their scrutiny of Jiang Yu became more frequent and detailed in the first few days after Robin and Nami left. It was as if they were reevaluating whether this man, who had been in close contact with the Straw Hat's companions, was still as safe and controllable as before. Jiang Yu was well aware of this. He behaved even more low-key and law-abiding than usual. Aside from the necessary daily physical training and breathing technique practice, which had become a habit, he devoted most of his time to further research and organization of medical prescriptions. He categorized and recorded in detail the experience and insights he had accumulated while treating Hancock's old injuries, recovering from post-war trauma, and healing Robin's wounds and replenishing her vital energy, even attempting to summarize some more universal theoretical frameworks. His workbench was piled with papyrus covered in handwriting and dried herb samples, and his entire being exuded an air of focus, immersed in the academic world and indifferent to outside affairs. This focus on his proper work seemed to gradually dissolve some of the Sandersonia sisters' doubts. After several routine inspections, or rather, visits, the sharpness in their eyes began to fade, replaced by a more complex evaluation, perhaps even mixed with a hint of recognition for his professional ability. After all, Jiang Yu's medical skills were instrumental in both Hancock's recovery and Robin's rapid healing. Fura's surveillance also returned to its usual rhythm, no longer so omnipresent and tense. The bigger aftereffect, however, came from Hancock herself. On the evening of the third day, after Robin and Nami's departure, Jiang Yu received a long-awaited summons from the Empress. The location was still the Tingtao Pavilion. When he ascended the pavilion, Hancock was leaning against the railing, facing the vast sea. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed her moon-white long dress with a layer of warm gold, and the sea breeze fluttered her loose long hair. Her back was still upright and solitary, yet it seemed to lack some of the post-war heaviness, replaced by a few hints of the familiar laziness belonging to the pirate empress and an indescribable sense of detachment. "Your Majesty," Jiang Yu bowed. Hancock slowly turned around. The light of the setting sun outlined her perfect facial contours, and her beautiful eyes appeared somewhat deep and unpredictable in the backlight. She looked at Jiang Yu with a calm gaze, yet it seemed to carry an invisible pressure. "They have left." Hancock spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. It was a statement, but also in some sense a question. "What does it mean to you?" Yes, Your Majesty. Miss Robin's injuries have healed and her vital energy has recovered. She left the island 3 days ago, Jiang Yu replied respectfully, limiting the matter to the completion of a medical task. You seem to have a very pleasant conversation with that historian. Hancock slightly raised an eyebrow, her tone still flat, but the question itself was as sharp as a needle. It was coming. Jiang Yu felt a chill in his heart. As expected, Hancock had been paying attention to the movements in the West Garden, and might have even learned about some fragments of the dialogue between him and Robin that went beyond the usual doctor-patient interaction through Sandersonia's reports. In reply to Your Majesty, Jiang Yu remained calm and spoke sincerely. Miss Robin is very knowledgeable and has broad horizons, especially in the fields of history and ancient civilizations. While I was treating her, we occasionally touched upon the ancient applications or legends of some medicinal materials, and Miss Robin would speak from her heart, mentioning the relevant historical background. My knowledge is shallow, so I could only listen and occasionally agree. It could hardly be called a pleasant conversation, but rather I benefited greatly from it. He characterized the dialogue as the patient telling, and the doctor listening and learning, weakening the aspect of active communication and emphasizing Robin's knowledge and historical attributes, which fit Robin's identity and diluted any suspicion he might have caused. Hancock listened quietly, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the railing. The sea breeze blew her hair, brushing past her cheeks, which showed no expression. History, ancient civilizations, she whispered, as if chewing over those words, and then the corners of her mouth curled into a half-smile that carried no warmth. It sounds like it is much more interesting than here with this queen. This sentence carried obvious sarcasm and a very faint hint of something nearly self-deprecating. What was she minding? Was she minding that Jiang Yu had interesting conversations with others, especially someone related to Luffy? Or was she minding that her island and her life might be seen as monotonous and boring by others? Jiang Yu immediately lowered his head. Your Majesty overstates it. Amazon Lily is a place of exceptional people and beautiful scenery, and Your Majesty is even more elegant and peerless, a rarity in this world. That I can study medical arts here and contribute my humble efforts for Your Majesty is already a great honor. How could I dare to speak of anything else? He quickly pulled the topic back to flattering Hancock and Amazon Lily, as well as emphasizing his duty. Hancock stared at him for a few seconds, her gaze as if it wanted to pin him through. After a long time, she finally looked away and gazed at the sea again, her voice returning to its usual indifference. This queen has been using your ointment. There is nothing unusual at the site of the old injury, but recently during cultivation, I occasionally feel that the flow of energy is slightly stagnant at the meridians of the old injury on the left shoulder. She had proactively changed the subject back to the treatment itself. This was a positive signal, meaning she temporarily accepted Jiang Yu's explanation, or at least did not intend to probe further at this moment. Jiang Yu's heart settled slightly, and he immediately entered a professional state. Your Majesty, this is because the old injury has just healed, and the new meridians have not yet fully coordinated and connected with the surroundings. You can try using a mild medicinal oil supplemented by specific techniques to lightly massage around the injured area before cultivation to invigorate the qi and blood. During cultivation, you can also consciously guide the flow of haki slightly to gently clear the subtle stagnation, but avoid using brute force. I can prepare a medicinal oil for clearing the meridians and write down the massage and guidance method for Your Majesty's reference. He gave a specific, professional solution, steering the problem toward a technical level. Hancock gave a non-committal response. Go do it. Yes, Your Majesty, Jiang Yu replied, knowing that this summons was over. He bowed, preparing to withdraw. Jiang Yu. As he turned around, Hancock's voice sounded again, softer than before but carrying a strange weight. Remember your place. This queen does not like trouble, nor does she like unnecessary entanglements. This sentence was a warning and a boundary. She allowed him to have assert professional value and space for use, but she would never allow him to overstep the boundaries of a servant and doctor, nor would she allow him to bring any potential trouble or entanglements due to his contact with others, especially those related to Luffy. Jiang Yu's spine stiffened slightly, and then he lowered his head even more submissively. "I will keep your Majesty's teachings in mind. I would never dare to forget my roots, let alone bring the slightest trouble to your Majesty and Amazon Lily." There was no response, only the sound of the whistling sea breeze. Jiang Yu silently withdrew from the Tingtao pavilion. It wasn't until he had walked quite a distance that he felt the invisible pressure slightly dissipate. His back was already cold with sweat. Hancock's attitude was very clear. She needed his medical skills and to some extent recognized him as harmless and useful, but her trust was extremely limited, and her defensiveness had not decreased in the slightest. His contact with Robin had clearly touched a sensitive nerve in her, making her define his belonging and utility more clearly. This was a warning and a repositioning. Returning to the stone house, Jiang Yu sat in the dark for a long time without moving. In the system interface, the complex lines behind Boa Hancock's name seemed to have undergone another fine-tuning. The lines for recognition and dependence still existed and were even strengthened due to the effective treatment he continued to provide. But the dark lines representing wariness, control, and boundaries had also become clearer and more prominent. His relationship with the Empress was like walking on ice. It seemed calm, but beneath the ice, undercurrents were surging. One wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. But at the same time, he also realized that Hancock's mention of the stagnation during cultivation and her seeking a solution from him was in itself a disguised form of dependence and openness. She was beginning to allow him to intervene in more private and core areas, the adjustment of hacky cultivation, even if only on the periphery. Danger and opportunity always coexist. He lit the oil lamp and spread out his paper and pen. The urgent matter was to perfectly complete the new task assigned by Hancock, preparing the medicinal oil to clear the meridians and writing down a safe and effective massage and guidance method. This had to be impeccable. As for the bond established with Robin, that was a precious spark that needed to be carefully preserved, waiting for a time in the future in a broader world where it might be ignited again. For now, he had to refocus all his energy on Amazon Lily, on this pirate empress whose thoughts were hard to fathom, who was both proud and fragile. The ripples gradually settled, but beneath the sea surface, new undercurrents were already brewing. And he had to find his own course in these deepening and increasingly complex waters, carefully avoiding all the dangerous shoals where he might strike a reef. Dragon Shadow. The meridian-clearing medicinal oil that Hancock requested was not a difficult task for Jiang Yu. He combined several existing oils and herbal essences from Amazon Lily that possessed penetrative, invigorating, and gentle nourishing effects, quickly formulating a light green medicinal oil with a crisp scent and a warm touch. For the massage and guidance techniques, he referred to some vague records about qi guidance and tendon relaxation in the library, combined them with his rudimentary knowledge of acupoints and meridians from his previous life, as well as his own insights from practicing his breathing technique, and designed a set of extremely simple and safe movements. He focused on relaxing the neck and shoulders and guiding the breath to flow smoothly, repeatedly emphasizing that the movements should be gentle and not forced. The medicinal oil and instructions were submitted through Sandersonia, and they soon received feedback of acceptable. Hancock seemed to have accepted the plan and did not summon him again regarding the matter. Life returned to a sort of habitual calm. Jiang Yu continued his research and training, occasionally wandering around the West Garden, which was now completely vacant, under Fura's companionship. Within permitted limits, he also visited the outskirts of the Royal Library to consult fragments of information related to energy, herbs, and legends of ancient body tempering techniques, attempting to find any clues that could improve his strength. However, progress remained slow. The supernatural power system of this world seemed exceptionally stingy toward him, an outsider. Amazon Lily also seemed to have completely restored its pre-war tranquility. Hancock handled government affairs, cultivated her haki, and occasionally appeared in the royal gardens to receive the worship of her subjects, remaining the radiant and inviolable pirate empress. It was as if Straw Hat and his companions had never appeared there. However, this peace was abruptly shattered late one night. It was a moonless night. The sea breeze howled, and the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs was more violent than usual. Jiang Yu had long since gone to sleep, and the stone house was pitch black. Suddenly, an extremely low rumble, seemingly coming from deep underground, faintly echoed. It wasn't thunder. It was more like the dull impact of some massive object, or like the earth itself letting out a groan of pain. Immediately following, the entire stone house, no, the entire ground, began to shake slightly but continuously. An earthquake? A tsunami? Jiang Yu woke up with a start and leaped out of bed. The sky outside the window was as black as ink, with only the lights in the direction of the palace shaking violently. Fura, Jiang Yu rushed to the door, and Fura's equally startled voice came from outside. "Stay inside. Don't come out." The vibration lasted for about 10 seconds and then gradually subsided. But what followed were urgent alarms and chaotic footsteps sounding from all over the island. Jiang Yu looked out through a crack in the window and saw the palace direction brightly lit with countless figures running. He could vaguely hear the stern shouts of Sandersonia or Marigold. Commotion was also coming from the harbor. What happened? It couldn't possibly be ordinary geological activity. The calm belt where Amazon Lily is located has a unique environment, and such violent disturbances are extremely rare. Jiang Yu's heart rose into his throat. He instinctively felt that something big had happened. Soon, the door of the stone house was shoved open. It wasn't Fura, but Sandersonia. Her face was grim, her eyes filled with shock, anger, and a rare hint of nervousness. "Jiang Yu, bring your medicine box and all the first aid supplies you have. Come with me immediately." Sandersonia's voice was fast and urgent, leaving no room for question. Yes, Jiang Yu didn't ask questions. He immediately grabbed the wicker box he had already prepared with common emergency items and followed her. Fura followed closely behind. She had clearly received orders as well. The three of them hurried through the night-shrouded palace grounds. Along the way, all guards were on high alert, the atmosphere as heavy as an iron plate. They didn't head for Hancock's bedchamber, but instead rushed toward a more remote, heavily guarded hall at the rear of the palace. It seemed to be the Kuja Ancestral Shrine and a highly confidential area. The closer they got, the more intense the strange aura in the air became. It was a mixture of burnt smell, sulfur, sea brine, and a certain indescribable sense of pressure that seemed to come from ancient, primal times. Jiang Yu could even feel the blood flow in his body slightly accelerate, a sense of trembling rooted in biological instinct quietly rising. More people were gathered at the hall entrance. Besides elite warriors, there were several elderly female doctors and elders who looked highly respected. Their faces were filled with horror and disbelief. Marigold was also there, her face pale and her lips tightly pressed. Seeing Sandersonia and Jiang Yu arrive, she immediately met them. "Where is Elder Sister?" Sandersonia asked urgently. Inside, Marigold's voice trembled, and that thing. She seemed not to know how to describe it, only pointing toward the depths of the hall. Sandersonia gritted her teeth and barked at Jiang Yu, "Keep close to me. Once inside, no matter what you see, do not make a sound. Just do what you're supposed to do." Jiang Yu nodded and gripped the handle of the wicker box, his heart pounding in his chest. What exactly was inside? Hancock was in there, and it seemed something else was too. The heavy hall doors were pushed open a crack, and an even stronger scent of burning and blood hit them, mixed with a hint of sulfurous heat and the distinct musk of some creature. Sandersonia was the first to slip inside, and Jiang Yu took a deep breath, following closely. Fura was left outside the door. The light inside the hall was dim, with only a few torches flickering on the walls, illuminating the vast and empty interior space. This place enshrined statues and symbols of the Kuja ancestors and should have been solemn and dignified, but now it was a mess. Offering tables were overturned, incense burners shattered, and the floor was covered with scattered offerings and broken vessels. And at the deepest part of the hall, beneath that massive statue of the mother goddess entwined by 9 snakes, Jiang Yu saw a scene he would never forget. Boa Hancock was half kneeling on the ground, her magnificent imperial robes stained with dust and dark smudges. One hand was clutched tightly over her left shoulder, the place that had once been injured and had since healed. Was it wounded again? No, it seemed more like she was forcibly suppressing something. Her long hair was disheveled, her face pale to the point of being translucent, and her forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. Her teeth were clenched, and her beautiful eyes flashed with terrifying anger, pain, and savage killing intent, as if her deepest taboos had been violated. And not far in front of her, curled up, was a massive, pitch-black thing covered in fine scales. The thing was nearly half the size of the palace hall. Its form was blurred, mostly hidden in the shadows cast by the statue, showing only a thick, winding body like a snake and occasional pitch-black scales flashing with a dark metallic luster in the firelight. Some parts of the scales were charred and broken, oozing a thick, dark red liquid that smelled of pungent sulfur and blood. An unspeakable, heavy pressure, like that of an apex predator, radiated from that black shadow, filling the entire hall and making the air thick and oppressive. Jiang Yu's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. A dragon. Although its form was unclear and its aura terrifying, those scales, that size, that pressure, and that unique scent in the air, this was absolutely not a creature that should belong to Amazon Lily. It was even more impossible for it to appear silently in the heavily guarded royal palace. How did it get here? Was Hancock fighting it? From the looks of it, Hancock seemed to be injured or at least exhausted, and that thing was also significantly wounded. Elder sister, Sandersonia cried out, about to rush over. "Don't come over," Hancock hissed, her voice hoarse and full of pain. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over Sandersonia and Jiang Yu like lightning, pausing for a moment on Jiang Yu. Her look was extremely complex. "Get back to the door. This thing is dangerous." Just then, the black shadow seemed to react to Hancock's shout. In the darkness, 2 points of crimson light suddenly lit up like burning coals, staring fixedly in Hancock's direction. Following that, a low, raspy growl like the sound of countless stones rubbing together came from the shadow. The sound wasn't loud, but it made one's eardrums go numb and shook the soul. The black shadow writhed slightly, appearing to struggle to stand up or attack, but its wounds split open, leaking more dark red liquid. It let out a pained grunt, and its movements stalled. "It's heavily injured." Sandersonia, a battle-hardened warrior, immediately judged the situation. "Elder sister, how are you?" "I am fine." Hancock gritted her teeth, forcing herself to try and stand, but a sharp pain seemed to come from her left shoulder, making her stagger. She knelt back down on one knee, and from between the fingers clutching her shoulder, a trace of dark red blood actually seeped out. The color of that blood was actually somewhat similar to the liquid leaking from the black shadow. Jiang Yu's heart shook violently. Hancock's injury was related to this dragon. It wasn't just physical damage. There seemed to be some kind of energy or toxic erosion. "Jiang Yu," Hancock suddenly turned to look at him. Her beautiful eyes, which appeared exceptionally sharp due to pain and anger, now carried an unquestionable command. "You, come here, look at my injury, and the injury of that thing." She actually wanted him to check the injuries of both her and this terrifying creature simultaneously. Sandersonia and Marigold were both stunned, and even the elders and doctors at the door let out gasps of astonishment. Jiang Yu's mind also went blank for a moment from the shock of the command, but he reacted immediately. This was an order and also an opportunity, or perhaps an even greater whirlpool of danger. He had no time to hesitate. Hancock's injuries were clearly not light, and the black shadow was also at its last gasp. He steadied himself, carrying his medicine box and avoiding the direct gaze of those 2 crimson lights as he cautiously walked toward Hancock. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. The closer he got, the stronger the primal pressure and pungent odor became, nearly suffocating him. He could clearly see the fine beads of sweat on Hancock's pale face and the suppressed pain in her eyes. He could also see the rising and falling of the black shadow nearby, its body covered in horrific wounds and the unmasked violence and a strange, almost human-like alertness within those 2 crimson lights. He walked to Hancock's side, knelt on one knee, and said softly, "Your Majesty, please allow Jiang Yu to examine the wound." Hancock released the hand clutching her left shoulder. The shoulder of the imperial robe had been burned through by some kind of scorching power, leaving an irregular hole that revealed the skin beneath, which was also scorched and even somewhat blackened. In the center of the wound, a bizarre dark red mark, as if seared by a branding iron, was glowing faintly, emitting an aura similar to the liquid from the Black Shadow's wounds. The shape of that mark vaguely resembled a twisted dragon claw. This was definitely not just a physical burn. Jiang Yu could feel a violent, scorching abnormal energy, carrying the scent of sulfur and destruction, lodged deep within the wound. It was continuously eroding Hancock's muscles and meridians, even faintly clashing with the haki in her body, causing her blood and qi to surge backward and her power to become chaotic. Is it energy erosion or some kind of curse? Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, his voice tight. That beast's dragon's breath. Hancock squeezed out a few words through her teeth, her voice filled with loathing and killing intent. It's mixed with strange things. Dragon's breath? It really was a dragon. Jiang Yu's heart sank. This world had dragons, or was it some devil fruit user? Looking at Hancock's state, the damage from this dragon's breath was exceptionally bizarre and difficult to deal with. I must first stabilize your Majesty's injury and suppress this abnormal energy. Jiang Yu forced himself to remain calm and quickly opened his medicine box. He didn't have medicine specifically for this kind of energy erosion, but the ice attribute energy of the cold jade spirit fungus might provide some suppression and neutralizing effect. He also had some medicinal ingredients prepared earlier for regulating old injuries that stabilized energy and cleared meridians. He quickly took out a diluted essence of cold jade spirit fungus. Luckily, he had a small bottle with him, mixed it with Kuja snake gall powder, which had strong calming and detoxifying effects, and a small amount of harmonizing stone milk that could guide the medicine deep and ease energy conflicts, formulating a medicinal paste. He carefully applied the paste to Hancock's wound. The paste was ice gold upon contact. Hancock's tense body trembled slightly, and then her tightly furrowed brows seemed to relax just a fraction. It's somewhat useful, she whispered, her voice still hoarse. Jiang Yu dared not relax. He took out silver needles. He kept a set for certain special bloodletting or guiding techniques, and shallowly inserted them into several key acupoints around the wound. Combined with the guidance of his faint, almost non-existent qi, which was more psychological suggestion and precise operation, he attempted to guide the medicinal power and cold energy toward the abnormal energy deep in the wound. This process was extremely mentally taxing. Jiang Yu was fully concentrated, and beads of sweat soon appeared on his temples. And just then, the Black Shadow seemed to react again due to Jiang Yu's proximity and actions. Its crimson eyes slowly moved from Hancock to Jiang Yu. The moment he was locked by that gaze, Jiang Yu felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of boiling lava. The blood in his entire body felt like it was about to freeze. What terrifying pressure and malice. The silver needles in his hand almost became impossible to hold steady. Ignore it, it can't move right now, Hancock barked sternly. Simultaneously, a powerful burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from her. Although weakened by her injury, it still rushed toward the Black Shadow like a crashing wave, temporarily dispersing the pressure locking onto Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ignore that terrifying gaze on his back, and continued to focus on the treatment at hand. Time passed slowly in tension and oppression. Under the cold jade spirit fungus paste and Jiang Yu's guidance, the light of the dark red mark on Hancock's wound seemed to dim slightly, and the burning pain of the erosion also lessened. Although her face was still pale, her breathing became somewhat steadier. All right, it's temporarily suppressed. Jiang Yu withdrew the silver needles and bandaged the wound with clean gauze. But that abnormal energy hasn't been rooted out. It's only been temporarily sealed. Your Majesty needs quiet rest and must not use haki again, let alone come into contact with that thing's aura. Hancock closed her eyes and nodded, signaling her approval. Then she opened her eyes, her gaze cold as ice, looking again at the Black Shadow and then at Jiang Yu, saying word by word. Now go, look at that beast, don't let it die. Jiang Yu's heart suddenly sank. Go look at that dragon, dragons and medicine. Hancock's command was like a block of ice, striking Jiang Yu's heart, the chill instantly spreading to his 4 limbs and 100 bones. To go see that dragon? That terrifying creature whose aura alone was enough to make his blood stagnate, and whose broken scales were still oozing a strange liquid. He turned his head stiffly, looking at the massive black shadow curled in the darkness of the ancestral shrine. 2 points of crimson light flickered eerily in the dim firelight. The target of its gaze had already shifted from Hancock to him. That look seemed to mix primal violence, pained breathing, and a hint of a nearly cold scrutiny that was completely out of place with this savage aura. "Your Majesty," Jiang Yu's voice was a bit dry, that creature. "Its aura is violent and its injuries are strange. Jiang Yu's knowledge is shallow, I fear." "The Queen commands you to go." Hancock interrupted him, her voice weak but beyond question. She covered her freshly bandaged left shoulder, supporting herself as she tried to stand. Sandersonia immediately stepped forward to help her. "It is heavily injured, and the Queen wants it alive. At least, for now." A complex mix of hatred and resolve flashed in her eyes. Clearly, the life or death of this dragon involved something far more important. Jiang Yu knew there was no way back. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, picked up his medicine box, and slowly walked toward that mass of black shadow. Every step felt like treading on red-hot coals. The pungent smell of sulfur, blood, and scorched flesh in the air almost made him gag, and that heavy pressure, seemingly stemming from a suppression of life force levels, made it difficult for him to breathe, his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. Sandersonia supported Hancock as they retreated a bit further, but the eyes of both, as well as Marigold and the elders at the entrance, followed Jiang Yu closely, tense, wary, and carrying a hint of disbelief. To let this weak Yakushi approach such a monster. As the distance closed, the silhouette of the shadow became clear in the flickering firelight. This was indeed a dragon, or rather, a massive creature with dragon-like characteristics. Its body was like an immensely magnified, most ferocious python, covered in palm-sized, sharp-edged pitch-black scales. Most of the scales were intact, gleaming with a dark, cold metallic luster, but there were large areas of scorched and broken marks on its chest, abdomen, and back, as if it had been hit head-on by an explosion of incredible power or high-temperature flames. The most serious wound was near the neck, a hideous gash as large as a tabletop, where the scales were upturned and the flesh was torn open. A dark red, viscous liquid like lava was constantly oozing from deep within the wound, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound and rising in white smoke with a pungent sulfur smell. Its head was buried in its coiled body, revealing only a small section covered in even thicker and more hideous bone armor. There were short whiskers at its snout, which were currently trembling slightly with its heavy breathing. Those crimson eyes were right behind the gaps in the bone armor, staring intently at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stopped 3 zhang away from it. At this distance, the creature's pressure and bloody scent were intense to the extreme. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He forced himself to calm down and began to observe the injuries. The external injuries were extremely severe, but more troublesome was that dark red blood. That was not normal biological blood. It contained violent fire attribute energy and a certain extremely insidious corrosive property. It seemed to be constantly burning and corroding the healthy tissue around the wound, preventing healing. Moreover, while the creature's breathing was heavy, it carried a kind of sluggishness and disorder, indicating that its internal organs were also severely damaged, or it might even be poisoned. This was not an injury that could be caused by ordinary weapons or haki. A similar burn with a dragon claw mark on Hancock's shoulder flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Was it the same power? Were they caused by them attacking each other? Or, he had no time to ponder. Hancock wanted it alive. "I need some special medicinal herbs." Jiang Yu did not look back, keeping his voice as steady as possible, knowing those behind him could hear. Its blood carries strong fire, poison, and corrosiveness. Ordinary goldsore medicine is useless and might even worsen the injury. "I need something with extreme cold attributes that can neutralize fire poison while possessing strong vitality and restorative power." He paused and added, "Cold jade spirit fungus juice might neutralize some of the fire poison, but the amount is far from enough, and its nature is too cold, which might further injure its already weakened internal organs. I need to find cold-natured medicinal herbs with milder properties and stronger restorative power, or find a substitute that is mutually reinforcing or counteracting with its own dragon blood properties, but is more peaceful to guide and transform it." The line of thought he proposed was based on pharmacological speculation and sounded well-founded. Where would Amazon lily have such a thing? Sandersonia couldn't help but bark. Cold jade spirit fungus is already an item of extreme cold. Perhaps the 1,000-year profound ice pith deep in the ancestral lands? An elderly elder spoke hesitantly, her voice carrying reverence. But that is a sacred object of our tribe, traditionally only used for. Go and get it, Hancock's voice interrupted her decisively. Though weak, it carried an irresistible majesty. As long as it can save a life, go quickly. The elder trembled and didn't dare say more, immediately leading 2 others away in a hurry. Also, Jiang Yu continued to observe the black dragon's wound, especially that dark red liquid constantly oozing and corroding the ground. Its blood itself might be a medicinal primer, but it needs special treatment to remove the violent fire poison within, leaving only the immense vitality and a certain unique dragon nature power it contains. I need some materials that can purify and stabilize energy properties, such as soul-purifying crystal powder or fragments of earth vein stabilization stone. Some of these names he had seen in the most obscure legends in the library, and some he had fabricated based on pharmacological principles to make himself sound profound and to buy more time and resources. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at each other. They had mostly never heard of these names. Go to the royal secret vault and find them. Bring everything that might be related. Hancock ordered again, her tone carrying suppressed anxiety and pain. Her wound was clearly still aching. Marigold immediately took the order and left. Jiang Yu stayed where he was, not daring to approach further. He took some medicinal powder mixed with alkaline neutralizing components for treating corrosive wounds from his medicine box, and carefully scattered it from a distance onto the ground around the black dragon's wound that was being corroded by the dragon blood, attempting to stop the corrosion from spreading. At the same time, he diluted the little remaining cold jade spirit fungus essence liquid, and used a specially made long-handled jade spoon to very slowly drip a few drops onto the relatively mild broken flesh on the periphery of the black dragon's wound, observing the reaction. The dark red dragon blood seemed to clash violently with the ice blue fungus juice, making a faint hissing sound and rising in more white smoke, but immediately after, the signs of corrosion there seemed to slow down very slightly. The black dragon's massive body trembled imperceptibly, its crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and the violence in its gaze seemed to fade a bit, replaced by more scrutiny and even a very faint hint of confusion. It seemed to understand that Jiang Yu was trying to treat it. Jiang Yu couldn't be sure. He concentrated fully on observing the reaction, adjusting the speed and position of the drops. At this distance, he could still feel the pressure brought by the difference in life force levels, but perhaps because the black dragon was heavily injured and weak, or perhaps because his act of focusing on treatment itself did not emit hostility, the pressure locking onto him no longer seemed as full of pure destructive intent as it had initially. Time passed in tension and waiting. The elder brought the 1,000-year profound ice pith sealed in a cold jade box. It was a small piece of strange ice crystal, translucent like colored glaze, constantly emitting an astonishing chill. Marigold also brought several shimmering minerals and crystals found in the secret vault, among which happened to be a small bag of pale gold, soul-purifying crystal powder, seemingly remnants from some ancient purification, ritual, and some grayish-white fragments of earth vein stabilization stone that were warm to the touch. With the materials ready, Jiang Yu began his boldest and most dangerous medicine making to date. Beside a special stone mortar brought by Sandersonia, capable of withstanding energy impacts, he first took a tiny bit of dragon blood, carefully collected using the most corrosion-resistant jade vessel, and mixed it with a large amount of soul-purifying crystal powder, grinding it slowly to try and strip away the fire poison with the crystal's purifying power. This process was extremely slow, with faint flashes of energy conflict appearing from time to time. At the same time, he used a jade pestle to extremely carefully scrape a little powder from the 1,000-year profound ice pith, and mixed it with earth vein stabilization stone fragments and a large amount of the herbal essences he had prepared earlier with mild restorative effects, as the base for an external ointment. Finally, he took the initially purified, whether it was truly purified, God only knows, dragon blood mixture, which had turned slightly lighter in color and more peaceful in aura, and extremely cautiously dripped it into the ointment base material. As he dripped it in, he used his set of half-real, half-fake energy harmonization gestures and mental guidance, attempting to fuse this violent dragon nature power with the chill of the ice pith, the neutralizing power of the stabilization stone, and the vitality of the herbs. The entire ancestral shrine hall was silent, save for the faint sounds of Jiangyu grinding and mixing, and the black dragon's heavy, pained breathing. Everyone watched with bated breath. Hancock leaned against Sandersonia, the expression on her pale face shifting uncertainly. After an unknown amount of time, the mixture in the stone mortar finally took on a strange, viscous paste of dark red shot through with ice blue and pale gold flowing light, emitting a complex aura of interwoven cold, heat, vitality, and death. Was it a success? Jiangyu himself was unsure. He took a deep breath and, using a long, specialized tool with a jade bowl at the tip, scooped up a small glob of ointment and again cautiously approached the black dragon. This time, the black dragon's crimson eyes just watched him approach quietly, without letting out a threatening low growl or releasing even stronger pressure. It seemed to be waiting. Jiangyu's heart pounded wildly. Suppressing his fear, he carefully applied the ointment to the most severe wound on the black dragon's neck. The moment the ointment touched the upturned flesh and dark red liquid, a violent reaction occurred again. Ice blue and dark red light clashed intensely, hissing and filling the air with white smoke. The black dragon's massive body jolted, and it let out a suppressed, pained, muffled groan. The entire ancestral shrine seemed to vibrate with it. Jiangyu was so startled, he almost dropped the tool and retreated, but he forced himself to stop and stared intently at the wound. The conflict lasted for several breaths, and then the oozing speed of that dark red liquid really seemed to slow down. The signs of corrosion and scorching at the edge of the wound also stopped spreading. The ice blue and pale gold medicinal power, like a tough, thin film, began to envelop and suppress that violent fire poison, providing a faint, cold vitality to the wound. It worked. Although it was far from cured, it at least temporarily checked the worsening of the injury and the erosion of the fire poison. Jiangyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He stepped back a few paces and bowed to Hancock, saying, "Your Majesty, the ointment has temporarily checked the fire poison's erosion and stabilized the injury. But its internal injuries are extremely severe, and it has lost too much blood. It needs a long period of quiet rest and a large supplement of vitality. Follow-up, the recipe will need to be adjusted based on the situation." Hancock watched the changes in the black dragon's wound, then looked at the nearly exhausted Jiangyu. An extremely complex emotion flashed in her eyes, relief, scrutiny, and a kind of unspeakable depth. "You did well," she finally spoke, her voice still raspy but her tones slightly softened. "Sandersonia, arrange for people to take turns guarding this place. No one is allowed to approach, and this beast is not allowed to leave the ancestral shrine's vicinity. If it makes any suspicious move, kill it without mercy." "Yes," Sandersonia took the order. Jiangyu, Hancock's gaze fell back on him. "You, stay here for now, observe the changes in its injury and be ready to handle it at any time. For anything you need, ask Sandersonia directly." She wanted to keep Jiangyu under house arrest near the ancestral shrine. Or rather, make him specifically responsible for this dragon's treatment. "Yes, Your Majesty." Jiangyu bowed in response. He knew that from this moment on, he was forcibly bound to this mysterious and terrifying black dragon and the secrets that might be hidden behind it. And Hancock, after giving him and the black dragon a deep look, slowly left the ancestral shrine supported by Sandersonia and Marigold. She needed to go back and handle her own injuries, and even more, she needed to think about what the sudden appearance of this dragon truly meant. Inside the ancestral shrine, silence returned, save for the crackling of the burning torches, the heavy and gradually stabilizing breathing of the black dragon, and the sound of Jiangyu's own heart, which had not yet calmed. He leaned tiredly against a pillar, looking toward those dragon pupils in the shadows that were still crimson, but seemed to have lost some of their ferocity. the dragon and the medicine. A sudden encounter full of danger, and the unknown had linked him with this creature that should not exist in this world. And where would this connection lead him, Hancock, and all of Amazon Lily? The night was deep, and the sea breeze outside the ancestral shrine still howled, as if foreshadowing that a more violent storm was gathering in the distance. Dragon Bone and Heartlock. Deep within the ancestral shrine, a strange silence replaced the initial commotion and bloodshed. The torches had been replaced by deep-sea fish oil lamps, which provided a softer, longer-lasting light that chased away the shadows in the corners. However, this only made the silhouette of the massive dark figure coiled beneath the statue of the mother goddess more distinct, like a dormant ancient beast. The air still carried a faint scent of sulfurous char mixed with the bitterness of medicinal herbs, along with that lingering, heavy pressure that came from a suppression of life force levels. This pressure was no longer as violent, now tinged with the weakness and forbearance that follows a severe injury. Jiang Yu was placed in a small space in a corner of the ancestral shrine, partitioned off by a temporary screen. It contained a simple cot, a small table, the medicine box he had brought earlier, and some newly delivered herbs. The conditions were harsher than in the stone house, but at least it was a corner where he could temporarily stay and work. His range of movement was strictly limited to the interior of the ancestral shrine. At the entrance, elite warriors arranged by Sandersonia, their presence exceptionally steady, stood guard in shifts. Their eyes, like those of hawks, constantly scanned the interior, especially him and that black dragon. It was called treatment, but in reality, it was guarding and isolation. Jiang Yu was well aware of this. He quickly adjusted his mindset and devoted his full attention to the patients, two of them, the Empress, Boa Hancock, and this mysterious black dragon. As for Hancock's injuries, he still needed to visit her bedchamber daily, under heavy escort, for examinations and to change her dressings. Under the continuous suppression of the cold jade spirit fungus ointment and Jiang Yu's guidance, the dark red glow of the dragon claw scorch marks on her shoulder had completely faded, turning into dark scabs. The erosion of the abnormal energy was temporarily sealed, but not eradicated. Hancock still could not overexert her left arm and had to particularly avoid the violent impact of haki. Her complexion was much better, but every time Jiang Yu went, he could feel a lingering gloom and a deeper suspicion in her expression. She spoke very little, merely letting Jiang Yu perform his checks as a matter of routine. Occasionally, she would ask about the black dragon's condition in a flat tone that always placed an invisible pressure on Jiang Yu, as if she were scrutinizing whether he had developed any uncalled-for sympathy or connection with the monster. The black dragon, meanwhile, became the focus of work for most of Jiang Yu's time. Once the initial fear and shock passed, Jiang Yu had to force himself to observe and understand this creature from a healer's perspective. It was gravely injured. The massive gash on its neck had stopped worsening under the suppression of the ointment, but it was deep enough to see bone, or rather, some stranger dragon bone that shimmered with a dull metallic luster, and the internal damage was immeasurable. The charred damage to its chest and abdomen had also slowed its corrosion, but recovery was sluggish. It spent most of its time curled up, motionless, with only its heavy, slow breathing and the occasional slight movement of its crimson pupils proving it was still alive. Every day, Jiang Yu would approach cautiously to examine it and change the ointment on its neck. This process remained fraught with danger. Although the black dragon was weak, the vigilance and pressure born from its life instincts never fully vanished. Jiang Yu had to maintain absolute focus and a harmless posture at all times, keeping his movements slow, steady, and devoid of any aggression or strong emotional fluctuations. Gradually, a strange understanding formed between the two. The black dragon seemed to understand that this tiny human was attempting to treat it. Although the scrutiny and coldness in those crimson pupils never faded, it at least stopped showing obvious hostility or stress reactions when Jiang Yu approached. Sometimes, when Jiang Yu handled the wound gently, it would even slightly adjust its posture to expose the injury more fully. Jiang Yu also began to observe it more closely. Its scales were incredibly hard, far surpassing ordinary metal, and the natural patterns upon them contained an indescribable sense of power. Although the dark red blood flowing out was suppressed by the ointment, its inherent violent fire attribute energy and its unique, almost living corrosive characteristic left him both alarmed and deeply curious. This was no ordinary creature. Was it a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user? Or was it a legendary dragon that truly existed in this world? He became bolder in his experiments while formulating follow-up ointments for the black dragon. Besides continuing to use trace amounts of purified dragon blood as a medicinal primer and source of vitality, he began trying to add certain associated minerals or plant extracts unique to Amazon lily that were said to be related to ancient creatures or powerful sea kings. These were sourced by Sandersonia from the royal secret vault or dangerous areas of the island according to his requests. He aimed to stimulate the black dragon's own recovery potential. He even started recording data such as the dragon's breathing frequency, pupil changes, and wound healing speed, trying to summarize some patterns. These attempts were not always successful. Once, he added a substance called blood coral powder that was said to stimulate flesh regeneration, but it triggered a violent rejection reaction in the dragon's wound. The ointment was almost instantly evaporated, frightening Jiang Yu out of his wits. He only managed to stabilize it by using a large amount of cold-natured herbs. Another time, he tried to use a silver needle to probe deep into the wound through the ointment. But before the tip could even touch it, it was directly melted by an invisible, searing force field. Failures and dangers made Jiang Yu more cautious, but they also gave him a deeper, though still blurry, understanding of the black dragon's constitution and injuries. This creature's recovery ability was actually extremely powerful. The main obstacles to its healing were the residual fire poison from the dragon's breath, which seemed to share the same source as its own origin yet was strangely mutated, and some deeper trauma that seemed to exist on the level of fundamental rules. Jiang Yu couldn't quite explain it. He could only sense it vaguely. During the day-after-day treatment and observation, Jiang Yu sometimes had an absurd illusion. It felt as if he were facing not a terrifying monster, but a gravely injured, taciturn, yet incredibly proud, patient. This thought made him feel ridiculous, yet he couldn't entirely dispel it. Beyond physical treatment, Jiang Yu also began trying some softer forms of contact. For instance, while mixing ointments, he would softly recite ancient incantations or poems he had seen in the library that were said to soothe the mind, of course. He was just reciting nonsense or substituting them with poems he remembered from his past life. Or, after changing the ointment, he wouldn't leave immediately, but would instead keep his distance and sit quietly for a while, doing nothing, simply letting it get used to his presence. He didn't know if these actions were useful. Most of the time, the black dragon showed no reaction, simply resting with its eyes closed. But occasionally, when he recited particularly peaceful lines, like the moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the world, those crimson pupils would open a sliver to glance at him before closing again, and its aura seemed to become a fraction more peaceful. This extremely faint, nonverbal interaction occasionally caused the tension in Jiang Yu's heart to loosen. He even began to feel that the black dragon's gaze wasn't just filled with violence and coldness. Deep down, there seemed to be an indescribable loneliness, or perhaps a sense of alienation that was at odds with this world. How similar was this feeling to the sliver of vulnerability and scarring he had glimpsed beneath Hancock's proud exterior when he first met her? Dragon bones are hard, bearing primeval power and pain. Heart locks are invisible, imprisoning proud souls and the past. He, a Yakushi from another world, seemed always to be pushed by fate, or the system, toward these powerful and lonely existences wrapped in hard shells or invisible shackles. In the dead of night, Jiang Yu lay on his cot, listening to the whistling sea wind outside the ancestral shrine and the long, heavy breathing of the black dragon, his thoughts drifting. The system interface occasionally flickered in his consciousness. Behind Boa Hancock's name, the complex network of lines seemed to be slowly evolving. Due to the continuous effective treatment and the incident of handling Dragon's breath damage, the lines for approval and reliance had strengthened again, but the lines for worry and boundaries remained just as clear. Meanwhile, a brand new dark red marker representing an unknown connection faintly appeared next to Hancock's name. A very thin dashed line, appearing as if drawn with sulfur and blood, meandered along, seemingly trying to connect to another silhouette that had not yet fully manifested, a silhouette that vaguely looked like a dragon. As for Nico Robin, her marker steadily flickered with the pale gold light of connection established, like a quiet star in the distance. And what about his own status? He was still that special talent with a slightly improved constitution, weak energy perception, and a primary reliance on medicine and wit. The appearance of the black dragon was like a massive boulder dropped into his already turbulent life, bringing great danger, but also a heavy lever that might be able to pry open certain solid things. He knew that the black dragon's existence was a massive secret, as well as Amazon Lily's greatest current hidden danger and opportunity. Hancock's attitude was ambiguous. She didn't want it to die, at least for now, yet she was extremely wary and disgusted by it. The dragon's origin, its purpose, and the reason for its battle with Hancock were all unsolved mysteries. And he was placed at the core of this secret, responsible for maintaining this dangerous balance. The road ahead was becoming increasingly shrouded in mist and fraught with crisis. But for some reason, in the silent and oppressive depths of the ancestral shrine at night, listening to that heavy breathing, Jiang Yu felt a strange sense of peace alongside his vigilance and fatigue. Perhaps it was because, whether facing a proud empress, a wise historian, or this primeval dragon, what he could do remained the same. Use everything he knew, even if it was pieced together, to heal, to understand, and to find a sliver of a gap where light might penetrate those hard shells or invisible heart locks. The dragon bones are grim, and the heart locks are heavy. And the medicinal spoon in his hand, though tiny, had already unknowingly touched the edges of some of this world's deepest and most dangerous secrets. Outside the window cracks, the sound of the waves never ceased. Inside the ancestral shrine, the dragon's breathing and the human's contemplation formed a strange and enduring tableau in the dim light. A new chapter had already turned in silence, and he was groping for a way forward in this labyrinth constructed of dragon bones and heart locks, the echo of the dragon's roar. Time seemed to freeze in the ancestral shrine. Each day, soaked in the scents of sulfur, herbs, and deep-sea fish oil lamps, felt like an elongated film strip. Jiang Yu's life revolved entirely around his two patients, acting like a dancer on a blade's edge, maintaining a delicate and dangerous balance. The dragon claw burn on Hancock's shoulder had finally stabilized under Jiang Yu's continuous suppression with ointments and energy channeling. The abnormal energy was firmly sealed beneath a dark scab, no longer active. Hancock resumed her daily activities, and the strength in her left arm was slowly returning, though she was still strictly forbidden from using her full strength, especially any outbursts of Conqueror's haki. She visited the ancestral shrine only a handful of times, always in a hurry. She would cast a distant glance at the black dragon's condition, ask a few questions about Jiang Yu's progress, and then leave just as quickly. The gloom and deep contemplation triggered by the black dragon's appearance never left her expression. Her gaze toward the black dragon was cold and scrutinizing, with a hint of complexity hidden within her loathing that Jiang Yu found difficult to understand, as if she were evaluating an extremely dangerous, yet potentially valuable tool. Jiang Yu did not dare speculate on the Empress's thoughts and could only perform his duties to the best of his ability. His treatment of the black dragon was no longer limited to wound care. He began to experiment with adjusting the ointment formulas based on the black dragon's reactions, however subtle they might be. He discovered that certain medicinal herbs containing pure water attribute energy or terrestrial vitality seemed to stabilize the black dragon's aura and slightly accelerate the wound healing process. In contrast, herbs that were too stimulating or overly tonifying often caused rejection. He felt as though he were solving a riddle with no answer, or engaging in a silent dialogue with a proud and mute soul. Most of the time, the black dragon remained silent, curled in the shadows like an eternal rock. Only those crimson eyes would cast a glance whenever Jiang Yu approached, prepared medicine, or even occasionally muttered to himself. The violence in that gaze thinned day by day, replaced by a near-indifferent calm and a faint trace of recognition that Jiang Yu himself doubted even existed. The days passed in this manner, until a night that felt like the return of the storm. Just like the night the black dragon arrived, there was no warning. First came a dull, rolling, thunderous roar from the distant horizon, followed by a ground-shaking tremor even more violent than the last. All of Amazon Lily seemed to tremble. The ancient beams and pillars of the ancestral shrine groaned under the strain, and dust cascaded from the walls. Jiang Yu bolted upright from his cot, his heart instantly tightening. Again, was there a second dragon? Or, before he could think further, a sudden change occurred within the ancestral shrine. The black dragon, which had been as silent as death, suddenly let out a terrifying light from its crimson eyes. Its massive body tensed violently, and the wounds on its neck, which had not yet fully healed, tore open again due to the sudden movement. Dark red blood mixed with ointment seeped out, but it seemed not to care. It raised the head it had always kept buried in its body. This was the first time Jiang Yu had seen the full appearance of its head. It was covered in ferocious bone armor, its short dragon whiskers moved without wind, and its massive maw opened to reveal interlocking, bone-white teeth. A pressure more violent and ancient than any before it flooded the entire ancestral shrine like a bursting dam. The warrior guarding the door let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale as she nearly collapsed to her knees. Jiang Yu felt as if he had been struck in the chest by an invisible sledgehammer. His vision went dark, his breathing became difficult, and even his thoughts nearly ground to a halt. The black dragon did not look at Jiang Yu, nor did it look at the warrior at the door who was facing a great enemy. Its crimson eyes stared fixedly at the dome of the ancestral shrine, as if trying to pierce through the thick rock to see the direction from which the roaring came. From deep within its throat, it produced a low, strange sound, like the grinding of countless metals or the surging of subterranean fires. The sound was initially very low, yet it carried a vibration that pierced the soul. Then it took a sharp breath. The air inside the ancestral shrine seemed to be sucked away by it, forming a brief vacuum. Jiang Yu felt a stinging pain in his eardrums. In the next moment, "Angs!" A dragon's roar beyond description erupted from the black dragon's mouth. It was not a sound. It was a roar of energy, a vibration of the laws of nature, the howl of an ancient bloodline. An invisible sound wave, mixed with the scent of sulfur and flames, exploded outward from the black dragon like a physical shockwave. The first to be hit was the dome of the ancestral shrine. The incredibly sturdy rock dome, carved with ancient runes, instantly became covered in spider-web-like cracks under the force of the dragon's roar, like fragile glass. Rubble began to rain down. The warriors at the door all spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying, crashing against the walls, their fates unknown. Jiang Yu had been prepared, if that meager premonition counted as preparation. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, he clutched his ears tightly and curled up behind a screen. However, the soul-striking vibration still caused him to bleed from his facial orifices. Golden spots danced before his eyes, and his internal organs felt as if they had been displaced. He felt like a leaf in a storm, liable to be torn apart at any moment. The dragon's roar did not last long, only 2 or 3 breaths. But to Jiang Yu, it felt as if a century had passed. When the terrifying sound wave finally dissipated, a dead silence fell over the ancestral shrine, save for the pitter-patter of falling rubble and the distant, dull rumbling that still echoed like a response. A sound that also seemed to pause for a moment because of the dragon's roar. Jiang Yu collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. His ears were ringing, and he could hear nothing. He only felt warm liquid continuously flowing from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and ears. He struggled to raise his head and look at the black dragon. After letting out that world-shaking roar, the black dragon seemed to have exhausted the last of its strength. Its massive head slumped heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The wounds on its neck tore open once more, and dark red liquid gushed out more violently than ever before. Its crimson eyes remained open, but their light had dimmed considerably, filled with pain, exhaustion, and a kind of near-tragic anger that Jiang Yu had never seen before. What was it responding to? What was that distant rumbling? An enemy, a companion, or a summons? Before Jiang Yu could sort out his thoughts, hurried and chaotic footsteps and cries of alarm sounded outside the ancestral shrine. Clearly, the commotion here was too great, and the entire palace had been alerted. Sandersonia and Marigold were the first to rush in, followed by a large number of fully armed warriors who looked as if they were facing a great foe. When they saw the cracked dome, the guards of unknown status, the collapsed Jiang Yu, and the once again heavily injured, dying, yet still dangerously aura-emitting black dragon, their expressions became extremely grim. Jiang Yu, what happened? Sandersonia barked the question, while simultaneously signaling the warriors to surround the black dragon. Their weapons were all drawn, yet they did not dare to advance easily. Jiang Yu forced himself to prop up his body and wipe the blood from his face. His ears were still ringing, and he could only see Sandersonia's mouth moving. He pointed with difficulty to his own ears, then to the black dragon, and shook his head. Marigold crouched down, quickly checking Jiang Yu's condition, then glanced at the wounds on the black dragon's neck and the large pool of dark red liquid on the ground. Her face was ashen. It let out a cry. It aggravated its injuries. Just then, a set of even more hurried and authoritative footsteps approached. The crowd parted as Boa Hancock strode in. She had clearly just rushed over from her bedchamber, wearing only an outer robe. Her long hair was slightly disheveled, but her beautiful face was covered in frost. Her eyes were as sharp as blades as she scanned the mess and the heavily injured guards, finally landing on the weakened black dragon. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Elder sister, Sandersonia and Marigold quickly stepped forward. Hancock raised a hand to stop them. She walked toward the black dragon step by step, stopping several yards away. Her gaze was fixed on the black dragon's dim yet still crimson eyes, as if engaged in a silent confrontation. The black dragon also seemed to sense her arrival. With great difficulty, it lifted its eyelids, and its crimson eyes collided with Hancock's cold gaze. The air seemed to freeze once more. After a long silence, Hancock finally spoke, her voice as cold as a polar wind. "What are you responding to?" The black dragon did not respond, only panting heavily as dark red blood continued to flow from its wounds. Hancock's gaze moved to the wounds on its neck, then to the pool of sulfur-scented liquid on the ground. Finally, her eyes fell upon Jiang Yu, who was struggling to stand and swaying on his feet. "Jiang Yu," Hancock's voice betrayed no emotion. "Can it still live?" Jiang Yu's hearing had recovered somewhat, and he could vaguely hear the question. He gasped for air, his voice hoarse. "Empress, its injuries have been compounded, and it has lost too much blood. Its essence also seems to have been heavily consumed by that roar just now. Its situation is very dangerous. It needs immediate blood stasis and a supplement of special life force." By special life force, he meant something of the same origin as the black dragon, or something compatible that contained immense vitality. Ordinary herbs would be a mere drop in the bucket for such a creature. Hancock remained silent for a moment. She looked at the black dragon, her eyes swirling with extremely complex emotions, murderous intent, hesitation, calculation, and a trace of, perhaps a tremor of excitement she herself hadn't realized, born from the power and unyielding nature displayed by this ancient creature. "At all costs," Hancock finally said, emphasizing each word, "keep it alive. This queen still has questions to ask it." She turned and ordered Sandersonia, "Mobilize all stocks of Sea King life essence, and go fetch the 9-snake ancestral blood. Hurry." Upon hearing this, both Sandersonia and Marigold showed shocked expressions. "Elder sister, the 9-snake ancestral blood is our tribe's." "This queen knows," Hancock barked, interrupting her. "Do it." "Yes." The two did not dare to resist further and immediately turned and rushed out. Hancock glanced once more at the increasingly weak black dragon and said to Jiang Yu, "You know what to do." Having said that, she stayed no longer and turned to leave the ancestral shrine. Her pace remained steady, but her upright back seemed to carry a heavier burden than before. Jiang Yu watched the Empress depart, then looked at the dying black dragon and the surrounding warriors who were watching like tigers, yet dared not move due to the orders. His heart felt cold, yet a strange flame was burning within him. Keep it alive, at all costs. Hancock's attitude toward the black dragon seemed to have undergone a crucial shift. It had changed from pure imprisonment and vigilance to needing it alive for questioning. This meant that the black dragon's value, or rather, the information it might possess, outweighed the risks it posed and the precious resources it would consume in Hancock's mind. And he, Jiang Yu, this insignificant Yakushi, was once again pushed to the forefront of fate. He had to use his half-baked medical skills to save an ancient dragon that had just let out a world-shaking roar and was on the brink of death. Sea King Life Essence, 9 snake ancestral blood. He walked to the black dragon's side, ignoring the lingering pressure and the scent of blood. He began to quickly clean the wounds on its neck that had torn open again, while his mind raced, thinking about how to safely and effectively use those legendary treasures on the black dragon. The dragon's roar had sounded, and the echo had not yet faded. This roar had not only torn the dome of the ancestral shrine, but also seemed to have shattered many original balances and boundaries. And Jiang Yu knew that from this moment on, this dragon, Hancock, all of Amazon Lily, and even the unknown existence in the distance that the roar had responded to, were all bound together more tightly and dangerously than ever before. The storm had not ceased. It had merely changed its form, sweeping in even more violently. Ancestral blood and glimmer. The Sea King Life Essence was delivered quickly. It arrived in dozens of sealed jade bottles, each containing a dark blue liquid as thick as honey, emitting a rich oceanic scent and surging vitality. It was said that this was the purest life energy extracted from the hearts of specific giant sea kings, making it a strategic and precious reserve in Amazon Lily. Sandersonia directed the warriors to carefully arrange the jade bottles in the positions Jiang Yu specified. She herself stood to the side, her expression solemn as she tightly held a palm-sized, ancient-looking box carved from an unknown dark red crystal. Inside was the 9 snake ancestral blood that Hancock had ordered to be brought. The atmosphere inside the ancestral shrine was oppressive. The black dragon's aura had weakened to the point of being almost imperceptible, with only the extremely slow rise and fall of its chest proving it was still alive. Although the wound on its neck had been temporarily sealed again by Jiang Yu with ointment and a large amount of styptic powder, dark red blood still seeped out slowly, carrying an ominous scent of sulfur. Its crimson pupils were half closed, their light dimming as if they would be completely extinguished at any moment. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his churning blood and the lingering ringing in his ears. He knew that the next steps allowed for no mistakes. First, using a specialized technique, he evenly applied several bottles of Sea King Life Essence around the major wounds on the black dragon's neck, chest, and abdomen. As the dark blue liquid touched the charred, broken scales and mangled flesh, it made a slight sizzling sound. A powerful surge of vitality radiated outward, temporarily stabilizing the worsening condition of the wounds, but only stabilizing them. The key lay in that box of 9 snake ancestral blood. Jiang Yu took the heavy crystal box from Sandersonia. The box felt warm to the touch, but carried a sense of ancient majesty that seemed to penetrate to his very marrow. He carefully opened the lid, and an extremely faint aura that seemed to trigger a throb deep within his bloodline filled the air. Inside was not a liquid, but a small pinch of dark red, almost black, sand-like substance resembling congealed blood crystals. Each grain shimmered with a restrained luster, as if life itself were flowing within. "This is the ancestral blood?" Jiang Yu asked in a low voice. He could feel that the meager amount of qi in his body was like a firefly compared to a bright moon in the presence of this substance. Yes, Sandersonia's voice was dry. Legend has it that this sacred object contains the bloodline power of our clan's most ancient ancestors. It is not to be used except in matters of life and death or for major rituals. Each use requires a specific secret technique and the purest blood of Kuja warriors as a catalyst to activate even a sliver of its power. She glanced at the dying black dragon, a flash of reluctance and confusion in her eyes. Clearly, she did not understand why her elder sister would use such a holy relic on this monster. Jiang Yu nodded. He didn't know the secret techniques of the Kuja, but he had his own method, or rather, a gamble. He set the box aside and took out his custom-made stone mortar, which could withstand a certain amount of energy impact. Then, he cautiously used a jade spoon to scoop out about 1/10 of a grain of ancestral blood sand and placed it in the mortar. Next, he brought a small bottle of pure Sea King Life Essence and added a small amount of the soul-purifying crystal powder he had prepared earlier to purify the fire poison in dragon blood, along with a few drops of blood squeezed from his own fingertip, containing a faint mental intent. This was something he had discovered after many trials. It seemed to act as a slight harmonizer and guide. He began to grind slowly, concentrating his entire mind and sinking his intent into the stone mortar. He didn't know the Kuja activation technique, but he tried to use his own theories of mental intent and medicinal harmony to communicate with and guide the ancient power within the ancestral blood, merging it with the vitality of the Sea Kings, the purifying power of the crystal, and his own insignificant catalyst. This was an extremely bold, even insane attempt. Sandersonia watched from the side with a furrowed brow, her hand gripping her sword hilt, ready to respond to any potential energy eruption or backlash. The grinding process was exceptionally slow. The mixture in the mortar didn't produce any violent light or energy surges. Instead, its color gradually became uniform, taking on a strange hue of dark red shot through with deep blue and faint gold. Its aura also became more restrained and gentle? No, not gentle, but a deeper, more inclusive sense of heaviness, as if it could carry the vitality of all things. Cold sweat poured down Jiang Yu's forehead, his mental exhaustion immense. However, he could feel that the energy in the mortar, under his guidance, or perhaps the natural fusion of the ancient wisdom in the ancestral blood and the Sea King's vitality, had reached a delicate balance. It worked. He dared not relax in the slightest. Using the finest jade spoon, he scooped up this tiny bit of mixed ointment and walked to the wound on the black dragon's neck. He didn't apply the ointment directly to the mangled flesh. Instead, he chose a relatively intact gap between scales near a major vessel, if dragons had such structures, and applied the ointment with extreme gentleness. The moment the ointment touched the scales, a sudden change occurred. There was no flash of light and no sound, but centered on that bit of ointment, an indescribable, warm, and vast power seeped in silently, like mercury spreading across the ground. The black dragon's massive body gave a sudden jolt. It wasn't a tremor of pain, but a kind of relaxation, as if parched earth had received a sweet rain or a frozen river had begun to melt. The edges of the charred wounds on its neck stopped bleeding at a visible rate. It wasn't that they were blocked, but rather as if the internal vitality had been instantly activated, causing the flesh to autonomously contract and repair. Although the speed was still slow, the trend of deterioration and corrosion was completely halted. Even more shocking was that the black dragon's crimson eyes, which had almost completely dimmed, suddenly snapped open. This time, there was no violence, no pain, and not even the previous cold scrutiny. Instead, they held an extremely deep confusion, as if having traveled through endless time, and also a very faint, indescribable stirring. It slowly and with great difficulty turned its head, its crimson eyes, now shining with a faint light again, looking toward Jiang Yu. This gaze was different from any before. Jiang Yu couldn't read a specific emotion from it, but he felt an unprecedented connection. It was as if his tiny bit of ointment hadn't just treated its body, but had, to some extent, touched something deeper related to its bloodline or origin. Jiang Yu stood his ground, meeting the crimson dragon eyes. He could feel the black dragon's aura rising at a slow but steady pace. Although it was still critically injured and on the verge of death, at least that flickering flame of life had been forcibly sustained by him using the ancestral blood and Sea King life essence. Sandersonia and the surrounding warriors were stunned. They could clearly feel the change in the black dragon's state. It was no longer the despair of the dying, but a heavily injured yet stable silence. Hancock's command to keep it alive had actually been achieved by this pharmacist of unknown origin in such an inconceivable way. Jiang Yu ignored their astonishment. He stepped back a few paces and whispered to Sandersonia, Lady Sandersonia, "It is temporarily stable. But the power of the ancestral blood is too vast and overbearing. It can only be used in minute amounts and needs time to be slowly absorbed and integrated. Next, it will need daily external applications of diluted Sea King life essence supplemented with gentle nourishing herbs. As for the internal healing, it can only rely on itself now." Sandersonia gave Jiang Yu a long look and nodded. She didn't ask more, simply waving her hand for the warriors to maintain their guard, though the atmosphere had clearly relaxed a great deal. Exhausted, Jiang Yu returned to his corner and slumped onto his cot. The previous operation had drained almost all of his mental and physical strength. He closed his eyes, but the last look the black dragon gave him replayed repeatedly in his mind. That look was too complex, exceeding the scope of what he could currently understand. But he knew that some things had already changed. He had used a sliver of 9 snake ancestral blood to save the black dragon that Hancock had ordered must live. Regardless of the purpose, he had completed a nearly impossible task. This would undoubtedly raise his value and indispensability in the eyes of Hancock and the Kuja high-ranking officials once again. At the same time, a more subtle and deeper connection had been established between him and this mysterious black dragon because of that trace of ancestral blood and its strange effects. Whether this connection was good or bad, a blessing or a curse, remained to be seen. Silence returned to the ancestral shrine, broken only by the steady burning of the deep-sea fish oil lamps and the black dragon's much longer and steadier breathing. Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the massive dark silhouette beyond the screen. Ancestral blood sustains life. A glimmer appears. Could this glimmer, ignited by an ancient bloodline and the ointment he had riskily concocted, illuminate the mystery of this dragon's origin? And where would it lead his own fate? In the distance, toward the palace, Hancock must have received the news by now. Would she be satisfied with this result? How would she treat this prisoner whose value had suddenly increased? And how would she treat him, the pharmacist who had once again performed a miracle? The night was deep. After 2 earth-shattering dragon roars and tremors, Amazon Lily seemed to have fallen into an even deeper silence. But beneath this silence, the surging undercurrents were likely more turbulent than ever before. Jiang Yu leaned against the cold wall, feeling the slow recovery of the almost negligible qi in his body. He knew he had to recover as quickly as possible to face the even more unpredictable changes to come. And deep within his exhausted consciousness, the system interface seemed to have added some new, difficult-to-interpret, blurry shadows. Private room conversation. The power of the ancestral blood was like a stone cast into a deep pool. The ripples it created were silent, yet they shifted the current's direction in the depths. The black dragon's life was forcibly sustained, pulled back from the brink of death, and it entered a long and stable period of recovery from its severe injuries. It no longer remained as silent as death for most of the time. Instead, it recuperated in a more lucid state. Its crimson pupils were often half open and half closed, occasionally moving with the shifting light and shadows within the ancestral shrine. More often, it would silently gaze in a certain direction, sometimes at the sliver of daylight peeking through the cracked dome, and sometimes at the corner where Jiang Yu was. It no longer showed any stress response to Jiang Yu's approach. It would even subtly adjust its posture to cooperate when Jiang Yu checked its wounds or changed its topical ointments. The scrutiny in its gaze remained, but the coldness and violence had almost entirely faded, replaced by a deep calm and a faint, almost observational curiosity. The understanding between Jiang Yu and the dragon had leveled up. He no longer viewed it merely as a terrifying creature in need of healing, but began to treat it as a special patient of high intelligence who was severely injured and weak. He tried speaking in a steady, low voice while changing its bandages. The content was trivial, sometimes about the weather, sometimes about the properties of certain medicinal herbs, and sometimes even little stories he made up. The black dragon usually didn't react, but occasionally, when Jiang Yu reached particularly calm or interesting parts, those crimson pupils would contract slightly, as if it were listening. This change naturally did not escape the eyes of Sandersonia and the warriors on duty. Their expressions shifted from extreme vigilance at the start to confusion and bewilderment. A pharmacist who could communicate with a dragon, even if it was one-sided. This was beyond their realm of understanding. However, given that the black dragon's condition was indeed steadily improving and no further incidents had occurred, they could only suppress their suspicion and strictly carry out their guarding duties. Jiang Yu's own condition was also recovering. His overextended mental energy slowly replenished, and his perception and guidance of the meager qi in his body seemed to have become slightly sharper due to the immense pressure he had faced and the process of compounding 2 miracle medicines for the dragon's breath and ancestral blood. Although he still couldn't utilize energy like the true powerhouses of this world, he could feel that the barrier between himself and this world had thinned just a little bit. This afternoon, Jiang Yu had just finished changing the Black Dragon's topical ointment, the main ingredients being diluted sea king life essence and several mild nourishing herbs, and was about to retreat to his corner to organize his notes when familiar, slightly hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the ancestral shrine. Sandersonia walked in, her expression more serious than usual. She gave Jiang Yu a look and whispered, "Jiang Yu, elder sister wants to see you, in the star-gazing room." The star-gazing room? That was an extremely secluded, quiet room at the highest point of the palace. It was said that only the Empress herself and a very few core members could enter, used for stargazing, meditation, or handling the most confidential matters. Hancock actually wanted to see him there. Jiang Yu's heart tightened and he immediately nodded. Yes. Under Sandersonia's personal escort, Jiang Yu left the ancestral shrine, passed through layers of guards and winding corridors, and finally ascended a standalone spire behind the main palace hall. The spiral staircase inside the tower was narrow and steep, ending at a heavy stone door devoid of any decoration. Sandersonia stopped before the stone door and said to Jiang Yu, "Go in by yourself. Elder sister is waiting for you inside." After speaking, she turned and headed back down, standing guard at the top of the stairs. Jiang Yu steadied his nerves and reached out to push open the stone door. The door was lighter than he imagined, sliding open silently. Inside was a small circular room without any windows. However, the dome was not completely closed. It was inlaid with a strange, semi-transparent crystal. Since it was mid-afternoon, daylight filtered through the crystal, casting soft and shifting halos of light throughout the room, making it seem as if one could truly see the trajectories of the stars. In the center of the room, there was only a simple stone table and 2 stone chairs. Boa Hancock sat in one of the chairs, her back to the door, looking at the light filtering from the dome. She wasn't wearing her imperial robes, but was dressed in elegant, dark purple casual attire. Her long hair was loosely pinned up, revealing her long, graceful neck. Hearing the door open, she did not look back immediately. "Your Majesty." Jiang Yu entered the room, gently closing the stone door behind him, and bowed. "Sit," Hancock's voice rang out, flat and emotionless. Jiang Yu did as he was told and sat in the other stone chair, about 3 paces away from Hancock. At this distance, he could see Hancock's profile more clearly. Her complexion was much better than a few days ago, and the gloom between her brows seemed to have dissipated somewhat, but the depth in her beautiful eyes seemed more profound than ever before. The room was silent, save for the faint sound of their breathing. The daylight shifted slowly under the refraction of the crystals, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. "How is it?" Hancock finally spoke, still without turning her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the crystal dome toward an unknowable distance. "Reporting to your Majesty, the Black Dragon's life is no longer in danger. Under the nourishment of the ancestral blood and Sea King essence, its wounds are slowly healing. Its breathing is stable, and there are no signs of deterioration for the time being," Jiang Yu replied cautiously, using his most objective medical reporting tone. "Slowly healing?" Hancock repeated, the corners of her mouth seemingly curving into a very faint, inscrutable arc. "Even after using Queen's ancestral blood, it is only slowly. That beast's body is indeed resilient to a disgusting degree." It was impossible to tell from her tone whether she was being complimentary or sarcastic. Jiang Yu did not respond, simply waiting quietly. Hancock was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "You and it seem to be getting along well." This question was direct and sharp. Jiang Yu's heart tightened, knowing that this was the real point of today's summons. He weighed his words carefully. "Your Majesty is wise. Jiang Yu is merely fulfilling a healer's duty. Although that creature is violent, the instinct for survival is paramount when severely injured. As Jiang Yu treats it with care, it seems to perceive the goodwill and thus cooperates. It cannot be called getting along well. It is simply each taking what they need." He defined the relationship as doctor-patient and each taking what they need, which was both factual and didn't seem overly close or suspicious. "Goodwill," Hancock scoffed and finally turned her head. Her beautiful eyes, like cold stars, looked straight at Jiang Yu. "You hold goodwill for a monster of unknown origin, which nearly destroyed the ancestral shrine, injured Queen, and has an aura similar to the pets of those celestial dragon bastards. Her tone suddenly turned sharp, and the last word, pets, carried a bone-chilling coldness and hatred. A pet of the celestial dragons? Jiang Yu's heart jolted. The black dragon was related to the celestial dragons. No wonder Hancock was so wary and disgusted by it. Was it because the corrosive and cursed nature of its dragon's breath was similar to the celestial dragon brand? Or was it because its form or aura reminded Hancock of some unbearable past? Jiang Yu wouldn't dare. Jiang Yu immediately lowered his head, his voice carrying a suitable amount of fear. Jiang Yu is merely following your majesty's orders and doing his best to maintain its life. As for its origin or who it is related to, Jiang Yu knows nothing, nor would he ever dare to make wild conjectures, let alone have any inappropriate emotions toward it. In Jiang Yu's eyes, it is merely a patient with unusual injuries. He again emphasized his duty and ignorance, thoroughly objectifying the black dragon as a patient to distance himself. Hancock stared at him for a long time, her gaze as if it wanted to dissect the depths of his soul. Jiang Yu maintained a submissive posture, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. It had better be so. Hancock finally withdrew her piercing gaze and looked back at the dome. Queen did not spare its life out of the kindness of her heart. It has its value. She didn't specify what that value was, but Jiang Yu could sense that it must be related to the information it might know, or the power it represented. Queen asks you, Hancock's voice returned to a calm but deeper tone, from your observations, does this dragon, aside from its physical toughness and eerie power, possess sentience? Or rather, can it communicate? She had finally asked the most crucial question. Hancock wanted to know if this dragon possessed intelligence and if it could be communicated with to obtain information. Thoughts raced through Jiang Yu's mind. He couldn't completely deny the black dragon's intelligence. That would contradict his previous observations and make him look incompetent. But he also couldn't exaggerate it, lest he provoke Hancock's deeper suspicion or create unrealistic expectations. Reporting to your majesty, he said cautiously, this creature indeed possesses a spiritual nature beyond that of ordinary beasts. It can perceive healing intent and cooperate, and it seems to react to certain sounds, lights, and even emotions. However, Jiang Yu has attempted simple, directed communication, such as gestures or specific objects, and there has been no clear response. Its sentient state is closer to an ancient and chaotic instinct, or an extremely withdrawn self-preservation consciousness due to its severe injuries. Whether it possesses clear, communicable intelligence is difficult to judge at present. He gave an ambiguous but plausible answer. He affirmed the black dragon's spiritual nature while emphasizing its chaotic and difficult to judge state, passing the ball back to her. Hancock fell silent again, her finger tapping lightly on the armrest of the stone chair. The daylight flickered across her exquisite face. Continue observing. Ultimately, she only said those two words. If it shows any abnormalities, especially signs of trying to express something, report it immediately. Furthermore, do not stop your treatment. Queen wants it to recover as quickly as possible, at least to the point where it can endure an interrogation. Interrogation? Jiang Yu's heart tightened. Hancock indeed intended to extract information from the black dragon, and it likely wouldn't be a gentle process. Yes, your majesty, Jiang Yu complied. Also, Hancock's gaze swept over him again with an unquestionable command, you have the most contact with it. Queen wants you to find a way, without triggering excessive vigilance or resistance, to attempt a deeper communication. Not with words, perhaps, energy, emotions, or some other way it might understand. Since you could save it with ancestral blood, perhaps, you can also find the key to dialogue with it. This was undoubtedly an extremely difficult and dangerous task, but Hancock clearly had no intention of giving him room to refuse. Jiang Yu will do his best. Jiang Yu could only reply. Hancock nodded, seemingly satisfied with his answer. You may withdraw. Jiang Yu stood up, bowed, and slowly retreated toward the stone door. Just as he was about to exit, Hancock's voice drifted over again, very soft, yet carrying an indescribable weariness and aloofness. Jiang Yu, remember. On this island, knowing too many secrets is not a good thing, but certain keys must be held in the hands of those who should hold them. Jiang Yu's steps faltered slightly. He didn't look back, but simply whispered, "Jiang Yu understands." He stepped out of the star-gazing room, and the stone door closed silently behind him. Walking down the steep stairs, Jiang Yu's heart was in turmoil. The dialogue in the secret chamber had been packed with information. The black dragon might be connected to the celestial dragons. Hancock harbored a deep hatred for it, yet she had to use it. He had been assigned the difficult task of communicating with the dragon, and that last meaningful sentence was both a warning and a sort of cryptic. Expectation. He felt himself being pulled into the center of an ever-deepening vortex. On one side was the Empress, unpredictable, powerful, and filled with bone-deep hatred for the celestial dragons. On the other side was the mysterious giant dragon, possibly linked to the world's darkest core of power, severely injured yet possessing no small amount of intelligence. And he, a pharmacist from another world who was practically defenseless, relatively speaking, had become the key node connecting these two parties, even being asked to pry open that door, which might lead to a world-shaking secret. The key, did he really have that key in his hands? Was it the connection brought by that trace of ancestral blood? Was it his set of half-true, half-false medicinal theories? Or something else? Returning to the ancestral shrine, the familiar scent of sulfur and herbs washed over him. Jiang Yu walked to his corner and looked at those crimson dragon pupils that had closed once again in the shadows. Communication. How was he supposed to communicate with a dragon? Daylight filtered through the cracked dome, casting mottled shadows on the floor of the shrine, moving slowly with time like a silent hourglass. A new task had been assigned, and an even more dangerous path stretched out before him. Jiang Yu slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and began to deduce all possible methods of communication in his mind. Silent contract. After the secret talk in the stargazing room, Jiang Yu's life seemed to return to the old routine of moving between the ancestral shrine and his sleeping quarters. But in reality, an undercurrent was surging, quietly shifting his direction. Hancock's command weighed heavily on his heart try to communicate. These 4 short words were more ethereal and dangerous than asking him to concoct an ointment to heal Dragon's breath. He began to consciously adjust his interactions with the Black Dragon. Changing bandages and performing checkups remained his daily tasks, but he was no longer satisfied with mere mechanical operations and one-sided whispers. He began to try and integrate more into this seemingly repetitive care. Energy was the primary direction of his attempts. Although the chi within his own body was pitifully weak, after the ancestral blood mixing incident and long periods of intense mental concentration, his perception of energy had indeed sharpened slightly. He tried to concentrate his mind while holding his palm near, but not touching the black dragon's wound, imagining sending over a tiny, peaceful, and life-filled intent. It wasn't treatment, but more like a greeting or soothing. At first, there was no reaction. The black dragon simply closed its eyes to rest, showing no signs of change. Jiang Yu was not discouraged. He applied the rudimentary meditation and self-suggestion techniques he had learned in his past life, striving to make his mental state purer and more peaceful, devoid of any purpose or aggression. At the same time, he adjusted his breathing, trying to synchronize his rhythm as much as possible with the black dragon's long, heavy breaths. After several days, there was still no visible response. However, Jiang Yu himself felt that when he did this, the invisible pressure within the ancestral shrine, which originated from the black dragon's level of existence, seemed no longer so targeted at him. It felt more like a natural background presence, like the water pressure of the deep sea. Though heavy, it was no longer intentionally exclusionary. This was an extremely subtle change, difficult to put into words, but Jiang Yu trusted his feelings. Another attempt revolved around the medicine itself. He no longer viewed the black dragon as merely a subject for medication. He began trying to understand its own medicinal properties. He collected a small amount of charred scale fragments that had fallen off after the black dragon's wounds scabbed over, stained with dark red blood, as well as some dragon blood residue that had turned slightly lighter after being purified. He then conducted extremely careful analysis and compatibility tests on his small workbench. He discovered that these substances themselves contained startling energy and complex information. When mixed with different medicinal herbs, they produced vastly different reactions. Some resulted in violent rejection and energy rampages, while others were exceptionally stable, even stimulating the hidden characteristics of the herbs themselves. He was like someone playing with an extremely dangerous chemical experiment, attempting to decode the cipher of the Black Dragon's constitution and power from these reactions. An accidental discovery shook his soul. He mixed a tiny amount of purified dragon blood residue with a pinch of incense ash left over from when he had previously concocted soothing incense for Hancock, which carried the scent of Aster Roland flower dew, and added the juice of concentration grass, which he usually used to stabilize his mind while practicing his breathing technique. The reaction of the mixture was unexpectedly mild, even emitting an extremely faint, strangely fragrant scent that brought peace to the mind. When he subconsciously inhaled a bit of this scent, a blurred image flashed briefly in his mind. A boundless, desolate land burning with dark red flames, and a distant, desolate dragon's roar. The image vanished in an instant, so fast it felt like a hallucination. But Jiang Yu felt a surge of palpitations. The aura in that image was so similar to the primal, scorching, and lonely feeling emanating from the Black Dragon. Could it be that the Black Dragon's power or memories could be indirectly perceived in some way through substances related to it and specific triggers? The calming power of the Aster Roland, combined with the mind-stabilizing effect of the concentration grass and his own mental guidance, had unintentionally formed a temporary receiver. This discovery made him both excited and uneasy. He was excited because he seemed to have found a possible path for communication, not through direct dialogue, but through the resonance of matter and energy to indirectly perceive and understand. He was uneasy because this method clearly touched upon the deeper secrets of the Black Dragon and was filled with unknown risks. A single slip-up could lead to being backlashed by that violent power or memory. He did not dare to easily attempt that dangerous perception experiment again, but he kept this line of thought deep in his heart. His daily interactions began to move in a more lifestyle-oriented direction. Jiang Yu started to consciously do things in the ancestral shrine that were unrelated to treatment, but might catch the Black Dragon's attention. For example, he would use clean rainwater he had collected to wash the Jade bowl and pestle he used to prepare ointments, his movements gentle and focused. Or, when the weather was clear and light spilled through the cracks in the dome, he would spread out scrolls recording the customs of Amazon lily or ancient legends, copies he was permitted to bring, and read quietly, occasionally whispering descriptions of the sea, stars, or certain strange creatures. He no longer tried to understand or communicate with the Black Dragon. Instead, he was more like living his own calm and regular life beside it, allowing it to observe. The Black Dragon's reaction also became increasingly intriguing. The time it spent awake increased significantly. When Jiang Yu did these things, those crimson eyes would often open and watch quietly. No emotion was revealed and there was no specific focus. It was just pure watching. Sometimes, Jiang Yu would even feel that there was an extremely faint interest in that gaze, or rather, a curiosity toward a different way of existing. A strange, wordless coexistence formed between them. A tiny human performing trivial and focused activities every day. A giant, scarred dragon watching silently from the shadows. Time within the ancestral shrine seemed to stretch and stagnate, leaving only the sound of breathing, the rustling of turning pages, and the occasional tinkling of the pestle lightly hitting the jade bowl. One day, while Jiang Yu was changing the dressing on the Black Dragon's neck, he discovered a small patch of scales beginning to regrow at the edge of the newly healed flesh. The new scales were no longer purely pitch black. Their edges carried an extremely faint, almost imperceptible dark gold pattern, and their texture seemed more refined. This was a positive signal, indicating that the Black Dragon's source was recovering, and might have even developed a slight beneficial change due to the stimulation of the ancestral blood. Jiang Yu carefully treated that area, his movements even gentler than before. Just then, he felt an extremely weak, yet exceptionally clear intent, like a breeze brushing across the surface of water, lightly touching his consciousness. It wasn't language, nor was it an image. It was more like a vague feeling, a mixture of slight pain, a bit of curiosity toward the new growth, and a very faint, warm ripple almost like gratitude. Jiang Yu's movement stopped abruptly, his heart pounding wildly. He looked up into the black dragon's eyes. Those crimson dragon eyes were watching him quietly. Deep within the pupils, there seemed to be an extremely faint light flowing. It was no longer a cold scrutiny, nor the previous calm observation, but a kind of clarity that was much closer to a state of communication. Was the feeling just now real? Was it transmitted by the black dragon, or was it an illusion born from his intense concentration? Jiang Yu couldn't be sure, but he took a deep breath and didn't look away. He tried to gather his current feelings, a bit of relief, a little encouragement, and pure peace focused on treating the wound, and carefully sent them back through his gaze and that tiny mental connection. There were no words, only ripples of emotion. The black dragon's eyes moved slightly, and the flowing light seemed to brighten for a moment before returning to calm. It slowly closed its eyes, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. But Jiang Yu knew that something had changed. A silent contract had perhaps been quietly forged during these days of care, observation, and that brief glimpse of intentional touch just now. It wasn't friendship, it wasn't taming, and it certainly wasn't a master-servant relationship. It was more like a connection that was extremely fragile yet truly existent, built upon a specific situation, severe injury, and being treated. A specific person, an alien healer who was focused, peaceful, and bore no hostility. And some indescribable subtle resonance, concern for existence itself. This connection was lighter than words, yet tougher than metal and stone. Jiang Yu slowly backed away and returned to his corner. He didn't immediately record or analyze anything. He just sat quietly, feeling the atmosphere permeating the ancestral shrine, which was slightly different from before. The pressure still existed, but it was no longer suffocating. Silence still reigned, but it was no longer cold and deathly. It was as if in this space filled with ancient power and pain, a tiny yet stubbornly surviving seedling of understanding had quietly sprouted. He knew he was still far from the communication Hancock required, but this silent connection, built upon daily life and subtle perception, was perhaps the first step leading toward that door. Outside the window, through the cracks, the sky was darkening, and starlight began to appear in the firmament. Inside the ancestral shrine, one dragon and one human remained in their respective places, as silent as ever. But some things had already quietly changed in the silence: star charts and omens. The days after the silent contract was concluded, the atmosphere within the ancestral shrine underwent a subtle change that even Jiang Yu himself found difficult to describe accurately. The black dragon remained silent, still spending most of its time resting in the shadows, but the way it existed seemed to become more present. It wasn't a pressing pressure or an indifferent detachment, but a more quiet, more restrained sense of being together. When Jiang Yu focused on his own tasks, he could occasionally feel the gaze of those crimson eyes. It was no longer a simple scrutiny, but more like a quiet companionship or a confirmation of another active presence within this limited space. Jiang Yu also adjusted his own rhythm. He no longer deliberately tried to communicate or test it, but instead devoted more time to in-depth study of the inherited knowledge of Amazon Lily. Through Sandersonia's application, with the reason being to better understand the black dragon's constitution and formulate more effective medicine, he obtained limited access to the more core areas of the royal library. Although there were still many forbidden zones, the texts he could access expanded from simple herbal and mineral illustrations to some ancient star maps, energy flow hypotheses, and even some extremely obscure legends involving the origin of the world or peculiar phenomena of the Grand Line. He began to spread out those borrowed leather scrolls, which were inscribed with ancient star maps or energy circuits, in the ancestral shrine by the light of the ceiling cracks and deep-sea fish oil lamps. Most of these records were fragmented, the language obscure and full of metaphors, reading more like philosophy or poetry cloaked in mystery rather than science. But Jiang Yu read them with great interest. He took these scattered, seemingly absurd pieces of information and combined them with fragments of knowledge from his previous life, his observations of the black dragon, and even the energy characteristics he felt from Hancock and Robin, making bold and imaginative associations and piecing them together. he tried to find some underlying pattern or resonance within this chaotic information. One night, the starlight was exceptionally brilliant. Jiang Yu was staring blankly at an ancient star map depicting a core centered on the Kuja, with star trajectories spreading outward like a spiral. The style of this map was different from any star map he had ever seen, emphasizing the flow of energy and the correspondence of nodes, as if it depicted not the stars in the sky, but some kind of energy network existing in a higher dimension. He became entranced, his fingers unconsciously tracing the complex and beautiful spiral trajectory from the map onto the rough ground from memory. His concentration was highly focused, and the meager chi within his body followed his will, unconsciously attempting to mimic the rhythm of the energy flow in the map in an extremely slow and weak manner. At first, there was nothing unusual, but gradually, he felt an extremely subtle sense of coolness, as if coming from the distant starry sky. It seemed to be drawn down by his tracing and the flow of his chi, lingering around his fingertips and his surroundings. This feeling was extremely weak, almost non-existent, more like a psychological effect. However, just as he traced to a key node of the spiral trajectory, a sudden change occurred. Within the ancestral shrine, the long silent black dragon suddenly moved without warning. It wasn't a violent movement, but its massive head turned extremely slowly, yet with absolute certainty, toward the direction where Jiang Yu was. Those crimson pupils suddenly lit up in the dim light, no longer the usual calm or faint glimmer, but like two clusters of suddenly ignited dark flames, staring fixedly at Jiang Yu. Or rather, staring at the invisible trajectory traced by Jiang Yu's finger. A pressure far more solid and ancient than usual, like a waking tide, spread silently and instantly enveloped the entire ancestral shrine. But this pressure was not full of hostility. Instead, it carried an indescribable vibration. It was as if Jiang Yu had accidentally plucked a long silent string closely related to the black dragon. Jiang Yu froze instantly, his finger stopping in midair, and the blood in his entire body seemed to congeal. He could clearly feel that the black dragon's gaze was not fixed on him, but on the void of air in front of his fingertip, where the resonance of the energy trajectory he had just traced with his mind seemed to remain. The black dragon made no sound, just watching quietly. Deep within those crimson pupils, the starlight leaking from the ceiling cracks was reflected, along with something even deeper and more distant. Jiang Yu could even see an extremely rare focus and a near-instinctive tracing back in those giant dragon eyes. Time seemed to stand still. The starlight, the dragon's eyes, the motionless human, and the invisible, seen trajectory in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the dark flames in the black dragon's eyes slowly faded, returning to their usual depth. It slowly turned its head back and buried it once more within its coiled body, as if everything that had just happened was merely Jiang Yu's hallucination. But the solid pressure that had suddenly appeared and disappeared, as well as the black dragon's unmistakable gaze, were clearly etched in Jiang Yu's mind. He slowly withdrew his finger, his heart still pounding wildly. He looked down at the ancient star map on the ground, then looked up at the brilliant stars in the ceiling, and finally his gaze fell upon the black dragon, which had returned to silence. Just now, what happened? What exactly did that star map depict? Why did the black dragon have such a clear reaction to it? Could that spiral trajectory be related to the black dragon's origin, its power, or some secrets it knew? Jiang Yu felt his mouth go dry. He felt as if he had inadvertently touched the tip of the iceberg of a massive secret hidden beneath the surface of the world. And this secret clearly had thousands of threads connecting it to this mysterious black dragon, the ancient heritage of Amazon Lily, and even the starry sky above. Star map, omen. He carefully put away the leather scroll, but his heart could no longer find peace. The black dragon's reaction undoubtedly gave him an extremely important clue and confirmed a certain previous hypothesis. This dragon was by no means an ordinary beast or a devil fruit user. What it carried was likely some kind of ancient knowledge or memory related to the deeper rules of this world. And when Hancock ordered him to communicate, had she also vaguely sensed this? What she wanted was not just the black dragon's own power or information, but perhaps also the secrets it knew that were buried in the long river of time. Jiang Yu lay on his camp bed, watching the stars twinkling through the cracks in the ceiling, unable to sleep all night. Over the next few days, he studied the records related to astrology, energy circuits, and ancient sacrificial rituals even more carefully. He cautiously attempted to trace other patterns or trajectories that seemed potentially relevant, provided they didn't cause an excessive reaction from the black dragon. The black dragon's reactions varied. Sometimes there was no ripple at all, and sometimes it would cast a brief, focused gaze like before. But that strong sense of vibration never appeared again. Jiang Yu knew he needed more keys. Perhaps the spiral star map that had caused a clear reaction from the black dragon was one of them. But his understanding of that star map was still too shallow. He needed more background knowledge and practical verification. Practical verification. In this closely monitored ancestral shrine, it was almost impossible. He could only bury these discoveries and hypotheses deep in his heart and continue his daily routine as a physician and observer. Meanwhile, the world outside Amazon Lily did not seem to stop turning because of the subtle changes within the ancestral shrine. From the occasional whispers of passing warriors and Sandersonia's increasingly grave expression, Jiang Yu could feel that the situation in the outer seas seemed to have become even more turbulent. Rumors about conflicts in the New World, the movements of the four emperors, the activities of the Revolutionary Army, and the increasingly frequent deployments of the Marine all came like distant thunder, faintly echoing. A storm seemed to be gathering on a larger scale. And Amazon Lily, along with the Empress of the island, the mysterious black dragon, and him, this foreign Yakashi, were inevitably being drawn into the edges of this era's torrent. That evening, Jiang Yu went as usual to Hancock's bedchamber to perform one last thorough checkup on her old injury. The dragon claw burn marks on her shoulder had completely healed, leaving only a faint pink line that almost blended into the surrounding skin, difficult to notice without careful inspection. The abnormal energy had been completely removed, the meridians were clear, and her haki was flowing without obstruction. "Your Majesty, your injuries have completely recovered," Jiang Yu said respectfully, withdrawing his hand from her pulse. Hancock sat before the mirror, letting her handmaidens comb her long hair. Hearing this, she only gave a faint, her gaze falling on the nearly invisible mark on her shoulder in the mirror, her eyes deep as she thought about something. "Regarding the ancestral shrine," she suddenly spoke, her voice calm, "how is the progress?" Jiang Yu's heart tightened. He knew the time for his routine report had come. "Replying to your Majesty, the Black Dragon's injuries are stable. Although the recovery speed is slow, it is steadily improving. New scales have begun to grow, and its aura is steady." He first reported the basic situation, then paused slightly before cautiously adding, "Recently, while Jiang Yu was studying some ancient texts, I occasionally discovered that the creature seems to have an extremely faint reaction to certain ancient patterns or energy descriptions. For example, an ancient map depicting spiral star trajectories. He did not hide this discovery, but spoke of it in extremely vague terms, downplaying the clear gaze as an extremely faint reaction and omitting the specific contents of the star map and the black dragon's strong vibration. This was both fulfilling his duties of observation and attempted communication and testing Hancock's reaction to see if she knew more. Hancock's movement of combing her hair paused slightly. In the mirror, there was no change in the expression on her exquisite face, but Jiang Yu could feel the air in the room seem to stagnate for a moment. "Spiral stars," Hancock repeated in a low voice, her tone unreadable. "Anything else?" "Currently, this is the only instance, and the reaction was brief, making it difficult to interpret further," Jiang Yu said truthfully. Jiang Yu will continue to observe and attempt to find more clues that might cause it to resonate. Hancock was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I see. You have done well. Continue." She did not ask for details, nor did she show excessive surprise or interest, but this flat reaction itself caused more doubt to arise in Jiang Yu's heart. Hancock seemed not surprised by this. Did she already know something? "Yes, Your Majesty," Jiang Yu replied with a bow. Leaving the bedchamber and walking back to the ancestral shrine, Jiang Yu's heart was even heavier than when he came. Hancock's attitude, the black dragon's reaction to the star map, the rumors of turmoil in the outer seas. All of these were like scattered puzzle pieces floating in his mind, yet temporarily unable to be pieced together into a complete picture. He only knew that he was standing at the center of a massive mystery, with the clues in his hand being as thin as spider silk. The star map might be the guide, the black dragon might be the key, and Hancock might be the player who held part of the answer yet was also trying to uncover more secrets. And he, the pawn who had accidentally stumbled into the game, how should he navigate the upcoming match to both complete the system's tasks and save his own life, and perhaps even glimpse the full picture of this game? In the night, the lights of Amazon Lily were scattered, quiet and peaceful. But Jiang Yu knew that beneath this silence, the surging undercurrents had already exceeded the scope of this island. The star map has appeared, and the omen is hidden. A greater storm may already be imminent. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.